Ravi G, how you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. Gerald Tumble, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. Very happy to have you here. Ray, how's your week going? Doing well, a bit pissed off because I'm being left alone with a deadline and not enough time. Oh, that's just work, though, isn't it? Like, that's how work generally goes. Stan, how you doing, brother? We got this morning? I don't know yet. That's why I said, what fresh out is this? I'm just asking questions. I'm just putting it out there. No, the gaming industry is basically terminally on fire. You just need to look. If you look left, there's a fire. You look right, there's a fire. You look behind you, there's a fire. You look ahead of you, there's a fire about to go. The only question is, which developer holds the match this time? Really? That's it. That's all you need to ask. Yeah, but my colleague is genuinely lazy bent. Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Ray. But I'm hopefully going to keep you company while you deal with that, whatever that is. Just see. Okay, Bugger Games, how are you doing, Mr. Leo? Lucids, how you doing? Acedia, how you doing, sir? Sorry, I'm busy replying to comments here as I'm live streaming, waiting for you guys to filter in. Because there's always someone, man. I need to calm down because there's something that really annoys me within sort of the gaming industry, but I think I don't think it's not just it's we live in an era where it genuinely feels like most people's education didn't cover sort of general understanding, the ability to infer information seems to have completely gone away. It seems like that's a skill that has died. You'll say something and people will immediately respond with a clear showing that they did not infer any of the information from what you said. You'll make a claim, you'll say something, and then people go, well, actually, that's not at all what it said. And you're like, well, it's very easy to infer from the information. So, for example, the Assassin's Creed stuff, right? Their official account tweets out 2 million players. And you go, well, players doesn't mean copies sold. And you have people going, bro, you can't say it doesn't mean copies sold. They might just have meant it that way. It's like, actually, no. You can infer from the tweet. Well, actually, let me use the full example because this is an actual example. I don't want to drag viewers. I generally don't want to drag people, but let me use the full example. So I said in my recent video, the fact that they're using players rather than units sold is because there are not that many units sold. They have not been able to celebrate 500,000 copies sold or 1 million copies sold or 2 million copies sold, right? They've not been able to do that. So they instead go for the 2 million players because that's technically true. And players is a really bad number or a really bad metric because players, 2 million players, means anyone that installed the game and at least logged on once. It doesn't mean that they're still actively playing because it isn't active players. It just means anyone that happened to accidentally fall on their PC and install Assassin's Creed Shadows and log in, that's now a player. Congratulations, right? And then you have people in the comment section going, well, how can you say that? How can you say that you don't have the official numbers of how many copies have been sold? So clearly you just don't know, right? You can't start guessing that they don't have. Maybe they did sell 1 million copies. They just don't want to say. And it's like, wait, you seriously can't infer from their language that they have not sold that many copies, or otherwise they would have said so, right? They would have said that. Caleb, how you doing, sir? Thundercool, how you doing? Transcus of the Waifu, how you doing? It's astounding to me that I live in a world where unless something is said explicitly, there's just a vast amount of people that have no ability to infer anything. Nothing is inferred. It's either said explicitly or it's not said. I can't listen to this. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the other thing that drives me absolutely nuts is we've seemingly lost the ability to infer nuance from conversations. So when someone says something, a great example of this is not too long ago, you have, let me just quickly find this. So here is Stuttering Craig. Stuttering Craig tweets out, here it is, all 2 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows credits. I just want to repeat that the credits are over 2 hours. Now, a normal human being, a person with an actual intelligence, goes, 2 hours? That's a very long time for credits, considering credits are standardized. They move at a specific speed, which is usually agreed upon by unions and all the rest of it. And you have to include every single person that possibly worked on the game. Any normal person looks at this and goes, "That's holy shit, how many people actually worked on this game?" And is that most likely not a problem? Is that maybe what Craig is referring to here? There were too many people working on the game. Why else would he reference the credits? And then you have people like this. Krinios, that says woke is when people who work on games get credited for it. Did he say anything about wokeness? Did he highlight that this is wokeness? No. He only showed the credits, and everyone else, all the intelligent people in the room, could infer from the credits, because inference is an actual skill, could infer from the tweet, oh shit, that's a lot of people who worked on the game. Except, of course, Krinios and his ilk, and about 188,000 people, by the way, cannot infer this. They have no idea. Oh, he's a guy that talks about woke all the time, and now he's tweeting about the credits. Is credits woke? Dummy. And I say, are you that stupid? And the 188,000 people that like this tweet should be ashamed of themselves, by the way. Should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. Because you seemingly don't have the ability to connect what Craig is talking about here. This is talking about corporate bloat within the gaming industry. And how there is no world in which you can make a successful game with 2 hours worth of credits. This is just impossible to do. And I tweet as much, right? And then you get the replies that just, like, look at this, right? So I tweet this out just to show you how bad people are at inferencing anything. I see now why there is no talking to you people. You clearly seem incapable of understanding nuance or even following a topic from its inception to its logical conclusion. So for the retards, 2 hours with credits is not a bespoke woke element, but instead it speaks to the toxic and destructive bloat in Western media. Now, an argument for DEI can be made extracting from the information at hand. Hiring a bunch of DEI staff means they aren't capable of doing the work a non-DEI hire would have done, and thus you need more of said DEI workers to get a project done. This, however, would be the main point made, right? And then this guy goes, dude, you're a pussy if you're complaining about credits you can literally skip. It's like, why the hell am I even trying when I'm sharing the world with people like this, where it's so clear that their education has failed at a fundamental level. There is no intelligence whatsoever. And if it wasn't for the fact that there is an actual skull, their heads would cave in. Because there's no brain in there. They just sort of follow along. This is like the proper NPC bullshit, where I just do what I'm told. And I do nothing else. I get so bloody annoyed by this, boys. You have no idea. I get so annoyed. Because I deal with this all the time. My comment sections are filled with people who can't make, and not filled, I should be honest. It's not filled. There's every single video, there's about 3 or 4, maybe 5 people who will comment, and it's just so clear that they have no idea how to infer nuance, how to infer the information. Unless the information is explicitly stated, they just don't believe it. No, thank you. I don't believe this. It didn't say so in the article. It's like, okay, but sometimes it doesn't have to say so in the article. Sometimes what it isn't saying in the article is more important than what it is saying, right? So in the getting back to the tweet from Ubisoft, the fact that it isn't saying copies sold and instead saying players should tell you they're not too proud of the number of copies sold, right? That's the inference that's easy to infer. We're talking about like grade 1 level inferences here. You don't even have to be that intelligent to figure that out. I cry for the general education of the left. I don't think there's plenty smart people in the left, quite frankly. Company brain, let's throw out a lot of boobies and make a good game when game releases. I mean, the woke rules. You need someone of that type to tell their story and no one else. Because, sadly, probably also true. Companies need smaller teams to work on each game. Yeah, no, the teams are absolutely disgusting. The average communist lawyer level education? Not wrong. Why am I looking at TikTok?
Hey, dude. Ew. Are you playing Assassin's Creed 3?
Yeah?
This game is an insult to the history of the American Revolution by not making the main character English. This is just more woke DEI garbage being pushed down our throats.
So you would want Connor to be white instead?
Yes, that would be more historically accurate.
But there were a few Native Americans who fought on both sides.
That's just obvious pandering.
Well, Assassin's Creed has never been historically accurate. It's been more so historically inspired. No one complained when Ezio fought the Pope in the Vatican, which obviously did not happen.
Right, but that's not about
race. So the only time that we complain about historical inaccuracy is when race is involved.
But
or how about when Ubisoft tried to be more historically...
Wait, what? What is this guy trying to say? Hey, is the left... Wait, let me just... I need to go back, guys.
Hey,
I need to go back. Sorry.
Hey,
I need to listen to his full argument because I'm genuinely... I feel like I'm getting brain damage, actually, from listening to this.
Are you playing Assassin's Creed 3?
Yeah?
This game is an insult to the history of the American Revolution by not making the main character English. This is just more woke DEI garbage being pushed down our throats.
So you would want Connor to be white instead?
Yes, that would be more historically accurate.
But there were a few Native Americans who fought on both sides.
That's just obvious pandering.
Well,
does this guy genuinely not understand? And I do actually... Dude, I think TikTok should have been banned because I do think a lot of these problems in the West comes from TikTok. But this is such an obvious straw man. Have you ever stopped to ask why no one was angry about Connor? Like, why did no one care about Assassin's Creed 3? Why was Assassin's Creed 3 not a problem for people? Well, I guess because they weren't claiming that the protagonist was historically accurate. They weren't telling anyone who had questions, oh, you're just a racist bastard. They were just making a video game. And everyone just understood that this is a video game and doesn't really matter. They weren't trying to push politics. And also, and it should probably just be mentioned, if the game is set in America during the Revolution, seeing a Native American in the game isn't outside the realms of possibility, right? You can expect to see that. Seeing a black dude in feudal Japan is outside the realms of expectations. No one expects to see a black dude. Never mind the fact that this black dude was not a samurai. Let's just be very clear. The dude spent about 2 years in Japan before leaving Japan. If he was a samurai, he would have committed seppuku, or however the hell they pronounce that, when Nobunaga died. Because that's how it works. If you're a samurai and your lord dies, you have to commit suicide, because guess what? You failed at protecting your lord. So if he was a samurai, that would have been the end of his life, and there would have been a tombstone somewhere for him. At best, what people are arguing is that he was a weapons bearer, which is high praise. That's a good position to have, and most samurai would have killed for that position. But to become a samurai, you need to spend your entire life training. You oftentimes need to have a father that is a samurai so that they can train you. It's not easy, and you're definitely not getting it within the 2 years that you spent in Japan. That would just not have been bestowed upon him. So the fact that Ubisoft were constantly pretending like this is historically accurate and the players should just not complain about it, it is obvious pandering. Seeing a Native American in America during the Revolution, yeah, that's not pandering, that's reality. No one cared because it made sense.
Well, Assassin's Creed has never been historically accurate. It's been more so historically inspired. No one complained when Ezio fought the Pope in the Vatican, which obviously did not happen.
Right, but that's not about
race? So the only time that we complain about historical inaccuracy is when race is involved.
When race is out of place, yes. The only time we complain about this is when race is out of place. You have the blackest man on the planet in feudal Japan. Why? And you cannot tell me for even a moment that it was the best choice for the story, because it wasn't. It wouldn't have been. And for this, we can literally just think logically about what the decision making would have been going into this game. Shit, boys, I have the greatest idea ever. Let's do the most requested game in the history of Assassin's Creed ever. Let's make this game in Japan. And I guarantee you no normal human being would sit there and go, you know what we need? Black Samurai. We need that Black Samurai, bro. We need a brother from the hood up in this bitch. No one would have thought that. Not a single person would have said, let's get a brother. This is in Japan. Let's get some Japanese people and make a game. Like every other game set in Japan during feudal Japan, get a Japanese dude and let's get this over and done with. Let's print some money, shall we? The fact that you decide to go with a black dude from Africa, no less, right? And this is your samurai is obvious political pandering. It can be nothing other than political pandering. And then to make matters worse, if we really want to nail it down, you don't even have to play as Yasuke. How do I know that Yasuke was included purely as a political prop? Because Yasuke's introduction is 20 minutes long. 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes of the game you play with Yasuke. Naoe's introduction, who also doesn't look Japanese, but never mind that. Naoe's introduction is over 3 hours long. Like, for the first 3-4 hours of the game, you have to play with Naoe, because Naoe is where the story is happening. The entire story revolves around Naoe. and what her father was. Nawe is the story. Without Nawe, there is no story. Yasuke has no story without Nawe. So the idea that Yasuke was a choice from the start is obvious bullshit. You just need to play the first 4 hours of the game to know, oh, Yasuke was genuinely just put in here because, well, we needed a black dude. You know, this game is way too white because according to the left, Asians are just white adjacent. This game is way too white. We need some black people in here. That's obviously what this choice was. So don't miss me with the bullshit of, so you're just complaining when it's a black character? No. We're complaining because this was so obviously a politically charged choice. You didn't make this choice because it made sense for the world. You didn't make this choice because it was the best choice to make. You made this choice because you needed a black dude. Your DI department would not allow you to make a game that doesn't at least have one person from a minority group in that game, and you decided to go with the black dude. And then you decided to throw in a bunch of non-binary people just to, really hammer this idea home.
Or how about when Ubisoft tried to be more historically accurate by giving Altair a Middle Eastern accent in Assassin's Creed Revelations and got criticized for not keeping the American accent from Assassin's Creed 1? Seems like there's some double...
Okay, again, are you absolutely insane? The reason people will obviously complain about it is, again, pandering. He had an American accent in 1. Why suddenly does he have a Middle Eastern accent in 2? Just stick to your guns. Stick with what you've done. You decided to go American in the first. And by the way, this is not some weird thing. There's a reason why a lot of movies have the American accent. Because most people around the world, right? Most people around the world has accepted the American accent as the thing. Now, I do want to say, though, I'm not even aware of any criticisms around Ezio's accent at the time. The internet was still very much in its infancy. I highly doubt that you got a bunch of people tweeting about this bullshit or even really complaining about this. I'm just taking him at his word, and I can tell you now the reason is the pandering of it. Why did you change the accent? What was the purpose? It's fine to have an Americanized accent because when I watch movies and I don't hear an American accent, as a South African, we have a lot of South African movies, right? We have a lot of Afrikaans movies, which is my language. I find it very, very unsettling when I watch a movie where Afrikaans people are speaking English and I'm not hearing the American accent. The accent is a great thing to me because in a movie, I expect an American accent, right? British can still pass, but I find the American accent soothing because I'm used to it. I grew up with the American accent being the accent in movies. So it's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just the new age where I guess this is a problem. But this entire thing is just this guy basically making up shit. He doesn't show anything. This is the problem with TikTok. I made this video on YouTube. Immediately in the comments, people go, what criticism? Show the criticism. Where's the criticism? How are you just claiming shit without showing the evidence? On TikTok, he does the thing, and most people on TikTok is just like, let's go, bro. Own those right-wingers. Yeah. I hate TikTok, man.
Standards going on.
Whatever. I'm gonna go watch more Asmongold.
All right. So just popping up the Asmongold there at the end because why not? You know what? These lefties are... Oh, man. Sometimes they really annoy me. Sometimes they really annoy me. I'm Indian, South African, but my accent is a mix of many accents. Yeah, well, waifu, I would say, yeah, even in South Africa, most Indian South Africans have a strange accent, I would say. But I think that also comes down to, okay, so those of you in chat, you probably won't know this. South Africa has a pretty weird thing going on where in almost every single town and city in South Africa, you have enclaves. So you have, for example, in every town, you have an Indian enclave where almost all of the Indian people live. And then you have a colored enclave, and you have a black enclave, and you have a white enclave, and so on. So a lot of Indian people in South Africa, even though they've been here for generations, will still have a slight, almost like an Indianized South African English accent. I don't know how to explain it, because I don't think it's not the same as the Indian accent. So when Indian people speak English from India, but it's not the normal South African accent, at least. It's like the Netherlands. I think probably similar. In the comments, the people do call the critics racist. Well, of course they will. Ask them to defend this. Defend what? Wait, what? I don't think, I mean, wait, this can't be the actual music. Is this the actual music? TMB, how you doing? By the way, thank you so much for the dono. TMB, by the way, guys, gave 100 Canadian dollars just for one of the videos. So can we get some hearts in chat for TMB? I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. TMB, when it comes to movies, I think the one... So, in Hollywood, the American accent is almost like a neutralized one, right? So, the American accent in movies tend to be the very neutral... a very neutral accent, where it does have the roll of the R, but it's not quite, you know, Texas, for example. TMB, I think it's a more neutral accent because of how it sounds. So, for example, I'll give you an example of a show that I can't watch. I can't get into, what's that? It's a vampire show. It was, like, huge for a few... It ran for, like, 7 seasons or something. True Blood, I think it's called. I can't watch True Blood. The accent in True Blood is so deep south, and they genuinely went real deep south. So rather than have the sort of more standardized deep south accent, which is fine, they went for the real deep south, right? The problem for me is the accent is grating on my ears. So I physically struggle to listen to it because the accent grates. Now, this would be fine in real life where you start to build connections, you hear it all the time around you, and you get used to it after a week or two. But remember, I don't hear that accent ever in real life, ever. So the only time I would hear it is in an episode of True Blood. And then I really struggle because my ears don't know that sound. That sound is just too much for my ears. My brain doesn't want to comprehend that sound. The same is true with a lot of accents. It's not just the American accents. There's a number of accents that are sort of too grating to just have as an accent. And so there's sort of like there's a more neutral version of the accent. And that's the standard Hollywood accent, where you have the rolling of the R's, you have a slightly more sort of neutral way of speaking, because it's the one that doesn't grate on people's ears. It doesn't make people uncomfortable to hear. Whereas too much of a southern twang will make it uncomfortable for people to listen to because they just don't know this sound. Even British, right? So you take the Cockney accent, for example. If I put a true Cockney person in front of a television screen and had you listen to actual Cockney, you'd be unsettled, bro. That language is very difficult. Or if I took like a Scouser and I put a Scouser on the TV screen, you'd struggle to listen to that shit. It's a harsh accent, you know? So, yeah, the neutral accent is just tends to be a better accent, at least, in my opinion. Some accents are hard to listen to. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This we did cover. We did speak about this. But he did say, I mean, he did clarify kind of and say their idea wasn't to brainwash people, but rather, it turned out that the game does give people some stuff to look at and to try and figure out whether or not you are living in an authoritative state, right? Because Super Earth is authoritarian. So Pillstat did try to sort of soften the blow, I guess you could say. I don't know. I feel like we need to start accepting the fact that a lot of the people in the gaming industry are super far left, and almost all of them appear to have this sort of angle that they keep pushing. Lydia, where are you from? I think the Department of Education closing down is a good thing. Based on the education of your average left-winger, it's clearly failed. So maybe a reset is required just to get shit back. Today, I wouldn't be too quick to say it's a bad accent. There's a lot of European accents that, for one reason or another, people love hearing in YouTube videos. But yeah, if it's a super harsh accent, I would say just make it in Italian. I could have told you it failed. They said, how so? Reform? Waifu, I wouldn't even say that you can reform the education department. You have to ask yourself, so one of the reasons I'm not a fan of education departments is you're handing off the education of children to the government. Now, in that, you need to ask yourself, what is it that drives the government? What is the government's motivation? It is not to make children smarter. Why would they do that? Why would they even care about that? That's definitely not the motivation. Their motivation will usually be something like creating good little soldiers. People who don't cause trouble, people who stay in their lane, people who don't rock the boat. Because governments want stability. Right? Governments favor stability. This is why when you look at the education system, there is just there is a push for anything that increases stability, and almost like a difference to anything that teaches critical thinking, the ability to spot lies, and the ability to hold people accountable. So you're taught from very young, just listen to your bosses, right? Listen to the teacher. The teacher knows best. So you're taught to give authority the be-all, end-all. Authority is everything. You submit to the authority. I don't see why anyone would want to give the government that power. Why would you want the government to deal with education? I think parents should have control of the education system, and the government at best, should only help those who really can't afford it to send their kids to a private school. Not yet, TMB. Not yet. This weekend was wild. So this entire weekend was it was a long weekend in South Africa, and we had Braai Day or Barbecue Day on Friday. It's actually Human Rights Day or something, but most people in South Africa just call it Barbecue Day because I don't even know what that day is about. I think it was Human Rights Day. I don't even know what day it was. Let me see. Hold up. I need to check. What day was it on Friday? It was Human Rights Day. I don't know why we have Human Rights Day, but we do. And so I went to a barbecue on Friday afternoon. Then on Saturday, my brothers came back from Lesotho. And then I had we went to a barbecue again on Saturday. And then on Sunday, I had church and a barbecue after church at church. And then I had choir practice until like 6. And by 6, I was so tired, man. I was just like, I just need to sleep. And then yesterday, I recovered from all of that, made a couple of videos, did some research. And now I'm here, you know? So I will check those out, I promise. Have you seen the Trump group chat leak? No, Amu, I have not seen that. What is it? What is this?
I know what I believe DEI is, and I believe, truthfully, it is simply a way the left is using the minority community, the black community, to get their agenda in.
Dude, I'll tell you this. There is nothing that scares the left more than a black man not agreeing with them. Like, that should just freaks them out. You know, because remember, if you're on the left, you are a racist. You believe that black people are below you, and therefore you, as the white person, the superior one, needs to stand up for their rights. You need to defend them because they can't defend themselves. And then when you have a black person not agreeing with you, this really makes you uncomfortable. Because why the hell is this guy speaking out of turn? He should be shutting up and letting me save him. Right? And then it turns out that a lot of black people are starting to see through the lies, or starting to realize that this is all nonsense. Right? We don't need white people to speak for us. We can speak for ourselves. We don't need white people to stand up for us. We can stand up for ourselves. Why? Because we're human beings. We're intelligent. We can do our own shit. And I love when I see people finally waking up from this and realizing, oh, wait, no, this is nonsense.
And that's what I believe. But don't let facts get in the way of my feelings. So let's just look. Black Enterprise magazine, a staple in the black community, wrote an article noting a study where nationwide, of all chief diversity officers in corporate America, how many of you think are black?
Probably not, or close to none.
4%.
Yeah, man, because remember, it's not about empowering black people. It's about allowing white women to feel like they're empowering black people. Like, you have to understand this. You have to know this. DEI is how white women become the superior people of the world.
4%. 78% white. Well, let's look at the actual study that it cites. Right? You can come and see it by Zippa, looking at these professions.
Yep.
76.1% white, 3.8% black.
Yep.
Well, let's keep going. In 2011, 3.78% of all chief diversity officers in the United States were black. 10 years later, in 2021, the time of this study, 3.78% were.
Wow. Wouldn't you know? The white women have done nothing to empower the black community. They've just kept them down. Dude, white women? Oh, man. White woman, I hate to say this as a white man, blonde hair, blue eyes, as white as they come, right? I can literally trace my lineage back to Germany on all sides, right? So I am as white as it comes. But here's the real kicker. White women come from apparently being superior, because remember, they say that in the past, white people were all superior and shit, and white people had all the privilege. And white women obviously had that privilege as well because they were married to white men. They come out of that, and suddenly they go, wait, no, screw these white men. They were privileged. We are part of the minority groups, right? We're part of the slaves. We have to join the slaves. And then they use the slaves to just get themselves back to superiority. And that's it, right? That's the whole game. It's just white women switching sides, being privileged once before, claiming that they weren't privileged at all, and now they have all the privilege because they're fighting on behalf of the poor black folk that can't fight for themselves. This guy is just destroying all of that with the actual facts. Another anti-white racist on the podium then? As it should be, right? Okay, is Karens that's the problem? I don't think it's just Karens. And I also don't think it's all white women, right? That's not my argument here. I know that there are a bunch of white women who also don't agree with this nonsense. I would say that it is the liberal middle class white woman. It's the white women that have never had to worry about anything, that grew up their entire life super protected in very nice neighborhoods where their dads worked their asses off to give them the best education, the best chances at life. And now that they're sort of bored and don't know what to do with their lives, they find these little pet projects of theirs, and it is ruining people's lives.
We're black. We had DEI policies the whole time. We didn't gain a percentage point.
Hey.
We didn't gain a percentage
Pineapple, how you
point.
doing?
But during that same time, white women gained more in that same study. How do we know?
Of course.
Well, we can look at some other studies. Here's Forbes magazine. Who actually, this is what the title is, who benefits from diversity and inclusion efforts? Well, let's see.
White woman.
It's cited. According to another McKinsey study, white women hold nearly 19% of all C-suite positions, while racial and ethnic minority women hold only 4%. Overall, white women have benefited disproportionately from corporate DEI policies. Don't let facts get in the way of your feelings.
Yeah, well,
Let's
not
look at
wrong.
Crimson. Harvard University. When we were studying diversity, equity, and inclusion in administration and the admissions process at universities, they went and asked white students whether or not they supported DEI. Overwhelmingly, they said yes. But let's see why. White students at elite universities tend to view affirmative action favorably, most often because they believe diversity benefits them personally, according to the study published.
And believe them when they talk about it. What's the mantra we have always said? We've always heard. Diversity is our strength. Believe them when they say it. Diversity is our strength. Why? Why do corporations really love diversity, ladies and gentlemen? What is DEI that corporations love? Cheap labor. And not because black people are inferior and can't be paid as much as white people. It's about increasing the competition for jobs. If you have 20 open positions and you have 500 people available for those positions, you don't have to pay as much. Because if you don't want to work for the meager salary that I offer, I'll just take some other fool that's willing to work for it. DEI serves the rich because it allows them to increase artificially the number of or the amount of competition for any given role within a company so that they can pay far less than what they would have had to pay if they had to hire based on merit. That's all it is. That's literally the only goal. That is why when they say diversity is our strength, they're not lying. Diversity is their strength. They benefit from it. Of course, society suffers as a result of it, but they don't care because they're not part of society. Most of these people don't live anywhere where they be impacted by these policies or where these policies would even matter to them. So from their perspective, it's literally just upsides, no downsides whatsoever. Off the Wall Street, they got scared, so DI, that makes sense, but I also feel the division keeps us distracted. TMB, so it's always necessary to look at what is the motivation for something, and then what does that something allow for after the fact. So the motivation, I believe, fundamentally is lower wages. They can get workers for pennies on the pound because they don't have to worry too much about, competition within the workplace. But then the aftermath of that is obviously a lot more division. A lot of people are fighting amongst themselves because of these diversity efforts that's being pushed in society. In South Africa, I'll be able to tell you this. Waifu will be able to tell you this. Anyone from South Africa will be able to tell you this. Our racial policies in South Africa has destroyed the ability for different races to have conversations with each other. There is just constant fighting between the different races. It's not brought anyone closer together. It has torn this country apart. The only places where you actually see racial issues sort of not be that big of an issue is in Cape Town. The Western Cape, which happens to be one of the few provinces in the country that has never had this incredible reliance on DEI stuff where most people grow up very much sort of integrated anyways, has some of the best race relations I've ever seen in my life. I'll give you guys this is anecdotal, but in the North, where I'm from originally, whenever you saw an interracial couple in the North, you'd be kind of shocked because it happens so rarely. So you'd see, a black girl with a white boyfriend, and everyone would sort of be like, "What the hell is that?" Right? Because no one knows what it looks like. It never happens. I remember one of the biggest scandals in my high school when I was at high school, was another high school, the English high school, where one of the head boy of the school fell in love with a black girl in the school. Dude, and my town could not stop gossiping. It got so bad that eventually the school asked them to break up because it was causing tension in the community. You had all of these different groups just going, "No shit, bro, this is happening." That's how bad it was in the North. Then you come to where I am in the South now, right, in the Western Cape, and you see interracial couples everywhere. It's still, a majority is still, people sticking to the race. But every single time I go out, I'll see probably 4 or 5 couples, and no one cares. No one even gives a shit. Everyone's just sort of living their life, not really making much of a deal about it, because there wasn't that big focus on race in the Western Cape as there has been in the other provinces. So all of this is literally meant to drive lower wages, but in the aftermath of that, it creates division. Now, this is where a bunch of evil people that want to do evil stuff use this division as a nice little side quirk, right? I can use this division to my benefit to actually do things and keep people distracted. But I don't think distraction is the main reason for why they did what they did. Rainbow Nation, yet so many racial issues we have. We are literally the opposite of what I would call a Rainbow Nation, quite frankly.
In the Harvard Graduate School of Education by Professor Natasha Warrico. Warrico interviewed almost 100 white students at Harvard, Brown, and Oxford.
Yeah.
It was sometimes problematic because they saw affirmative action as something to benefit themselves, the white students, rather than a policy that was about justice or racial equality or access.
Yeah.
Her research also demonstrated that white students typically believe they want admission to their respective schools based on merit alone. By contrast, many white undergraduates said they believe Black and Latino students benefited from affirmative action, and that's why they were on campus.
Do you realize how damaging that is to the psychology of a human being? When you're walking around at one of the most prestigious universities in the world, and you think other people think you're only there because of your skin color and not because you deserve to be there. Do you have any idea what that would do to a person? Knowing that they're not there because they're smart. They're not there because they're intelligent enough to be there. They're there purely because of the color of their skin. Now, it doesn't matter whether or not that is actually true. Because I do believe going to Harvard, you need to have at least a baseline of intelligence, right? There must be a lot of intelligence at least there. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. What matters is how does it make you feel? If you feel that that is what it is, guess what you just did? You created a person that will, for the rest of their lives, feel inferior to those around them. Because everyone else thinks they're inferior. I don't get why it's so hard to just treat people equally. As soon as you give special treatment, it just spirals out of control and creates more division. Perlana, how you doing, by the way? And yeah. The issue is that for a lot of the useful idiots, it genuinely is about doing good. Now, so a lot of the useful idiots genuinely think that something like this is good for people. Savan, how you doing? Because they don't know how to think through the whole issue. To them, the whole issue doesn't matter. It's too difficult. How would I even know, right? We had this discussion earlier in the stream.
See, all that did was reinforce racial stereotypes. Well, I'm not afraid of the truth, but about 90% of what I heard from my Democrat colleagues was untruthful as it relates to this bill. And I'll go through in minute detail. So, for instance, it was alleged that this will get rid of black fraternities and black student unions. Well, that means you didn't read the bill, because in line 772, it says nothing in this section prohibits a state institution of higher education from complying with any state or federal law to provide disability services or to permit student organizations, including fraternities and sororities. It's right there in the text.
Dude, if you're still someone that votes Democrat, I ask you only one thing. Whenever the Democrats say anything, whenever the Democrats disagree with the bill, whenever the Democrats claim that something is going to do something, fact check that for yourself. Don't trust the fact checkers. Fact check that for yourself. Go read the bill. Go watch a YouTube channel that reads the bill. Whatever you want, if you're too lazy to do it yourself. I will tell you 9 times out of 10, they outright lie about what the bill is going to do or even what the bill is about. And on the 1 out of 10 time, they lie by omission. But I am yet to hear the Democrats one time be even remotely honest about what bills are actually about and what bills will actually do. For example, the newest one where you have the Democrats literally claiming that Trump wanting to cut taxes for people earning under $150,000 a year will somehow take money from the poor and give that money to the rich. And you're like, wait, what? If he's not taxing people that are quote unquote poor, then he's physically not taking money from the poor, right? So there's no way to take money from the poor and give to the rich because you're not taking money from the poor in any way, shape, or form. But this is how they spin things. Check it for yourself, and you'll be astounded at what you find with the Democrats. Republicans aren't the best, but they aren't nearly as evil as the Democrats nowadays. I say this because there's a lot of debate, even in my church. There are people who are genuinely anti-Trump. Now, I get that. I don't believe that Trump is an actual Christian. I don't think so, right? At least not a Bible-professing Christian. So you do have Christians that just go, I cannot support a man that is like this. He's not a Christian, so I will not support him. My answer is, anyone who doesn't support Trump is automatically supporting the Democrats. A party that, in a lot of cases, wants abortion to be legal up until the day before birth. You even have Democrats that say you should be able to kill a child after birth, right? If you find some defect that isn't quite wanted. You have a group of people that have no sanctity for life. You have a group of people that want to keep wars going into perpetuity. You have a group of people that hate freedom, hate anyone having their own say and doesn't trust the government. And you're telling me that Trump is worse than that? Dude, I don't give a shit what Trump does. Trump can take a shit on the White House lawn and it'll be better than anything the Democrats have to offer. It will be less evil. I'll go so far. Trump can kick puppies and it'll be less evil than the Democrats. It is a party made up of psychopaths and narcissists. And if you're voting for it, you're literally voting for people who would be more than happy to kill babies up until the ninth month. Who would be more than happy to make it legal for people to do all sorts of absolute debaucherous shit with no questions asked. So if you're voting Democrat because you happen to not like Trump, you need to know that you are voting for the most evil party this world has ever seen, and yes, I include the Second World War. Because at least in the Second World War, most people looked at the Nazi party and went, "Ooh, shit, that's rough." You know? Like, that's rough. Really? Why don't we just ship them off to Israel? Do we really need these camps with these weird shower installations? Right? Most people at least could see that. And the way the Nazis got away with it was not telling their people the shit that they were doing. The problem with the Democratic Party is they are telling their followers what they're doing, and their followers are more than happy to go along with it. So if you are still one of those that just don't like Trump and therefore think you're voting Democrat, just know that you are voting for the most evil party in the history of the world. And you should probably reevaluate your morality.
Again, individuals said that this was going to whitewash history and our ancestry, right, and our past. It was going to suppress free speech in the classroom. We were going to dictate what subjects we couldn't talk about. I would simply say, look at line 768, where it literally says, nothing in this section prohibits faculty or students from classroom instruction, discussion, or debate, as long as the faculty member allows the student to express intellectual diversity. Equity is just a closeted way of trying to put in quotas. That's all it is. If you believe that a room full of 100 people has to have 13 black members because that's the breakdown of society and you only find 5 qualified candidates, how do you get to your 13-member quota?
You get worse people.
Standard.
Yep.
In order to get more minorities in the room.
Yep.
Well, what does that do for the 5 members that got there based off their merit? What does that do for me, who has a Juris Doctorate, my wife who has a master's degree and has served in corporate rooms for 20 years? What does that do for me, who was already in the room? What happens is
devalues your position, because the problem is, remember, people don't think nuancely. So what happens is even the people of minority groups that do belong there suddenly become DEI hires. This is what we see in the gaming industry. Whenever a game comes out now that has a female protagonist, what do people say? Oh, DEI. Even if it has nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's just a game. It's just, Split Fiction is a great example of this. This man took his daughters as the inspiration for his game. And that's the game that he made. He doesn't care about the politics of people. He doesn't care what people think politically. He wanted to make this game. He has a track record of making games about dudes. Brothers, No Way Out. These are all dudes playing in those games. Now he decided to make a game about 2 women having to do things. I don't know. I haven't played Split Fiction yet. But immediately, the argument is, oh, DI. Why? Because you've cheapened the position of women within the space by trying to insert them where they do not belong. And now people are pattern recognizing their way to a conclusion. Whether that conclusion is right or wrong, you're to blame for the fact that they're doing that.
The other 87 members look at all of us as though the reason we're present is because of the DEI policies. You diminish my presence there based off my merit, because you want to try to provide for a phantom land where every boardroom, every university, every classroom, every chamber should represent equally the diversity of the United States.
Bro, this guy is probably one of the most based people I've ever heard. We need to make this guy famous. Hey, this guy deserves to be famous. Absolutely based. Well done. Well played, sir. All right, now I can quickly read what you guys have to say. What's up? Bit of vagrant authoritarian businessman, then a bit of communist. I don't agree with a few things Trump says, but the dude helped pro-lifers. I have to be honest. This time around, there's very little that I disagree with Trump on. Just gonna be honest about that. Everything Trump says, I'm like, yeah, base, bro. I agree with that. Let's go with that. So I haven't had the same sort of in the first time around. There were definitely things that Trump said that I was like, oh, I don't know about that. But I think this time Trump is a lot more prepared. Like Trump knows what he needs to do, and I'm super happy for it. We are in the best timeline. I agree with that. We're in at least an exciting timeline. We're in a timeline where a lot of people are, I think, being challenged. And you're starting to see the real sort of approach come out. You're starting to see how things are really happening and how things really work, which is super exciting. I disagree with Trump on Greenland, Canada, Gaza, and Ukraine. Domestically, however, he's good in my humble opinion. So, Trending, I think a lot of people misunderstand Trump on almost all of those issues. So, on Ukraine, I absolutely agree with Trump. Because Trump identified the biggest issue in Ukraine. Trump identified that President Zelensky made a number of promises to his people that would never be kept. There was no way that Ukraine was ever going to defeat Russia. It wasn't going to happen. At best, Ukraine would be able to hold on for very, very many years and probably decades. But eventually, Ukraine would just run out of soldiers. This is just bog standard. It would have happened. Ukraine will not survive a war of attrition against Russia. Very few countries will. The Russian people are used to attrition. They'll be able to do it. Other countries will not. The problem is that because Zelensky made these bold promises that they're going to wipe Russia off the face of the earth and they're going to push Russia back, Zelensky couldn't really go back. Zelensky couldn't suddenly turn around and say, all right, boys, we're probably going to have to come to some kind of deal with the Russians. So Trump identified this and Trump said, no more aid. You either come to the peace table or you take your chances. This, of course, forced Zelensky to go, fine, we'll negotiate peace. And this allowed Trump to go to Russia and be like, oi, boys, the Ukrainians are ready to go for peace. So either you come to the table and we discuss peace, or we all go to war. And that was basically what Trump said to Putin. If Russia refuses peace talks, Ukraine will get everything it wants. Like Trump said that. They will arm Ukraine to the hilt if Russia refuses to come to the negotiation table. Because they already have Zelensky, and because Zelensky is willing, now it becomes a thing of if Putin denies this, Putin is the warlord and the aggressor, and therefore America now has a reason to back Ukraine to the hilt. And you already see it. Russia is willing to negotiate peace. I believe they're starting today, or maybe in the next few days. They're all in Saudi Arabia now, actually discussing peace. So peace might actually happen there. The one place I will agree with you is Israel, because I think the same approach in Ukraine should be the approach in Israel. America should tell Israel, look, you can go with this war as long as you want, but we will not aid you in it. You either put an end to this war now, or we stop funding. This is your choice. If you want to go to war with Hamas, by all means go for it, but we're not funding this shit. So find peace. I think the one thing that makes Israel different to Ukraine is the fact that Hamas is funded by Iran. So the problem is, if you cut funding to Israel, Iran will not cut funding to Hamas. So Hamas will just eventually wipe Israel off the map, as they have said they want to do. People should go listen to what the Hamas leadership says. They don't want a two-state solution. They don't want to live peacefully with the Israelis. What Hamas wants is to kill every Jew in the Promised Land. That's their goal, right? So I think Trump also understands this. Iran will not stop funding. So it's very difficult to cut funding to Israel without basically signing their death warrant. You are just saying it's over, right? In this case, there's at least with Ukraine, there is the thing, we're going to cut funding unless you agree to peace talks. And Ukraine said, fine, we'll agree to peace talks. I will do anything for money. Now you go to Israel, to Russia, and you say, boys.
Rotoyo Martin super chatted $5.92. Trump is Warhammer player who said what he gonna do in next turn to trick his opponent to fall for his trap.
So personally, first and foremost, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate you, sir. And yeah, I agree with you. I think Trump is playing, in terms of geopolitics, he's playing a very smart game to try and get everyone to the table to start negotiating for peace. I think the Middle East one is difficult though, because these are people that's been at war forever, right? And getting this war to stop is going to be super difficult. Gonna wipe them off. Rakan, if Hamas gets funding and the world cuts Israel's funding, Hamas does have the ability to wipe Israel off the map. Remember, Israel is a very rich country, but it's not a very war-rich country. It gets all of its weapons from America. It doesn't produce its own weapons. So if America goes to Israel and says, we're cutting you off, Israel has no way to get weapons. Not fast enough to stop Hamas. So, who do you back? The guy with a stick or the guy with a bazooka? The guy with a bazooka is quite good and in a more favorable position. So there is a reason for the Middle Eastern stuff, although I do think Trump needs to be a lot harder on Israel. But also I think Trump needs to be a lot harder on Iran. We need to do something about Iran, because if you can stop Iranian leadership, you'll stop Hamas. If you can cut the funding of Hamas, you stop the war. The war stops immediately as soon as Hamas loses its funding. Because none of the other Middle Eastern nations are funding Hamas. They don't want this war to continue. It's only Iran that is fighting this proxy war. So I can probably agree with you a little bit on the Israel thing. It's not the most well handled. Then let's talk about Canada and let's talk about Greenland. Here, I think what a lot of people are missing is how Trump does business and how Trump does deals. And it's weird because Trump did it for 4 years. But now that Trump is in office again, people are just sort of again forgetting how Trump operates. Trump never says what he wants. And you can literally go read Trump's book where he discusses this. Bad negotiations are telling the opposition what you want before you even start negotiating. What Trump will do is, Trump will say outrageous things. Like, for example, Canada can become the 51st state. Does Trump actually want Canada to be the 51st state? I don't think so. Because again, remember, Trump doesn't believe that you should tell your opponent what you want before you go into negotiations. You say something outrageous. Like, we want Greenland. We want Canada. Now, when you get to the negotiation phase, your opponent is thinking, man, we can't let him have Canada. But you never wanted Canada in the first place. You just wanted a better deal with Canada. So now, when you reach an agreement where Canada drops all of its import tariffs, protects its border, and works more closely with America, the Canadians walk away thinking, guys, at least we're not part of America. We won. We won. You know, we managed to talk Trump out of trying to own Canada, right? And Trump walks away going, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you very much. I'm done with this, right? And it's the same with Greenland. I don't think Trump wants Greenland. I think what Trump wants is military bases or more military bases on Greenland. But by starting with the we want Greenland, by the time Trump gets his military bases on Greenland, the Danish walk away thinking, oh shit, dude, we won. Trump is putting up mines, Greenland is going to be making more money, and there's some military bases, and we still own Greenland. Now Greenland is making more money, so we don't have to pay as much money to Greenland. Trump is winning because America gets way more resources, and he has his military bases, right, in Greenland. You always start with the extreme, what you don't really want, but you need them to believe that you want it, and then you negotiate for what you actually want. And the opponent walks away thinking they're getting what they want and you're not getting what you want because you're not getting Greenland or you're not getting Canada. So I would say be careful when you take Trump at his word. Because he says in his book, he doesn't reveal what he wants before negotiations. So when Trump says before negotiations, I want Canada, I guarantee you he doesn't want Canada. That's not what he wants. He wants something else. Canada, the threat of taking Canada is just the start of the negotiations. Everyone can see the same event and come to completely different conclusions. Bad Mattress, that's sadly human, right? Apparently not. Canada is woke central. No, Trump won't. Look, no conservative in his right mind wants Canada. Michael, how you doing, bro? I want my opposition to believe I'm simple-minded. After Turkey and Israel overthrew Assad, the land bridge between Lebanon and Iran is destroyed. Israel is winning now. Well, let's see. Let's see how long this lasts. Because fundamentally, if there's one thing I've seen about the Iranians is that they don't give up easily. Right? So let's see. Let's see what happens. I think the Middle East is a nightmare. Wait, what? Oh, wow, wait, what? So Vavra confirms that they literally put the gay romances in there in order to not be criticized. Can someone who speaks this language, whatever this language is, confirm is that actually what he's saying here?
Hey.
Bad Matches, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. And to be fair, I don't necessarily I don't think this makes I don't necessarily think this is what makes KCD a bad game, or that this even makes KCD a bad game. It's just nice to finally have this confirmation. The gay romances, it was put in for political reasons, which is what I said from the beginning. It's clear that it was. So if this is real, and if this is what he said, it proves that, right? We didn't want to be called sexist, and so we put a bunch of gay romances into the game. That way no one can claim we're sexist. What I don't like, and what I still don't like, is how after being caught, he acted like a naughty little child. Oh, Pringles, that's exactly the problem, right? Once you give these people an inch, they will take a mile. They will not stop. They will keep moving the envelope. They will keep moving the angles until they get what they want, right? And the problem is what they want is ever morphing, ever changing. The left doesn't have a station. There's no station. You know, you think back 15 years ago. 15 years ago, most gay people in the world just wanted to be left alone to live their lives as everyone else. And they basically got that, right? No one cared. You go back 10 years ago, no one could give a shit whether you're gay, straight, lesbian, whatever, right? It was fine. You go back even 10 years ago, you would hear trans people say, we just want to live our lives, right? We don't want to bother anyone. We don't want to be bothered. The issue is that there's no station. There's no end station where they go, we've arrived. The second the gay people got acceptance, they wanted more. The second the trans people got acceptance, they want more. Right? I'm not talking about individual trans people. I'm not talking about individual gay people. I'm talking about the movements. And there's a reason why movements operate this way. If you're a movement, you get money for your movement. A movement without movement is dead, and no one's going to pay for that. So if you are a movement, you need to continuously create movements. So once you arrive at the station where no one gives a shit, now we want more. And so now we push more, right? We don't just want the same rights as everyone else. We want more rights than everyone else. We want to be super protected. Now, I always use the following example. The whole bathroom issue, for example. Should trans people be able to use the bathroom that they look like? My argument has always been quite simple on that, and it's more of a sort of, I guess, what's the word? It's more like a practical answer rather than a definition-based one. If Blair White walked into the male bathroom, I think I can comfortably say that all of the men would be immediately very confused at what's going on there. If Blair White walked into the female bathroom, I think no one would even know. No one would know what's happening here. So people would just not give a shit. Right? I've always said that that's sort of all that's needed, right? If you look the part, I don't think there's any debate here. I don't think anyone is going to debate this. Because how the hell would you know? If you don't know Blair White personally, how would you even know? Right? Now, I'm sure if you actually saw Blair White in real life, you'd probably be able to tell eventually. But I'm just sort of talking about seeing someone for 2 seconds and having to make a judgment call. So the whole debate is dead. But remember, that's not who the debate is about. The debate isn't about Blair White that is mostly passing. The debate is about the dude with a beard that happens to wear a dress and some lipstick wanting to go into the women's bathroom. That's what the debate is actually about, because that is what they demand. What they demand is that the dude with the dress and the beard should be allowed to go into the female bathroom. And that's where conservatives like myself are going, no. No, because if that is what we allow, who gets to decide who is actually trans and who is just trying to get into the girl's bathroom, if you know what I mean? If we should just let people in based on how they feel or claim they feel, there's no way for us to protect. And then you hear again the debates go on, oh, so you're thinking all trans people are pedos. It's like, no, that's not what I said, right? What I said was, if you allow everyone to go to any bathroom just based on what they say, there is no way to know whether or not you're allowing a pedo into the bathroom or if it's just a trans person going to a bathroom. Because we're allowing people to just say, so this dude with a lumberjack look and the build of a truck can walk into the female bathroom. If anyone stops him, he can just go, well, I identify as a woman. And you just have to let him go in? Like, where's the station? Where are we stopping this? When is this train stopping? Because there needs to be a stopping place here. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Right? And that's the issue. These movements have no end station. There's no destination. There's only the movement. And they'll keep building the tracks. You know, there's literally, picture a train, and at the front of this train, there's a bunch of dudes with tracks. And they'll just keep laying the tracks, bro. Like, as the train is going, they'll just put down the track for it to keep going. There's no end in sight. They'll just keep rushing. That's the issue. You mean the difference between dysphoria and autogynephilia? I don't know what... I think I know what dysphoria means. I don't know what autogynephilia means. But yeah, sure. I guess. I have no idea. Similarly, diving into more 40k lore. Mr. Free Candy, I don't know. We'll see. How you doing, bro? Blair did go in the mains, and Blair got some confused looks. Well, of course. Right? If you don't know who Blair White is, and Blair just walks into the bathroom, you're immediately going to be like, excuse me, you're in the wrong bathroom here, miss. Get the hell out. Right? You're going to be super mega confused about what's happening there. Because of the waifu, so my thing about trans people has always been the same. I do believe that there is a very small subset of the world's population that suffer from gender dysphoria, right? So these are people who, for some reason or another, believe that they belong in a different body. They don't think that their body matches what their mind thinks they are. Right? I do believe that. Now, as a Christian, I believe that that is sin. Right? It is sinful behavior. But it's the same kind of sin as a man that wants to have sex with many, many women. That is sin. It's your nature driving you because you are far from God. Since we're all sufferers of sin, and sin is literally everywhere, and we all partake in sin, I would want most people to turn to God and to actually pray and repent and hope that God, alleviates that sin, changes that sin for them. But in the case where people don't want to turn to God, right? So, and you can't force people to turn to God. That's just not how it works. If someone doesn't want to turn to God, they don't want to repent of their sins, I would say, for the people that genuinely suffer from dysphoria, if they are 18 years of age and they're competent to make that decision for themselves, they should be allowed to do whatever they want. You're an adult. It's not my job to tell you what to do. In the same way that I can't say to a man, you can't have sex with multiple women before marriage and you can't cheat on your wife once you're married, the same way I can't tell a person that wants to change their gender, I can't say that. If you're an adult, you do what you do. My rules are, you leave kids alone. The kids have nothing to do with this. And sure, there's plenty of people that make the argument, oh, but if a trans person goes through puberty, it makes it harder later in life to pass. I don't care. Children are not yet ready to make a decision that big. I'm sorry, but no. You don't get to play with kids. They might grow out of it. They might change their minds. If you allow them to go through with it before they are able to actually make an adult decision, you might be ruining their lives forever. And we now know that you do. Puberty blockers are not, as it were, without side effect. They have tremendous side effects and they're really bad for you. Right? So you shouldn't be putting people on puberty blockers to begin with. And then have respect for the fact that you might feel like you're a woman, but you're not a woman. You're a trans woman, fine, but you're not a woman. Therefore, there are certain rights that you just don't have. For example, you don't have the right to use female bathrooms if females don't feel comfortable with it. You don't have the right to compete with women in sports. This might be hard to hear, and I get that some people go, that's super unfair. Life isn't fair. But what is definitely not fair is asking women to compete with trans women in sports. I mean, I showed you guys just last week 15-year-old boys, 15-year-old boys breaking female world records in track and field. No natural woman can compete with someone that's gone through puberty, can compete with someone that has had the testosterone. It just cannot happen. So fundamentally, to keep things fair for women, we don't allow women to compete against trans women in sports. And I don't think anyone should have a problem with this. And life isn't fair, right? In the same way that I cannot suddenly demand to be allowed into the world's strongest man competition, or to say, well, actually, I think I should be allowed to be a male model. I know I'm fat. I know I'm not that beautiful, but fuck it. I think I should be a model. No, sorry, bro. You're fat. You can't be a model. If you want to be a model, go work out and hopefully it works for you. But you probably don't have the beauty for it anyway, so shut the hell up and go do something else. Life's not fair, but that's just life. There's nothing you can do about it. The film, you're probably not wrong on that one. Lightning, how you doing? I don't think that's the argument, Lightning, that Michael is making. Michael is making the argument that these days in schools, and we have evidence that supports this, when a boy is slightly effeminate and most likely just gay, that boy is told from the earliest age possible, oh, you must be trans. You're most likely trans. Right? And this is during a time where most kids are highly impressionable, right? 12, 13, 14 years old, kids are at their most impressionable. So doing that to a child of that age can have severe consequences. Or girls, that's a bit more tomboyish. And suddenly being told, oh, you're actually a man. It's like, well, okay, you're not, though. You might just be a tomboy. You're probably going to grow out of it because most tomboys do. Or you're just going to grow up as a tomboy. You know, and you're going to be a bit more tomboyish, and that's fine. You shouldn't be putting that on children when they're at their most impressionable and also not yet mentally ready to make that decision. I don't even know what the difference is between those things. I don't know. It is what it is. But I do think, I think as long as you have people trying to demand, right, special treatment, they're gonna have problems. Because no one is ever actually going to believe this shit. And I think that's the problem. It's a bunch of people trying to fight for something that most people just automatically know isn't real. Yeah, the Lightning. I mean, you have someone like Sneaky. Sneaky, the old League of Legends player that sometimes cosplays female characters, or most of the time cosplays female characters, and then you just see the comments of Sneaky, and it's like, oh shit, he's coming out as trans, or she's coming out, whatever, right? And then Sneaky speaks with one of the deepest voices you could ever hear, and it's just like him and his girlfriend having fun, and he happens to find it hilarious to do it. And it's like, well, it's fine if people want to do that. I do find it somewhat weird, but it is fine. By the way, gentlemen, can I quickly show you how to know when you've absolutely won at life? Like, if you're a man and you're married to a woman like this, you have won at life. Listen to this.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Weichbrot. I'm a mom of 2 in Fairfax County. This is my oldest, and my husband and I have a difficult decision to make this fall as he is approaching preschool age, and we are faced with the decision of whether or not we are going to put our child in public school system where Fairfax County has decided to move forward with instituting gender studies in elementary school. Despite having done a study group, a focus group in the community to see if parents even wanted this. And when parents said no, the board voted 16-0. And
You still think the education department should exist? The community said no. We don't think our kids should be taught gender studies. It's kids, let them play. Despite this, the board of educators said, no, we think we will teach your kids. And you still think the education department is a net good?
said we're moving forward anyways. This shows clearly that they see parents not as partners, but as an obstacle for their agenda. And I have a really hard time looking at him and going, here, I'm just going to give you over to people who do not want to partner with me in how you're going to be raised. School and education is a huge part of a child's life. And early childhood is supposed to be filled with exploration and creativity and fun, not debating issues that are for adults to handle. These kinds of topics should be introduced sensitively and by parents who are raising their children with their values, not with an ideology passed down from the top.
Dude, based. And if you're a man and your wife is like this, you've won. I want you to go to your wife tonight, or if you're at home right now, kiss that woman and say thank you. Thank you for being a good mother. Thank you for being a good wife. We need more of you in this world. Right? Because this is what you want to see. You want to see white women standing up for their children and saying, no, you don't get to teach my child your bullshit. I trust my child to you to teach them math, to teach them language, to teach them history, to teach them geography. I'll do the rest. I'll raise my child. I don't need you to do that. Your job is to teach my child. Let me do the raising. I'm the parent. But schools nowadays don't want to leave it to parents because parents might not teach the right things. Instead, they want to be the ones to raise their children. It is refreshing. What's sad, though, is how many parents are standing up and don't want this, and just how often it gets completely shut down. Caleb, that masculine urge is probably going to start playing itself out at some point. I'm willing to bet at some point that masculine urge is going to start playing itself out. Yeah, they're playing a very, very dangerous game. It's not like there is someone trying to pay someone. Wait, what's going on here? Breaking. This is the list of influencers being paid by the DNC. Every single person on this list is on salary, receiving payments from the DNC to promote left-wing propaganda. Just because someone's name isn't included here doesn't mean they aren't being paid. This is only one list. I blacked out the section that shows where they live. This list was provided to me by an extremely trustworthy source within the organization. Okay, so we have Joe Melee. Do you guys see any names that look familiar? These are all TikTok people, though. Some of them are on YouTube as well. I'm not on here. I highly doubt I'm on here. If I'm on here, then I know this list is fake. because I've never received money once. So, Savan, the thing for me is, while obviously we don't have the ability to corroborate this with anything, I would not be surprised. We know that there's a lot of dark money, right? And we know that USAID was one of the main sort of pushers of this dark money. This has been exposed by Doge already. Doge has showed how USAID money was used for these sort of psyops in society. So I wouldn't put it past the DNC to be paying these influencers a lot of money in order to get off the ground, in order to sort of make content that is pro DNC. I would not be surprised. But then again, like I said, it's not a verified list. And just because someone says to me that it's a trustworthy list doesn't mean I'm going to just take it. But I would not be surprised. Maybe I forgot to give them... Dude. Look, hey, if the DNC wants to give me the bag in order to push their talking points, it's going to have to be a big bag. It's going to have to be big enough that I can buy my way out of hell. And I'm not sure if that amount of money even exists. So they're welcome to try. In fact, I would love the email because that's going to be good content. I wouldn't put it past them. I think there's far less real things in this world than what we could ever imagine. I mean, did you guys see the Tesla protests? It's just come out that all of that is bought and paid for. These are paid protests by NGOs in America, paying people to show up to these protests and to burn down Tesla. It's all paid for. So you sort of very quickly realize that all of this is fake. And I wonder how much else is just completely fake in our world. My mother is a housewife. She used to work when she was a teen, and in her early parts of her adult life, I take great offense when people ridicule stay-at-home mothers or homemakers. Oh yeah, me too. I mean, from my perspective, what I've always said is, it's funny to me how we've managed to lie to women about their role in society. We have somehow gone and said to women, actually, you know what? If you're just a woman and you're a mother and you're a stay-at-home mom, that's not worthy of anything. You know, that's actually something to be very sort of shy about. Because what have you done with your time? But if you go into the boardroom, if you become a nice girl boss, that's something to be proud of. So in other words, we shun the one thing that women can do that literally no one else can do. No man can become a housewife. No man can become a mother. It's not possible. So women have this clear biological advantage. They literally make new humans. And we say, oh, that's weak. Go do the thing that literally anyone can do. Become a girl boss. Become an executive. Become a worker. That's the cool thing. That's the thing that you should celebrate and be celebrated for. And it's like, why? You literally have this unique thing that you and you alone can do. Now you want to give that up to go do something that arguably isn't even anywhere near as cool? The psyop is insane. A Are there any new Craig listings for riots? Trending Y, are you looking forward to go join one? Caleb, no. I would not sell myself out for any amount of money. I mean, I don't even take sponsorships as a result of principles. I can't accept a sponsorship from anyone that I don't support myself. So, for example, if Pepsi wanted to sponsor me, I'd probably take that sponsorship because I consume the product myself. But if Coca-Cola wanted to sponsor me, I wouldn't take the sponsorship because I don't like Coke. So I couldn't, in good faith, sit here and drink Coke Zero when I hate that shit. You know? Truth, how you doing, sir? $40 an hour? I'm not a male feminist. I'm a womanist. Women should be free to and celebrated to do what they alone can and is shown to instinctively want to do. Yeah, I don't mind the fact that there are women who want to work, right? And if you do want to work, if that is something you really want to do, go for it. I just mind the fact that we've gone from women should be allowed to work to women shouldn't be allowed to be housewives. And we've done that through our messaging by making housewives seem unimportant, seem useless, seem less valuable to society, when at every single level, I think the evidence is overwhelming that having a woman in the house, taking care of the children, running the house, is just beneficial. Overall beneficial to society. Lightning you pretty much. So mama has to work now too to float the household. Savin, I wonder sometimes, like, what would the world look like if wages were keeping up? But it's not so much that wages didn't keep up with expenses, it's that expenses just blew out of control. This is why I've said before, the world needs what's the term again? A recession. We need a recession. It's the only way to fix society at the moment is a recession. We need the economy of the world to completely crash and burn because it's the only way to reset prices and to reset salaries. Hopefully we get that. Hopefully the next recession is not too far away. Because it's either that or we need deflation, which also creates a serious problem that I don't think most countries in the world is actually even close to ready for. Because if you want to do deflation correctly, you're going to have to come up with an algorithm that also keeps the amount of money that people have in line with the deflation. So this needs to be an algorithm that can almost automatically correct the amount of money that you have saved up, the amount of money you have in the stock market, the amount of money you have in cash, the amount of money that you get per month with deflation. So deflation is where prices start falling so fast that the economy literally reverses. So you have this massive surge in deflation where prices just get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. What often happens and why this is really bad is if I had $10,000 in the bank before inflation started, and let's say this $10,000 could buy me a car, in a year of deflation, this $10,000 can now buy me a house. So I've become a rich person by just not doing anything. And this is really bad because now you have way too much money running around in society, right? And too much money will just immediately create inflation again because there's way too much money and not enough stuff. So you have this sort of fundamental problem. This is why, not taxes, Caleb. No. I'm talking about a thing that literally burns the money. So you have like an algorithm that you will log into your bank account and you will just see how the $10,000 constantly readjusts so that it's still technically $10,000, but it's not. It's still the same value as $10,000. It's just no longer the number of 10,000. Right? So you're constantly readjusting the money, and you'll probably want to keep the readjustments a little bit lagging behind the actual deflation number so that things get a little bit more normal again. So by the end of it, say, for example, say before the deflation started, you could buy a car for $10,000. Now, after the inflation, you have, say, $4,000 in your bank account, but you can buy a car for, say, $1,500. So your $4,000 is still worth more than what the $10,000 was, but it's not quite down as much because it doesn't help that you fix things, but you still keep things as expensive as compared to what people earn. I don't even know how you would begin to build that algorithm. Maybe there are some smart people that can do it, but the problem is most governments in the world don't have access to people's funds in that way specifically, and it would cause a lot of outrage. Most people wouldn't go for it. That's why deflation is really bad. But if you don't want a recession, deflation is the only other option. But you have to be able to tell people, yeah, by the way, we're taking most of your money as a result of this deflation. So it is nuts. But there means, what are you talking about, bro? Do you... Being Christian doesn't come... There's packaged beliefs insofar as if you're a Christian, you must believe what's in the Bible. If you don't, you're not a Christian. You can call yourself whatever, but you can't call yourself Christian. The Bible is the word of God, therefore you believe what is in the Bible. That does mean that we order and function our lives based on the Bible. It doesn't mean that you have to believe that women must be stay-at-home moms. There's plenty of women in my church who aren't stay-at-home moms because they can't afford to not work. Their husbands don't earn enough money for them to stay at home all day and take care of the kids. But then the question is, and this is why I don't know what you're talking about, there's also the interpretation of the spirit of the rule, and not just the rule itself. You're not just reading the rule and going, yeah, this is clearly what the rule says. What was the spirit of the rule? If you're a woman and you're a wife, and you're working purely to make yourself rich, then that's not okay. That is sinful behavior. You should be working for your house. So if you are working a full-time job, you're doing it to help the household, to help your children, to help your husband, to help your family. The same for a man. If a man is simply working to get rich, he's committing sin. Your job is to work to provide for your family. That's the rules. Right? So, and there's no such thing. There's a lot of debate within Christian communities, within churches. There's no such thing as, oh, you must believe this or else. There's some rules that are or else. So if you come to any Christian, you say, well, I'm a Christian, but I don't quite think Jesus rose from the dead. That's an or else issue. If you don't believe Christ rose from the dead, you're not a Christian. And therefore, there's no debate that you and I can be having. You either believe it or you don't, right? But if you come to me and you say, well, I'm not entirely sure if women can be pastors. Okay, we can have that debate. We do have the Bible where Paul says women should not be pastors. But maybe we can have a debate about this. To what extent do you believe this? Why do you believe this? What's your arguments for it? Do I think you're going to go to hell if you're a woman and you're a pastor? No, right? I don't think that. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Caleb, the problem is as long as the money stays in the economy, so even if it just goes to the government, you would still end up with inflation because now the government would be sitting on way too much money. that they don't need. This makes deflation super bad. Michael, so I don't really care about, I don't care too much about investments in the environment because I think that's just a natural side effect of any sort of thing. Where I will agree with you is keeping manufacturing local. I think that's something that's very much lost in our societies. Is that most businesses and most factories are owned by people who do not live in the communities where these factories and businesses are. I think that's really bad. Oh, kind of, yeah, that I see what you mean now. Kind of, yeah. I mean, I think what people oftentimes misunderstand about Christianity and the role between a man and a woman in Christianity is that a lot of people read from the Christian viewpoint that women are worth less than what a man is. When Paul said, right, wives, submit unto your husbands as unto the Lord, right? First and foremost, the submission that Paul is speaking about there is not what you think about when you think submission. He's not talking about slavery. He's not talking about the man can now tell the woman what to do and she must just follow. The submission comes from her. It's not something her husband demands. He's not allowed to demand it unto her. She must do it willingly unto her husband. You see what it is? Right? Slaves don't willingly submit. They are made to submit. There's a big difference. It says, as unto the Lord. But then it goes on to say, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. Right? So there's a dual sort of instruction given there. But then there's a third instruction that actually completes the passage. Because it starts with Paul saying, submit unto each other as unto the Lord. In other words, if you are a Christian, you submit to other Christians as unto the Lord. In other words, you serve your community. Then he says, women, submit unto your husbands as unto the Lord. Why is he saying that? It's in order to create order. If a woman gets married, she no longer submits to the church in the same way as she does to her husband. Her husband comes first. Her husband, her family, her children, they come first. So if the church and the community makes demands upon the woman that override her submission to her husband, she values and honors her husband in this way. And then it says to the husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. In other words, if the church makes demands upon you that would put the church's needs above that of your wife, you love your wife first. Right? So Paul is not giving a value instruction. Men are more valuable than women and so on and so forth. Paul is giving us an order instruction. How do we create order within society as with marriage? In other words, the husband and the wife are separate from society and they come first to each other. And only once those needs are met do they worry about the society or the church's needs around them. But they first have to take care of themselves and each other. And then, right? So that's all Paul is doing there. Most people don't see it that way. Because most people don't read the fullness of the Bible. They read one verse and then go, oh, clearly that's what it says there. But Trending, of everything that I just explained to you, how is the wife turned into a commodity? So, Butterbeans, your argument is because gay people were born that way, Christians should accept them for how they were born. So, are you saying that sin isn't something we're born with? Because the guy that struggles with lust and has sex with multiple women every single week was also born that way. He's been that way for all of his life. He can't remember a time where he was any different. The psychopath that wants to kill people was also born that way. He wasn't made that way. The narcissist was also born that way. So what? Does it make it any less sinful? You see, the problem that most people have is they don't understand what sin is. Sin is what we are born into. All of us are born into sin. Every single desire that you and I have is fueled by sin. When you see a girl walking down the street and you have these thoughts of, oh man, I just want to bend her over. Boom, boom, boom. Nice sin you have there. Your sin might actually be bigger than you realize. She might be married, which means you've just coveted a married woman, so someone that does not belong to you, and more importantly, you're not allowed to covet, and you've engaged in lust, which again, you're not allowed to do. So you've just committed sin. Can you help that? You're a dude. Like, how are you supposed to help that? It just happens. Doesn't make it any less sin. You still sinned, because what you need to understand is you sinned before a thrice holy God. It is a God that has no sin in him, that does not allow for sin anywhere near him, and you have done that in his presence. You have coveted one of his daughters that was not yours to covet. You have thought disgusting thoughts about someone that does not belong to you, isn't yours, and you're not allowed to think that because he sees her value way more than you do. So the argument I was born that way is useless, because every sinner was born that way. We are all sinners. The problem with the church, and here is where I will actually meet you halfway. The church has highlighted homosexuality as this special kind of sin, which to some extent even Paul says. But Paul doesn't just talk about homosexuality. Paul says unnatural desires and lust are both worse sins than other sins. And the only reason they're worse isn't because they're worse before God. It's because they don't just affect your soul, they also affect your body. When you act on lust, your body is involved in this. Your flesh becomes involved. The flesh has hormones. These hormones are addictive. So you create, the problem is much deeper, much more difficult to get rid of. But it doesn't mean that that sin is somehow separate from everything else. It's a sin just like every other sin. And the way to deal with that sin is to repent of your sin. There is no sinner in this world that wasn't born that way. There is no sin in this world that isn't as a result of how you were born. To make the argument that you can't judge gay people because they were born that way would then immediately mean we can't judge murderers because they were also born that way. And you can't judge PDF files because they were also born that way. And you can't judge people who cheat on their wives because they were also born that way. In other words, you can't judge anyone for their sins because every one of us sinners were born with these sins. God says, no. I judge all of your sins, except if you repent. Now, I can't tell you whether or not a gay person can go to heaven, right? I can't tell you that. I don't know. I don't know if any person can really go to heaven. I know for a fact, though, that you cannot go to heaven unless you repent and follow Jesus. That I know. Gay, straight, bi, doesn't matter what it is. If you don't know Jesus Christ and you don't follow him, you don't get to go to heaven. That I know. So when I talk to a gay person, I'm not interested in getting them to not be gay. That's not my department. That's not my job. I talk to them and I want to bring them Jesus Christ. Curing them of their sin, sanctifying them from their sin, that's Jesus' job. And God says he loves doing that job. My job is to bring them to Christ. It is Christ and God's job to sanctify their sin. So I won't even focus on their sin because I want to bring them Christ. Now, once they come to Christ, I will be the first to say, your lifestyle is sinful, you should repent. And you should ask God for freedom. But that then becomes a relationship between them and God, a prayer that they have to have, and I will pray for them as well. I will pray for them as well, right? But that's not my department. I don't deal with that department. I don't know if I'm okay with this. Ravi G, what do you mean? How so? Butterbean, why are you assuming that lust is okay between a husband and a wife? Do you know the difference between love and lust, or in your mind, are they the same thing? Love is the coming together of two people, man and woman, as God created them, for the glory of God. In other words, to reproduce, to have children, to raise these children as disciples for Jesus Christ. That's love. Lust is literally everything you can find on Pornhub. It's a rolling little snowball. It starts with an overwhelming desire for sex, and it ends with some of the most debaucherous shit you can ever imagine. That's lust. Love doesn't follow the same trajectory, because love requires that you respect this other person, that you love them with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, that you're willing to die for them. When you look at the woman that you love, you don't see a piece of meat. You see a person. Lust doesn't work that way. Lust is about what can I get, not what can I give. So your argument there wouldn't work. Because two men can't, and we have the evidence for it. Homosexual marriages do not work out. They have a very low propensity for success. Cheating is rampant in the homosexual community. The most abusive wedding or marriages in the world are lesbian marriages, where the abuse is off the charts. We know, just based on the numbers, that same-sex marriages don't work, because men and men and women were not designed to fulfill one another. They can't. And if you need any more evidence of it, God didn't design it that way. The purpose of love, the fundamental purpose of love, is procreation. That's why God made man and woman. They are the ones that procreate. That is also why God blesses the union between man and woman, for procreation, for the creation of new human beings. So when you're engaged in a relationship that has no ability to procreate at all, the intimacy that happens between you and your partner is an intimacy based purely on lust. It cannot be based on anything else, because there is no life that can be born from this relationship. The intimacy cannot lead to life. It is impossible that life can be born from this intimacy. And in love, you create life. That's what love is. It's creating life. So if you're engaged in an act that cannot create life, you're not committing an act of love. That's the rules. Now, you can try to disagree with that as much as you want. You are wrong. And you can try and justify it as much as you want. You are wrong. How do I know you're wrong? Because the creator of the universe said so. And if you want me to believe someone, I'm going to go with the big man upstairs. Because he kind of made you. I think he knows what's best for you. Automatically a sin, though. I think it has more to do with what you do. Okay, so Gathaspar, we know for a fact that even the thought is sin because Jesus says it. Jesus says to his disciples, you have heard it said by the ancients, you shall not commit adultery. Now, the Jews at the time believed that you are allowed to look. You are allowed to think, right? You're just not allowed to act. Jesus says, but I say to you, if whoever looks at a woman with lust have already committed adultery with her in his mind. So for God, there is no difference between the act or the thoughts. And why is that? Again, Jesus tells us, God is the examiner of the heart. It's not about what you do, it's about what you are. If you look at a woman with lustful intent, you are in your heart a sinner. And therefore you must repent. God doesn't require you to first commit the act. He knows what's in your heart. It's as simple as that. Gaspar, he already says, you have already committed sin in your heart. It's not, you're trying to twist the word to fit your understanding. In other words, I am allowed to think. But okay, let's take this out of the Bible and let's apply it practically. When you give in to a lustful thought, so you have a lustful thought and you decide to watch some porn, does that lead to more control of your lustful desires or less? The evidence suggests less. So the more you engage in lustful thoughts, the harder it becomes to lead a life that doesn't lead to action. So even in a practical sense, the Bible makes sense. When Jesus says, do not even commit adultery in your heart, because that is sinful, we can taste that practically. If you look at women with lust, you will eventually develop a lustful relationship with women. And once that happens, you will start to engage in all manner of weird sexual thoughts, desires, and ultimately actions, because that's how life operates. So the Bible is consistent with biological experimentation and results. Therefore, I believe what Jesus was saying is that is sinful and you need to repent. Now, is it possible for us to be completely without sin? Possible for us to get to a place where I will never look at a woman and think lustful thoughts? I don't think so. Because remember, we are tied to our flesh. And our flesh yearns for sin. It does not want God. It wants nothing to do with God. It wants sin. It wants the fun things in life. And you're always going to be in this battle with your flesh, right? The point is repentance. When it happens, do you apologize? Do you ask for forgiveness? Or do you try to justify it? I've come to believe that that's where the sin really is the strongest. People who try to justify their sin. It is one thing, for example, to be gay and to recognize that what you're doing is sinful and to go to God and say, God, I don't know how to control my desires. Please heal me. Please cure me of this sin. Sanctify me of my sin. It is another to say, well, actually, maybe it's not a sin. Now you've justified your sin. you're trying to look for reasons why your sin is not a sin. So you're not asking for sanctification. You're not repenting. Instead, you're trying to justify what is your sin. Sin is natural. God understands this. This is why he literally sent his son to pay the price for sin. Because remember, the price for sin is death. God sent his son to pay that price so that we can be forgiven. Why did he do that? If it was possible for us to be without sin, Jesus would not have had to die. If it was possible for you and I to eventually get free of our sins, there would be no reason for Jesus to come down and die. But Jesus has to do this because God understands we can't be free of our sin. Our sin is just part of what we are. So by repenting, we are once again submitting to Jesus Christ on the cross and saying, "Forgive me, Father, for what I have done. Forgive me for what I have done. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. Forgive me for all the things I'm doing." Right? The repentance is part of the process. And eventually it gets better. You start to see some of your sins completely disappear. You start to see some of your sins become more manageable. As time goes on, I can speak to this. I can genuinely testify to this. Sins that were once upon a time rampant in my life have taken a back seat. I'm able to say no to a lot of sins. I'm able to recognize my sins a hell of a lot better. And all of this comes with the process of sanctification. But you have to embark on that process. And it is a process that you have to be willing to go on and not try to justify your way out of it. Thomas, that's fine. If you say no thanks, that's great, man. I mean, your existence will be significantly worse after this, but hey, if the simple act of submitting to your maker and apologizing for your sinful behavior is too much of a question and too much of an ask for you, man, that's perfect. It is such a tiny thing that's required of you. And if you will not even do that, here is my wish for you. And actually, here's my wish for Butterbeans. Here's my wish for all of you unbelievers in my chat. And at first, this might sound very, very harsh. But I hope that your life produces nothing but endless suffering until you accept God. And I hope this for you because it is my profound hope that you do not end up in hell. So if suffering is required now, so that you may finally go to heaven, then my hope for you is suffering. Because I would give anything to not see you go to hell. And that I can say with genuine honesty. I would give anything to not see a single one of you end up in hell. Because at least here on earth, whatever suffering there is can be alleviated with one prayer. One simple prayer. One simple apology. It's all it requires. Once it's over, once you're on the other side, there is no apology. There is nothing that can bring you back. You've made your decision. You've said to God, I don't want you. I don't need you. I don't want to be near you. And God will honor your wish for all eternity. So yeah, my most profound wish is that you find Christ and that you find your Creator. Because he wants to know you. He wants to have a relationship with you. Some of you might not. It is what it is. And I want to be clear, I'm not wishing you to suffer. I'm wishing for you to give your heart to God. But I also know that people who find it very difficult to come to Christ are people who think they have all the answers. When life's good and everything's working out well, finding God is almost impossible. Because you think you have all the answers. You think you are the center of the universe. Nothing goes wrong ever. It's once you've lost everything or get close to losing everything that you realize, I need something. I need something. Something's missing, something's not working. And that's when you find God. It's not a coincidence that young men are going to church more than any other generation in at least recorded history. See, because young Gen Z men are looking at the world around them and they're suffering. And they realize that there's only suffering ahead. And now they're finding Jesus. Because they've seen what the secularist human does to the world. Butterbeans, okay, so let's take your... You believe that if you follow God diligently, you wouldn't need the Bible. How would you know you're following God diligently without some kind of way to test your own sin? Beef and Beans, for that to have happened, there needs to have been any holes thus far. So Butterbeans, just quick question. Knowing that your heart is the master manipulator, right? How do you know that everything you believe isn't just a lie meant to make you feel good if you have nothing to test it against? All right, Butterbeans. So what happens if you follow God, right, in your little way, and then other people follow God in their little way, but you two don't agree on the same thing? Who's right and who's wrong? Because if God is real and there is a God, there's only going to be one answer, right? There's only going to be one answer. So if you follow God and another person follows God, but you're coming up with different explanations for different things, how do you test who is right and who is wrong if the Bible is unimportant? Don't care about the Bible. You don't need the Bible. You can just listen to yourself. In other words, you are the main truth sayer of the world. You are the God of your universe. Who is correct in any sort of argument? Well, the Bible doesn't have numerous versions with different translations. It has different translations. Yes. But we have the original manuscripts, or as close to the original manuscripts as possible, so we know exactly what the original manuscript said. This is how we're able to test different translations. If we get translations that go too far away from the original text, we can say these are not inspired, and therefore not trustworthy. The argument that it is a historical book, you're going to run into a lot of trouble there because, yes, there is history behind it, but the fact that it has remained as well preserved as it is in itself is a miracle. So you're going to have a hard time trying to argue that, but good luck if that is what you want to do. But think to someone or something like that, to be honest. To someone like what, Frederick? Okay, Butterbean, so if you come to the conclusion that love is love and everyone should just love each other, and another person comes to the conclusion that God told them that they should kill all gay people, but they're also a diligent follower of gay people, of the Bible, or of God, in your mind, right? So they're diligent followers, but they've come to the conclusion all gay people should be killed. You've come to the conclusion all gay people should be respected. Who's right? Who's actually right there? Because now you have a contradiction, right? Your God is telling you one thing, their God is telling them a completely different thing. So is God just dual in that nature? He wants one guy to kill everyone, another guy to respect that? Who's right here? How are we tasting this? Because remember, the Bible is a useless book. So how are we tasting our contradiction here? We've run into a physical contradiction. Both cannot be true. So it can't be God as a path for everyone. Both cannot be true because these two things will clash on a fundamental level with one another. So whose God is actually speaking the truth? But that means you're not asking you're not answering my question. I know why people do bad things. Because they're inherently evil. It's consistent with the Bible. You're the one that has rejected the Bible. So for you, this is a mystery that you just cannot solve, but that's because you're clueless about anything in the faith, because you diligently follow God, yet you do not know him. You don't know the first thing about him. I'm asking you a question. If we come to a conclusion, two people who diligently follow God, that are in direct contradiction to one another, how do we determine who is right? Because both cannot be right. Either both is wrong, or one is wrong and one is right. But how do we determine this? Brother Beans, we can talk about my claim of inherent evil in a second. Answer my question, sir. Or are you afraid of answering the question? Because you realize the question would be, oh, I have no idea. In which case your faith is useless, empty, and of no consequence. Because you can't even answer the most basic, fundamental problem. How do we deal with contradictions if two people are diligently following God, both believing they don't need the Bible, they can just hear from God directly? How do we deal with a contradiction? Frederick, and yet, if you have a dog, you do demand that your dog absolutely submit to you. You demand that your dog is obedient, that your dog doesn't bite other people, that your dog eats when it needs to eat. You only feed it on a schedule. It doesn't piss or shit in the house. And if you go for a walk, it has to piss and shit on the same. So you do demand complete obedience from your dog, yet you don't think God, who created you, has the right to say, submit to me. And if you actually understood why God is asking you to submit, you would know that it's not because God has some inferiority complex. He's asking you to submit because it is the best way for you to live. It's the way that you keep yourself away from the destructive forces of this world. Because most people seem to think there's God and then there's freedom. I can just be free and do my own thing. There's God and there's Satan. If you are with God, you're protected from Satan. If you're not with God, you're in the clutches of Satan. And he is far less of a nice guy. He doesn't care whether you live or die. He doesn't give a crap about how good or bad your life is. He has plans for you, and those plans are never good. They never lead to anything good. They lead to absolute destruction. So when God says submit, it's not that God are trying to play a weird game of ego with you. It's that God wants to protect you from the prince of darkness and his makings of this world. And he's necessary in this world because without the evil, you would not recognize the good. And you would not have a choice. And choice was super important for God. That's why he gave us free choice. So we could choose freely to follow him or to not follow him. That is your choice. So, Beef and Beans, what beliefs do you think it adopted from other cultures to stay relevant? Oh, Butterbeans. Here we go. So you just brought up the slavery thing. Tell me, when you bring up the slavery thing, did you actually read it yourself? Or did you just listen to someone else tell you about it? Because if you actually read it yourself, I would argue you should do a bit more reading and go a little bit deeper into it. Because the slavery that you think about when you think about the Old Testament talking about slavery is not the slavery that the Old Testament is referring to. It was willingly selling yourself into someone else's servitude in order to repay your debts. And God then told the Israelites, I don't have a problem with you guys doing this, because it is culturally what you want to do. But if someone does this, here is how you're allowed to treat your slave, and here is how you're not allowed to treat your slave. So God came and brought humanity and mercy onto the people selling themselves into servitude because they couldn't repay their debts. So you have to figure that out. Where should I begin? Easter, Christmas? Okay, so Easter as the holiday is actually the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The standardization of it was from the Roman Catholic Church, who decided, look, we need to set the dates on a Friday and on a Saturday, because for the church at the time, it was less important. It was far less important for them that it falls on the exact dates of Jesus' birth or of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection than it was that it falls on the Friday and the Sunday, which is the Sabbath. So that you have the 3 days, and on the Sabbath, Jesus rose. So they found that the days of the week were far more important than the actual date that it happened on. That's why they set it on a Friday and on a Sunday. The whole Easter bunny, the whole idea of life resurrecting, this is actually long after the Christian faith came around, and we know that Jesus died on the cross. We know that Jesus is said to have risen on the Sunday. So the idea that we adopted the sort of pagan religions in order to sell this thing would be very weird, because we know the day that Jesus died. There's literal historical records of the day that Jesus died, and his resurrection at the time has most, even atheist scholars of the New Testament, going, we don't know what happened on that day, but we know it was something big. Something big must have happened on that day for all of this to play out. So the Easter thing is not going to fly very well. The Christmas thing is also a nice one. There's a guy that you should watch, Wes Huff. Wes Huff actually breaks this down. The claims that people like to make is that Christmas was a pagan holiday and then it was stolen by the church. We have claims of Christmas, the birth of Jesus Christ, being celebrated from the 2nd century. The first pagan holidays we know of is from the 4th century after Jesus Christ's death, that in fact seemed to co-opt Christmas. As the Roman Empire was in terminal decline, their gods were starting to lose their worshippers as people were following Christ. They were starting to co-opt Christian holidays as a desperate attempt to say, well, if we just have the holidays, people won't leave because look at all these nice holidays, right? But there's no evidence that the Romans ever celebrated Christmas, the 25th of December. And again, the 25th of December thing is actually, again, from the Roman Catholic Church. And this is a known thing. Even the Roman Catholic Church have admitted this. It was simply reading the calendar wrong. They were reading the calendar with what we would today refer to as the modern day calendar, but obviously the Jews read the calendar very differently. But since it's not about the actual day that Jesus was born, but simply celebrating the day of Jesus' birth, we don't really quabble over, well, actually it's in March or it's in this, or we don't really quabble about that because it's about the spirit of what we're celebrating, not like the actual day in which we're celebrating it. So these are two examples that you've just thrown out that really doesn't rest on a lot of evidence if you read counterpoints. Because you see, most atheists have a vested interest in being atheists and trying to convince everyone that they are atheists and should be atheists. It's always helpful to read everyone. So if someone says, oh yeah, Christmas is just borrowed from the pagans, well, look, what do the actual historians have to say about that? Is there other historians that maybe have a different approach? You know, maybe want to push something else? The biggest problem I see in our world today, which drives me nuts, whenever an atheist stands up, right? This can be an atheist historian, atheist anthropologist, whatever it is, right? People go, oh yeah, this person, absolutely canonically correct. They're unbiased. They're just following the science. Then you have a Christian historian that stands up and says, actually, I don't agree. And what's the first thing people say? What's the first thing people say? Oh, biased. He's obviously biased. He's a Christian. As opposed to the atheist that desperately doesn't want to believe that God is real. They're not biased. There's no bias in their arguments whatsoever. Miss me with that. People's zeitgeist and immediately believed all the lies and BS and took it as fact. Radio Beats, literally, Christianity led to the freeing of slaves. Everything you have today, you're a fish. Even if you're an atheist, you're a fish swimming in Christian waters. And the only reason you think Christianity isn't required is because you don't realize how impactful Christianity is on your everyday life. It's Christianity that has given you the world that you live in. It's Christianity that has preserved your ability to speak freely, that has preserved your ability to be a free human being. It is only Christianity. But you don't realize that because you're a fish swimming in the waters of Christianity. So you just happen to think that, oh, this is just normal stuff. Nick, I don't think I'm following your argument exactly. Can you just clarify it for me, please? Beef and Beans, look at every religion that is based on falsities and look at what happens whenever that religion receives hate wind. It crumbles. Islam is in such a crumbling phase now. Islam is falling apart at the seams. It's one of the biggest problems it has with all of its converts in the West. It's converting people, but it can't hold on to those people. Because the second those people start to look into what's actually happening, a lot of the claims start to fall apart. The same is true for pretty much every single religion. It has growths, but it struggles to hold on. Christianity is the only religion that through hardship grows. The harder life gets, the bigger it grows. My issue is you have problems with the history of Christianity. If you believe in God, right? And here's how I know the Bible is absolutely true. If God didn't want the Bible to be around, it wouldn't have been around. If there were facts in the Bible that God didn't want, God would not have preserved it for 2,000 years. It has been preserved for 2,000 years in its original form. We still have the manuscripts of the original Bibles and the original manuscripts from the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century onwards. They have remained remarkably unchanged. We have the ability to fact check most of the Bible, right? And literally, sometimes in single manuscripts, we have the ability to fact check. So when you argue that I just don't agree with a lot of the history, my argument is the creator of the heavens and the earth decided that this book was important and that this book has to be preserved. Therefore, I know it's true. Because if God didn't want the book to be preserved, he wouldn't have preserved it. Not in the way that it is. We can see what happens to books that are preserved by men. In the 1920s, the last caliphate, right, the last caliph of Islam, burnt 36 versions of the Quran because all of them were completely different. They had changed everything. He chose one and said, that's the one, burn everything else, as far as you can find it. Luckily, we still have some of the copies that they couldn't get their hands on. But the Quran had become completely different to what it had ever been before. When we look at all of the manuscripts of the Quran from the earliest histories we have, and that's about 170 years after the Quran, we see how they change things and how it becomes more exaggerated and everything just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. The Hadiths the same. As the centuries go on, these Hadiths and what the stuff Muhammad did just becomes ever more insane. We don't see the same with the Bible. We see spelling differences. We see word orders change. But the core concepts, the core messages, the stuff that Jesus did remains the same. From the earliest versions we have to the latest versions we have, it remains unchanged. That is, in and of itself, not human. In and of itself, that's divinely inspired. But hey, you believe what you want to believe. It's not my job to change you. God will do that. Acer Gaming, how are you doing, sir? Caleb, we're back with... is the ads interfering with you guys? I'm sorry, but this is Twitch. I have no control over what the ads want or don't want. This is what Twitch does. All right, Beef and Beans. What long history? Give me the oldest bit of information you have of human civilization. Yeah, you're talking about Christianity. Don't throw out the Old Testament, sir. The Old Testament is not some book that the Christians don't believe in. We believe every word of the Old Testament. The Old Testament prophesies Jesus. It tells us that Jesus is coming. And we can trace that back to about 6,000 years, in line with the oldest manuscripts we have of any civilization. Anything before 6,000 years, we know nothing about. We don't know what those civilizations would have been like, if they even existed. The oldest we have is about 6,000 years. If you're talking about manuscripts, belief systems, 6,000 years. So the problem is, you're not debating a religion that's 2,000 years old. You're debating a religion that's 6,000 years old. The only reason you think you're debating a religion that's 2,000 years old is because you haven't read the Old Testament. The Old Testament is full of prophecies about Jesus. All the things that Jesus is going to do. If you don't believe me, go read Matthew and Mark. Matthew and Mark, this is why Matthew and Mark was written. It was written for the Jews. Matthew and Mark wrote their Gospels not for Gentiles, but for Jews. So what do? Every time Jesus does something, they say, as it was prophesied. And then you can literally go back to the Old Testament and read what the prophet said Jesus was going to do and see, oh, Jesus did do that thing, right? Because they were trying to tell the Jews everything that the Old Testament, the prophets told you about the Messiah. This is what Jesus was. Look at how he fulfills every single one of these prophecies. Right? It's all there. You just have to look. It means no. No, they weren't Christian. Of course they wouldn't be. It was only Jesus that sent out the disciples to make Christians of all the nations. Prior to that, and again, this is where you have to read your Bible. If you read Genesis, from Genesis all the way to the New Testament, something very interesting starts to emerge. The Old Testament, one of the questions I had before I came to faith was, why did God choose the Jews? Why couldn't God have chosen literally everyone, right? Why was the Jewish faith only for the Jews? Now, it wasn't just for the Jews. We know that there were plenty of non-Jews who still believed in God, who followed the Israeli God. They weren't Jews, but they were followers of Jehovah, right? So we know this. We have evidence of non-Jews following God. But I still ask the question, why? Why is this? Why did God choose the Jews? And because every story needs somewhere. God chose the Jews. Why? Look at what God did to the Jews. God breeds a nation of people that are obsessed with rules and laws. But he also creates a people that are very hardened. They're very hard in their hearts. And basically, every single thing that God's allowed the Jews to go through creates the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who are the very people that fundamentally crucify Jesus Christ. It's the Sadducees and the Pharisees. But they're created as a result of what God puts them through. See, because God plays within our reality. God doesn't change the rules. He uses the rules that he created in order to do. Right? So God creates this people, the Jews. He builds a storyline for them with the one purpose that his son will be born from these people, and it'll be these people that reject him and that ultimately kill him. And why must Jesus die? Because all sin leads to death. So the only way to repay sin is with death. There is no other way to repay sin, because sin causes suffering. And the resultant state of that is death. So God brings his son through the ages of the Old Testament, brings his son to pay the ultimate sacrifice so that from then on everyone can live. And now everyone is sent out to go make Christians of all the nations. That's when that moves out. But now the question is, as you asked, were the Aztecs Christians? Well, there's an interesting thing. Why do we assume that God wouldn't have revealed himself to people around the world? Just because he chose the Jews doesn't mean that he was only ever talking to the Jews and never to anyone else. We have the example of the prophet king in the Old Testament. What's his name? It's not Methuselah. Oh man, his name escapes me now. But he's from a completely different tribe. He's not even Jewish, right? He has nothing to do with the Jews. He's from a completely different tribe, completely different area. He believes in God. He actually prophesies about the stuff that God is going to do. Right? He has nothing to do with it. He's not Jewish. Yet he is a prophet of the one true God. So we have evidence in the Old Testament that God chose the Jews because from the Jews his son would be born, but God didn't ignore the other tribes in the Old Testament. If you look, for example, at the Amalekites, right? The Amalekites, the hill tribes, the ones that the Israelites were told to go and destroy, kill every man, woman, and child, right? 400 years, God sent his prophets to the Amalekites and warned them, said, stop, turn away from your God worship, turn towards the true God, stop. They didn't stop. After 400 years, God says, my cup of wrath is full. And then God gives instruction. So clearly God did involve himself in the other tribes of the world. It's quite clear. God didn't, he may have chosen the Jews as the ones that was going to birth Jesus and ultimately crucify Jesus, but God didn't ignore any of the other tribes. He didn't just go, well, the other tribes don't know what they're doing, we don't care, right? So clearly God was involved in the other tribes, but not to the extent that the Jews were. And I think for good reason. If you look at what, even today, if you look at the Jews, if you look at how they operate, they are a product of they're a product of their religion. If you look at even Jews today, I'm talking Orthodox Jews, they're a product of their religion. Most Orthodox Jews will never repent, right? They don't even want to hear it. They're very much keep to themselves, don't want to mix with anyone else because there's some kind of, oftentimes, not always, but sometimes a superiority complex that plays itself out because of their teachings, right? Because of how they were raised. They had to be raised this way because otherwise they wouldn't have crucified Jesus. But the reason God doesn't do that to any of the other tribes is so that they can convert to Christianity later. Now, I can't give you all of the ins and outs. There's no way. I'm not God. I don't know what the future is. I don't know why God makes decisions the way that he does. I genuinely can't answer that. I can say that God had a reason for it because that's what he decided to do. And since he can see every angle, every bit of information, I trust that he made the best decision possible. Shay, what do you mean we're needed for it? How do you mean? Even means your one problem with that would be that what you're saying, almost every culture that you're referencing, their faiths may look similar, but they almost all have massive contradictions within them. Massive ways of different beliefs, different ideas, different things that would contradict with each other. So that would be a problem, right? Contradictions are problematic, and that's how we usually know. So, for example, when you have people that say, well, all faiths lead to God, my problem immediately there is, of all the faiths, every single one of them contradicts with every other one on fundamental issues. So clearly all of them aren't correct. There must be just one correct one. There has to be. Otherwise, if all of them led to God, they wouldn't contradict. The fact that they contradict means they can't all lead to God. It would be physically impossible. Beaver means no, because the telephone game doesn't really work the way that people think it does. So people will say, oh, it's just because they had oral traditions. If you actually understand how these oral traditions work, they took it super seriously. So think more about the telephone game as the following. Remember, the telephone game works as follows. I tell you a thing, you tell it to this guy, this guy, this guy, and eventually it's a completely different message. But now think of the telephone game as follows. You tell me the apple is red and the tree is green. Then I look at you and I go, the apple is red and the tree is green. The apple is red and the tree is green. The apple is red and the tree is green. Until I've memorized it. And then I turn to the next guy and I say, the apple is red and the tree is green. And he does the same thing to me. He keeps repeating it until he's memorized it. And then he repeats it to the guy next to him. That's how they did it. They took it super seriously, right? Oral tradition cultures took those traditions because remember, they wanted to remember their history. So they would write songs about it. One of the oldest songs we have of historical songs is actually in the Old Testament. It's one of the Psalms. This psalm wasn't written by David, but David did play it. It comes from before David's time. I can't remember the psalm number, but it talks about the story. Right? The story of the Jews. It tells their history. So they would use songs that they would write that everyone in the tribe would sing to remember their history. And then they had actual, like we today would call them historians, but they would just call them the sort of storytellers of their tribe that would train from young childhood, right? They would train in order to become storytellers, in order to remember these stories and be able to relay these stories to those who come after them. So we can kind of trust that the oral traditions of these tribes are very well preserved. They're very well preserved. Shay, so I do think when it comes to save, it is always a difficult one, right? Because we know that Jesus himself says, none can come to the Father except through me. None, right? This cannot happen. So if you don't come through me, you cannot go to the Father. This would also suggest that even the Jews of the Old Testament had no chance of being saved. But then I also believe that my God, the God that I serve, is righteous. He is just. He will not, he looks into your heart. He understands what your heart is made of, right? So I can see how, and this is not biblical. I don't want anyone to take any theological evidence from this. There's nothing in the Bible about this. But I can see how people prior to any knowledge of Jesus Christ maybe died, and then God gave them the opportunity to profess Christ. God allowed them after the fact to profess that Christ is real. And if they did so, they go to heaven, right? So I can see something like that. I'm not saying that this is biblically correct, because it's not. There's nothing in the Bible about this. But I believe that my God is just and he is righteous, and he will never do anything that isn't just and righteous. So from my perspective, there's no debate about it. I know that everyone that is in heaven right now belongs there, and I know that everyone that is in hell belongs there. That I know for a fact. Okay, Frederick, so you're saying that the prophecies that are publicly available, the problem with that would be that there are some of the prophecies that wouldn't have been up to Jesus to decide. Right? Like, for example, dying on a cross. Jesus had no hand in that. The Romans didn't come to him and say, how would you like to die? Even though in the Old Testament this is already prophesied. The number of days, Jesus would have had no control over this. The darkness coming over the land after the third day, also prophesied in the Old Testament. Jesus would have had no control over the date and day that these things would happen. The other problem you would have, and this is where, so what you're effectively saying is they cheated, right? So, because, okay, so first Jesus did a lot of cheating, right? Because Jesus knew all the stories. And so he just pretended to do the things as the story said he would do it. So you have a couple of problems here. Not only is it Jesus, but it's also his disciples. Okay? So his disciples are also in on this game. So for problem number one is his disciples decide to do something right at the birth of Christianity. There was a very stupid move at the time. If they're trying to convince people. Right? So if the game is, we're trying to convince as many people as possible of this newfound faith of ours, right? They do something very stupid. They say that it was the woman who found the crypt of Christ. Now, at the time in Jewish culture, the word of a woman was half that of a man. And in fact, a woman, unless there were two witnesses, could not testify in court. So the word of a woman was highly suspect. The idea that they would have, if they were making this up, two women go check, and or actually 5 women that find the crypt empty. Why would, if they were making this up, why put the women there? Just make it men, right? We went to go check and it was empty. We're men. We have penises. See, we're telling the truth. They decide to have women there. That's a very bad start to this whole game. The other problem, of course, is they would have had to convince a whole bunch of people that not only did Jesus do all of the things that they claimed he would do. Because remember, at the time that we know of the first manuscripts coming out about the stuff that Jesus did, people who were alive when Jesus was alive would still be alive. So you're convincing people that they might have seen things that they definitely know they didn't see. That would have been problem number 2. You're making a bunch of claims about a bunch of stuff that the people who were alive at the time could go, hey, he didn't do that. Lol, they're saying he drove out demons. Man, he stood there and said, don't do it. And the demon laughed at him and left. He didn't heal anyone, right? So they're making a bunch of claims that can very easily be refuted by the people who are literally still alive at the time. And before you think to yourself, wow, that's not how it would work, just think of how many people there would have been. Not that fast. You're thinking from a modern day perspective, you're thinking of cities, modern day millions of people. Think more hundreds of people, right? Most cities weren't that big. So for example, one of the biggest crowds Jesus ever pulled was about 5,000 people. And those were people from literally the entire region following him, right? So these were very small towns, very, very small towns. The Jews weren't even 1 million at that time. There probably wasn't even 100,000 Jews at the time of the biblical history. So they would have known very quickly that this is complete nonsense. So that would be mistake number 2. And then the third one, and this is actually where historians, even atheist historians, so we're not even talking here about Christian historians, we're talking about atheistic historians, all say the same thing. When asked, could the disciples have lied? Could they simply have made it up? All biblical historians say no. They genuinely believed what they were saying. And here's why. You would be willing to go to death for something that you've been convinced of. So if someone told you something and they convinced you, you might be willing to go to death for that. But if it's something that you saw with your own eyes and you know it to be false, you won't go to death for that. If you think about most cults, right? Most cults, the cult leader doesn't do miracles in front of everyone. The miracles are usually happening behind the scenes. The visions and the prophecies are usually happening behind the scenes where no one can see, and then they come out and they convince everyone of it. But if you're a cult leader and you say, I'm healing people, and then you pray for a dude in a wheelchair and he doesn't get up from the wheelchair, the people in the cult are going to go, wait, are you healing people? Because doesn't look like it. Benny Hinn is a great example. All of these faith healers we have throughout the world. Benny Hinn's entire ministry has collapsed because it turned out he did what most cult leaders do. Faked it. Had a bunch of actors come up with all sorts of problems, heal them, they miraculously walk out of their wheelchairs, and eventually it comes out, oh, wait, this is all nonsense. These people aren't real. You're not going to die in the way that these disciples died on something that they themselves would have been able to verify as false. They were there when Jesus did these things. They saw it happen. And almost all of the disciples died gruesome deaths, not nice deaths. Paul was jailed. Paul was stoned. Paul was lashed over 39 times. We're talking separate instances of lashing. Who knows how many lashes per instance? Ultimately, Paul was thrown off the top of the city walls. And when that didn't kill him, they decapitated him. That was Paul's life. And to the end, Paul refused to say that he didn't see the things that he said. Right? Peter is captured, jailed, hunted consistently, and ultimately given the sentence of crucifixion. All he has to do is say, well, we lied, because that's what the Romans are trying to stop. The Romans are trying to stop the spread of Christianity. all Peter has to do is, okay, it's a lie. I'll say it's a lie. No worries. He wouldn't do it. Instead, when they tell him that we're going to crucify you, what does Peter say? And we have Roman documents that confirm this. I'm not worthy of dying like my Savior. So the Romans crucify him upside down. So the idea that these guys invented it, almost no historians believe that. I say almost because there's always one or two nutcases. But I have listened to many, many atheist historians, and you will not find a single atheist historian that goes, they just lied. They just made it up. The evidence is overwhelming that they believed it. They definitely believed it. So it wasn't just some ruse to try and convince people. What is this? Assassin's Creed? Isn't during Jesus' time, we don't have information that the disciples were married, which means they were young men, probably 16, 20-year-old. These apostles would have had... Massey, we do have... Peter was married. We know that Peter had a wife. There's actually quite a few of them that we know of that had wives. We know Peter's wife personally because she served Jesus when they were at Peter's house. We even know that Jesus healed Simon, who became Peter, Simon's grandmother, right? So no, we know that plenty of them were married, actually. The one we know for a fact that wasn't married was Paul. Paul was never married. But even in that, there's some very interesting arguments about Paul. Paul comes from a very rich family, super rich family. Paul is one of the most learned Jews out there. Paul loses everything to follow Jesus Christ. Paul had every reason not to follow Jesus. Every reason. And Paul decides to follow Jesus anyways. So, there's so much evidence for it. But it's fine. If you don't believe it, that's really your choice. Like I said, not my job to convince you. My hope is that Christ eventually convicts you and that it moves your heart. Frederick, and would they still say that at the threat of death? So these people who claim that they were at the Nirvana show, if I held a gun to their head and said, were you at the Nirvana show? Would they still claim that, or? You're making a lot of claims here, sir. You're making a lot of claims for a man that seemingly doesn't know how things operated. The Jews were not just going, oh, look at this new faith coming around. They were actively hunting the new Christians. Actively hunting them. And despite this, they believed. You seem to have a pretty interesting take that just refused to acknowledge for even a second that people will oftentimes, and actually people do, betray fundamentally held beliefs for comfort if they don't know whether or not these held beliefs are true. But hey, anything to not believe, I guess. But Frederick, so you're talking about the Roman Catholic Church now doing this scamming? We have evidence of Jesus Christ and his ministry long before the Roman Catholic Church. It wouldn't have been until Constantine when Rome had its first Christian emperor. So how would they have done this scam? Like, they were pagans at that time. They had no reason to believe in Jesus. Anyway, what's everyone else doing? Apart from having very, very heavy topics. I would ask this just as a final thing, and then I want to move on and talk about other things. I would ask this. Before you come to easy answers, so before you jump to easy conclusions to all of your beliefs, actually do the research. Go look at the anthropological evidence. Go look at this societal evidence. Go look at how things were set up. Go research this. Don't just jump to little conclusions about, but they could have just done this. Make sure that you understand the exact world that they lived in at the time, and then you might jump to different conclusions, or you might see something very, very differently. But don't fall into the trap that modern historians call modernity bias, where you look at the world based on your modern brain, not realizing that things were very different at the time. Herding the new puppy around the house, or being reverse herded myself, maybe. She's a healer mix and way too smart. Oh shit, how old is she? Shame. Three-ish months. Oh, that's the naughty age. I'm figuring out how to add traits to a little Lego mock-up. What? Massey, that's true, though. Yeah, but why would the Romans... Why would the Romans have any interest in making a prophecy come true for a religion that they're actively not following? And also, the Romans wouldn't even have known about this. The Jews weren't known for sharing their faith with other people. So it's very, the chances are very good that the Romans would have had no idea about the earliest prophecies and how these prophecies are supposed to play out. They did what they did, you know. And again, if you go and read the actual history, you'll know that it wasn't the Romans alone that decided to crucify him. It was the Sadducees and the Pharisees that demanded crucifixion. These were the very guys that hated Jesus, that claimed that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, that he wasn't sent to be the Messiah. Why would they choose the death that's prophesied of the Messiah? If they're trying to confirm that he isn't the Messiah, right? So there's a whole bunch of things that play into it that it's not as easy as just saying, again, Frederick, what I ask you to do is go listen to biblical historians. Don't listen to me. And you don't even have to listen to Christian biblical historians. Go listen to atheist biblical scholars that will give you the actual literal historical evidence for who Jesus was, what Jesus did, and how this whole thing came to be. Right? There's a lot of information there that leads it to, so the arguments you're making now, there's not a single historian, and these were arguments that they considered. There were considerations that this was just a made-up belief. Almost all mainstream historians have rejected this belief because it doesn't follow what you would expect to see from a made-up thing. So go argue with them over that, right? Go tell them that they didn't consider all of it. But just know that there are hundreds of historians that argue and debate this every single day. And there's not a single one that you will find that go, oh, it's just made up. They know it wasn't, right? Because there's evidence that you can follow. You know what a made up story looks like. So you can test what a made-up story looks like to what a real story looks like. There's ways of figuring this out. Frederick, okay, now you're doing false equivalencies. I am not telling you, right, that I'm not using the number as the argument. I'm not saying because hundreds believe it this way, you're wrong. I'm telling you there are hundreds of historians that have done the actual research, that have researched the societies, the people in the societies, the anthropological realities of these people, the historical events and how they've happened. And they have all come to the scientific conclusion that this was most definitely not just made up. These people weren't just charlatans trying to sell a faith. Because we can look at times in history where charlatans were trying to sell a faith. And then we can see what they did and how they did it and how things fell apart as a result of what they were doing and what they had to do to stop it from falling apart. And they look at this and they go, well, clearly there's no such thing here. We don't see evidences of that. What we see is authentic belief. So even the atheistic historians that don't believe in Christ say that what they can say with certainty is that the disciples genuinely believed that they saw the things that they claimed that they saw. That they can say for certain. They weren't just trying to convince people. They weren't just trying to invent stuff. They genuinely believed it. What you can then do is go, well, I don't believe it because people don't wake from the dead. And that's what most of them do. They go, there must have been another explanation. There must be something we've not yet figured out, or something we're not yet aware of. But people don't rise from the dead, therefore Jesus couldn't have rose from the dead. But that the disciples genuinely believe that Jesus rose from the dead, that is not in question. They did genuinely believe that Jesus rose from the dead. They genuinely claimed that he rose from the dead. You have shortly after the death of Christ, thousands of Jews, well, I'm not really thousands, hundreds of Jews, but so much that Josephus, one of the Jewish historians of the time, writing about this, but you have hundreds of Jews changing the Sabbath from the Saturday to the Sunday. Why do they do that? Because they claim to have seen Jesus after his death. So they're becoming Christian. And said practice was applied to Jesus. The resultant image of his suffering became the focal point. Well, yeah, because it became where we're saved, right? It's what Jesus went through to save us. That's why it became an important thing in the Christian faith. Now, it should be mentioned that I think everyone has different sort of levels of importance on the cross. So as a Protestant, for example, we put a lot more emphasis on the events of the cross rather than the cross itself. Every Christian church will have a cross in the church and also on top of the church. But for example, I don't wear churches around my neck. I don't have any churches in my house or crosses around my neck or crosses in my house because I don't think the cross itself is what has power. The cross is just the symbol. What Jesus did on the cross is what has power, right? Proving everything on the left is performative bullshit. Let me see. Democrats discuss accepting differing views on transgender rights to avoid alienating voters. Do we have any real an actual article where this is confirmed? Frederick, you are correct. That alone does not make it true. But that, along with all of the other pieces of evidence, leads you to a crossroad. And this is it, right? No one believes anything based on evidence, based on proof. You believe things because there's evidence for it. You believe that your car will start in the morning. Why? Because it has started every other morning. And therefore, you believe that it will. You get into the shower, not because you know that the water is hot, but because you believe it's hot, because it was hot every other morning, right? We do everything based on faith. You can go into deeper examples if you want. Fundamentally, you take all of the evidence that you have in front of you, and then you say, right, I'm at a crossroads. I either reject all of the evidence and I go on believing different sets of evidence, because, look, I'm not suggesting there's all this evidence for Christianity and there's no evidence not for Christianity. There's a lot of evidence that makes people go, I don't believe in God, and therefore I won't believe in God. And that's fine. I happen to look at all the evidence that there is a God, and I look at all the evidence that there isn't one, and I go, I believe this one. Because the evidence for this one is stronger than the evidence for this one. Right? So at the crossroads, I chose to believe that it's real. But that is my choice. I looked at all the evidence and I made a choice. You might get to those same crossroads and go, I believe this one is real. And that's your choice, right? You're free to make that choice. And I don't have a problem with that. The thing is just when people start to argue about the evidence, and I go, look, the evidence isn't in question. It's been researched to hell and back. The evidence is overwhelming. Your choice to believe the evidence is the only thing that's up for debate here. You either believe it or you don't. And again, this is what makes it so difficult. Because it's not like, is there evidence for it? Is there evidence for something else? The answer is yes. There's evidence for it, and there's evidence for something else. Right? Your choice is, which one are you going to believe? That's the choice that you have. And it's going to depend on how you weight the different pieces of evidence. It's going to depend on your own life. In some cases, how much you love your son versus how much you want to be safe from it. But it all ultimately boils down to there's a choice that you need to make. And only you can make that choice. We can discuss it, and I love discussing it, but I can't make that choice for you, nor would I ever want to. That is your choice to make. The article is on Notice, looks like. Don't know if YouTube chat will let me link it, but Google's got it. Yeah, but is Notice paywalled? Here's what the truth is. Everything, everywhere is always up for debate. Right? So, for example, is evolution the origin of life? It's a massive debate. Because there's evidence for it, but there's also evidence that it isn't. Right? And the question is simply, which one do you choose to believe? This is why I said, no one really lives their life based on proof. Because there's very few things, I don't think there's anything in this life that you can say, I believe because of proof. I have proof that this thing is real. Now, where the proof comes from is oftentimes very subjective. So I could ask you, can you prove that you love your wife? And if you're honest, you'd have to say, no, I can't prove that. How do I prove to you how much I love my wife? I don't know how to prove that, right? I know I feel it, but I can't prove that. I can prove it, but only for myself, really. But I know how I feel inside about my wife, so I can prove that I love my wife. But that proof would be nothing to me. Because if you said, well, I feel it, that's just what are you talking about? Right? And you can't even say your actions would prove it, because I could literally just turn around and say, well, your actions is so that she doesn't nag and bitch. That's why you're doing all the nice things, because you don't want her to nag and bitch at you. So that's still no proof for me. That's just you doing a nice thing because you don't want to deal with the bad stuff that she's doing. Is there evidence that you love your wife? Sure, you're doing nice things for her. You treat her very nicely. You guys have been married for 5 or 6 or 10 years. That's evidence. That's not proof. That's just evidence. Now, I could look at the evidence and say, well, you know what? I think Chaos loves his wife. Based on the evidence, I think so. But I could just say, no, it's not. Right? That's just evidence, and I don't believe the evidence. Because one time I heard I saw Chaos actually roll his eyes when his wife said something, and therefore I know that it's all bullshit and he doesn't actually believe it, right? So I could easily make that argument. And there's no way for you to disprove it. Because you don't do anything in this world because of proof. You do it because of belief. You have evidence. You choose to believe the evidence or you don't. That's true for history. That's true for literally everything in this modern day. You choose to believe it because the evidence suggests that you can. But it's the way you weight the evidence that makes the difference between belief or not, right? Wabu, isn't that literally what I just said? That's literally what I said like 5 minutes ago. The same argument is true for God. People who claim that they don't believe in God because there's no proof of God are morons. Because there's also no proof that God doesn't exist. There's no proof that life came from nothing. There's no proof that the Big Bang was the start of the universe. There's no proof that evolution was the origin of life. There's only evidence. The evidence leads you some of the way. Faith leads you the rest of the way. So you look at the evidence and you go, well, based on how the light flows from this one point and based on the pictures of our galaxy that we can see, I believe that the Big Bang is real. Do you know for a fact that the Big Bang is real? Did you see it happen? No, of course not. You weren't there when it happened. You have no idea if it happened. But you choose to believe that it happened based on the evidence that is provided. That's the same for everything in this world. At some point, the evidence can only take you that far. At some point, faith is what takes you the rest of the way. I literally said that. Yeah, but beef and beans, there's also no evidence of that. If you could find evidence that a cosmic being made sweet, sweet love to a chimpanzee and raised the creature to harvest gold from him, if you could find some evidence of that, then we could start talking. But you can't even find evidence for that. So that would fall under the category of fairy tales, I guess. Computer simulation, lack of proof, doesn't make something true. Yeah, but again, Frederick, just a quick question here. If you're saying lack of proof, right? When did I make that claim? When did I say because there is no proof, therefore it is true? I didn't say that once. I told you, you don't have proof for anything that you believe. Nothing. There's nothing that you could believe that you could say, I can prove it. You can't prove it. There's no way for you to prove anything that you believe. You can provide evidence for it. Right? And based on the preponderance of evidence, we could say, well, we believe this because there's so much evidence for it. But the actual belief itself is based on evidence and faith. Faith in the evidence, that the evidence is indeed telling you what you think it's telling you, and that you're interpreting the evidence correctly insofar as reaching the conclusion. But you don't have proof of the things that you believe. You just think they're true because you have the evidence that says this is how it should be, right? I never made the argument that lack of evidence is why it exists. Is it genuinely this hard for... Is it genuinely this hard for you to understand something? Like, Frederick, I'm genuinely asking. Is it this hard for you to understand the concept I'm trying to explain? Because what it feels like to me is we keep going from one to the other. You raise your concern, I speak to the concern, then you raise another concern, I speak to, then we're right back to the first concern. Like, you just go from one to the other, finding different little ways of raising the same concern over and over again. And no matter how many times I speak to your concern, you just flip-flop from one to the other. It's getting tedious and boring. There's no proof of X existing or not existing. That doesn't mean X exists. I never made that argument, bro. I never once said in this stream that because there's no proof that God doesn't exist, therefore God exists. Not once. That wasn't once my argument. Not single time. You can go check if you don't believe me. So stop inventing arguments to try and own me. That's not how that works. I told you, nothing you believe is based on proof. You don't have proof for shit. What you believe is based on evidence. And at some point, you make the choice to believe the evidence out of faith. You have faith in the evidence, therefore you believe the evidence points to a specific conclusion, and you happen to believe the conclusion that the evidence points to. And that's why you believe it. In the same way, you have evidence of God. You choose to have faith in the evidence and the logical conclusion that the evidence points to. Therefore, you have faith and belief in the conclusion based on the evidence and that the conclusion provides. That's the only argument I made. I never reversed the argument, saying, well, since there's no proof for God not existing, therefore God must exist. That's not an argument I made here. So I'm not sure why you think that you can gotcha me with that argument. Because then we can literally just start playing this game. If you want, we can play this game. It's going to lead to nothing. We're not going to reach any sort of common ground, any sort of conversation, because I will just go, there's no proof that God doesn't exist, and you don't have proof that God doesn't exist, therefore you're wrong. And you'll go, well, there's no proof that God does exist, and therefore there is no proof of God's existence, therefore you're wrong. And we can just go back and forth on this bullshit. This is a boring conversation. It's not one I want to have. So either follow the argument, right? Follow the argument that I'm making, or just go, bro, I don't care. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to believe in God. I don't want to talk about God. That's also fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm not going to judge that. But I'm not going to keep going back and forth between the same argument and you finding 500 different ways of trying to explain your argument. I didn't say atheists can't prove that God doesn't exist. I told you no one believes anything because of proof. And then I said, just as atheists cannot prove that the Big Bang is how the universe was created, and just as atheists cannot prove that evolution is how life originated, right? So Christians cannot prove that the universe wasn't created out of the Big Bang, right? Or that life wasn't originating from evolution. In the same way that atheists cannot prove that God didn't create anything, right? Christians can't do the same. So no proof is ever a result of our belief. Evidence is Evidence is what allows us to formulate beliefs. Proof has nothing to do with it. There's no proof. You're not believing anything because of proof. You're believing things because you happen to believe the evidence. And that's belief. That's faith. Congratulations, you're a faithful person. Well, how do you mean? It's amazing how often science explains anything by saying someone F the monkey. Hey, maybe that is the origin of all problems, is someone F the monkey. You never know. You don't know. I'm not chasing some of the fundamentals of Christianity, but still believe in a higher power is all. So my point of origin for the last 4 years was believing in something higher, but not being a Christian. Right? I wasn't a Christian. Prior to that, I was an atheist. Or prior to that, I was an agnostic, and then I became prior to that, I was an atheist. At some point, you do have to, at least I, at some point, had to ask, well, if there is a God, who represents him? And what represents him? Because it's not obvious to me that I can trust myself to be the arbiter of what God wants. So if there is a God, who decides what it is that God wants? And I can't trust myself to be that arbiter because I'm biased. I'm going to want God to be what I want him to be. Right? I'm going to want God to like the things that I like and dislike the things that I dislike. That doesn't seem like a God. That seems like a personal sort of power trip. So at some point I realized I do have to find who represents God. And for me, I found that in Christianity. Right? So I believe Christianity to be true because I found it to be true. And you know, with that comes the stability of knowing that when I have an internal thought about something, I can go to the Bible and I can go ask, what does the Bible say? And if the Bible agrees with my internal thought, I know my internal thought was most likely from God. If the Bible contradicts my internal thought, chances are I'm wrong. Right? I'm trying to make God fit me rather than me fit God. And I think there's tremendous value in that. Okay, Z Vengeance. On this topic, I would argue I didn't need this topic specifically to know that everything the Democrats do is performative. I think the Democrats genuinely thought that people in America were way more progressive than what they were, leaning into, I guess you could say. And I think from the Democrats' perspective, they're finally starting to realize that, oh, wait, people in America aren't as progressive as they thought. But I also think Democrats are finally starting to learn one fundamental lesson, and that is simply screaming at people doesn't change their minds. So if someone doesn't agree with you, just yelling and screaming at them isn't going to make them somehow magically agree with you. Titanborn, how are you doing, sir? What do you mean it's not as exciting as you thought, Z Vengeance? To be fair, though, Beef and Beans, I find it suspect. I'm not saying that I genuinely believe that, but, or that I'm concretely on this, but I don't think you can be a good person and vote Democrat. I think if you're a person with any sort of morality, the Democratic Party is just a clear no-go. You cannot go there. This is a party that stands for some of the most evil stuff in our world. It is a party that has shown themselves to be incapable of acting with integrity, willing to spread lies and make shit up as they go along, anything to progress their own political power. This is a party that time and time again has proved themselves to be nothing more than the followers of trains. They don't have principles. They don't stand on principles. They will do whatever they need to do to win elections. And if Doge has taught us anything, it is that this party is probably responsible for most of the suffering in the world. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, and this is not to say that Republicans are little stars and completely innocent. Republicans have their own flaws and their own faults. Like, don't get me wrong. But I do think in America specifically, you have a choice between the better of two evils. And I do believe the Democrats are the most evil. And I don't see how anyone with morality can vote for them. And I'm not saying that there might not be some Democrats that's relatively okay, you know, and that there's some moderate Democrats, but as a whole, the fullness of the party is, in my opinion, bad. Massey, not yet, no. But I do know there were some talks about, like Trump said he wants to destroy the Houthis or some shit. I don't know. Well, Beef and Beans, it works like this. And this is why history will always change. For a time, I do think the Democrats were the better of two evils. But as with all corruption, it targets what is easy. And the Democrats became the target of corruption, serious corruption. That doesn't mean that the Republicans aren't corrupt either. I mean, the Republicans had an entire internal struggle because of their corruption. Trump didn't come out of nowhere. Trump was born because of the corruption of the Republican Party. When conservatives finally started to realize that they vote and nothing happens, nothing changes. Their leaders just keep doing things that they don't ask for, that they didn't want, and yet their leaders couldn't give two craps. Right? And the Republican Party, most likely because conservatives are less communally minded, conservatives are far less collective in that sense. Conservatives are more individualistic. The Conservative Party had a pretty easy way of having this internal civil war. If you remember, go back to 2015, 2014, when Trump announced that he was running. There was a meltdown within the Republican Party between the establishment and those who knew that the party needed a new direction, that this party had become evil and corrupt. And what happened was the party, the side that knew that this party was evil and corrupt, smashed the establishment. The problem, I think, in the Democratic Party is the voices that could have changed them have been pushed out completely. So your proper liberals, your Joe Rogans, your Bill Mahars, your man, even Trump is actually more liberal than conservative, right? They've all been chased out. Like, they're either now conservatives because the left doesn't want them, or they've been pushed into silence. And so now the left has this big problem. They have the establishment Democrats, the ones that want the game to continue and to just keep stealing. And then they have the socialist, communist Democrats that want to smash the system, but not because they want the system to be free and fair again, but because they want authoritative control of the system, right? So the Democratic Party is in a whole different fight. And unless some of the old guard of the Democrats, the liberal-minded people of the Democrats, can stand up again and racial control and momentum away from the establishment and the communists, I think the Democratic Party is dying, right? I think the Democratic Party is on its way out. If you look at the polls that's coming out, the Democratic Party has their support is crumbling across the board. I think the way that things are going now, the way that the Republican Party is going now, whoever runs in the 2028 election is probably going to win by an absolute landslide, right? Or 2029. When is your next election? 2028, 2029? Somewhere there, right? I think if it's a Republican and if Trump continues to do things that he's doing, it's going to be a landslide, right? You're going to see the House and the Senate probably flip to the point where the conservatives would be able to make all manner of laws that will almost never be changeable again by the Democrats, because the Democrats can't seem to figure out, between the establishment that desperately wants to keep the grift going and this more radical communist wing, the Democrats are incapable of finding normal footing, right? I think that's their big issue. Even I remember a time when conservatives were anti-war, you know? I remember that fondly. Not conservatives, Democrats were anti-war. The conservatives, or at least the Republican Party, were the ones gung-ho for war. It was the Democrats that hated this war stuff. You know, I remember that. And apparently that's completely shifted. Trixar, how you doing?
Article: the Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. Oh, oops. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again from JD Vance. Oh, fuck. So they leaked the group chat. Let's just make sure that our messaging is tight here. And if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk to Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. Those are our boys. I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's caps lock pathetic. But Mike is correct. We're the only ones on the planet who can do this. Nobody else is even close. Questions timing. I feel like now is a good time to say, given President directive to reopen shipping lanes, I think we should go, but President still retains 24 hours of decision space. Houthi PCs. This is after they blew them up. Excellent, a good start. Bro fist, America flag, fire.
See, I don't believe this. I don't believe that this is true. I don't know. I just don't think it is. Did not appear paywalled, by the way. Sin family, how you doing, sir? The White House already confirmed that it's true. They're trying to figure out how it happened. Yeah, but what kind of group chat is it? Where is the group chat? Why is this happening? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is it against the law to just discuss stuff in general, like just for fun? I don't know. Did they actually reveal actual war plans? Or did they just sort of discuss what they thought was gonna happen and what they thought should have happened? I don't know. FIFA means, what are you doing now? Yeah, Junior, HSS will do its part to ban geoengineering our climate. Oh, but this isn't new, though, FIFA means. I know a lot of people sort of think this is bullshit. We know that they've been able to control the weather for a long time. It's just super expensive, right? It's super expensive. But we know that you can, right, control the weather. Not control is a strong word. They can make it rain. They can make it stop raining if they want. There's all sorts of stuff that they can do in order to sort of nudge the weather in the direction that you want it to be in. The reason a lot of people are complaining about it is the weather always seems to, after a while, react super violently, right? Because you're screwing with stuff you don't understand. Right? And so, yeah, it's called cloud seeding, and there's like 3 or 4 different methods of cloud seeding that they can do. Dubai does it, for example, a lot in order to create water so that they don't run out of water. There's a lot of countries in the world that does this, and a lot of people have warned, you're playing a game where you don't know the outcome. You have no idea what the outcome is. Discuss things like this over unsecured lines. It's called the Spy Act or something. Massey, it all depends on how deep the discussions were. And I think if the discussion, because it's no secret that Trump wants to go to war with the Houthis. So I think it's going to rise to the level of what is the discussion that you're actually trying to have? And is it just you and someone else having a bit of a banter about the war? Or are you actually revealing like sensitive information or whatnot? I don't know. What's this? Press Corner, European. I hate everything about the European Commission, but let's see. Okay, here we go. Commission and national authorities take action to protect children from harmful practices in video games. Coordinated by the European Commission. Let's just see here. Coordinated by the European Commission, the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network has launched an enforcement action against Star Stable Entertainment AB to ensure a safer, more transparent experience for players of the Star Stable online game. What the hell is Star Stable? What am I missing? The CPC network is presenting today key principles to help the gaming industry comply with the EU consumer protection rules related to in-game virtual currencies. Oh. Following a complaint by the Swedish Consumers Association, the CPC network, coordinated by the Commission, has launched a coordinated action against Star Stable Entertainment AB to provide information on commercial practices that children might encounter in their game. Star Stable Online, the CPC's network's assessment of the reply provided by the company, identified a number of practices that violate EU consumer protection legislation and that could be particularly harmful to children, such as direct appeals to children in the advertisements, urging them to buy or persuade adults to buy for them in-game currencies or items. The use of pressuring techniques such as purchase through limited time practices to unduly influence children to purchase in-game virtual currency or in-game content. A lack of clear and transparent information adapted to children about buying and using in-game virtual currency, leading consumers to spend more than they intend to. Failure by the company to ensure that the influencers promoting their products clearly disclose commercial content and do not unduly influence children with their marketing techniques. This, so far, in my opinion, seems absolute W. I don't like when government interferes, but shit, yes. When you step on in-game currencies, I'm all for that. Like, whoever wants to do that. Dude, I would support the Mexican cartels if they're going up against these bad practices in video games. Key principles for trustworthy online gaming environment. The CPC, coordinated by the European Commission, is publishing a set of guidelines today to promote transparency and fairness in the online games industry. Use of virtual currencies. The key principle outline the minimum requirements for purchase and use of virtual currencies, including clear and transparent pricing and pre-contractual information, avoiding practices hiding the costs of in-game digital content and services, as well as practices forcing consumers to purchase virtual currency. Oh, so by hiding the cost, what they're effectively talking about is you're not going to be able to have virtual currencies that sort of isn't almost like perfectly one-on-one with whatever your national currency would be. So you could have gold in the game, but the gold is going to have to be 1 gold for $1 so that people can clearly see, or you're going to have the actual dollar amount in the cash store, because anything else could be hiding what the actual amount would be. Respect of consumers' right of withdrawal. Oh. Wait, what does that mean? Right of withdrawal. Does this mean that someone should either have the right to withdraw from the transaction, or does this mean that someone must have the right to withdraw their funds? Yeah, but if it was refund, it would just say refund. It would say respect the consumer's right to refund. But right of withdrawal is a very interesting way of putting it. Let's ask Grok, shall we? In the context of EU law, the consumer's right of withdrawal, often referred to as the cooling off period, is a legal protection granted to consumers under the EU Consumer Rights Directive. Okay, so it is the window from the purchase made to the point where you're allowed to refund it. So there has to be that sort of window in there. Ooh. Respecting consumers' vulnerabilities, in particular when it comes to children. Dude, this is a clear blow for this is a very clear blow for the online practices of video game companies. Massey, to some extent, yes. But also so people can't go bankrupt. Because you might have someone who makes a bunch of online purchases. Dude, you want to know how cool this would be if this could actually start really going to everything? Like, if we could finally get this even for subscription services, like the ability to refund subscription services, that would be phenomenal. Necrate made a really good video explaining and summarizing it. Store Stable has over 20 million active users, by the way, according to quick Googles. I think this was always going to happen. It's been, for a very long time, the gaming industry has been able to get away with very disgusting practices as a result of sort of loopholes within the system. The ability to exploit these loopholes and oftentimes exploit these loopholes to the point where ordinary people have no way of fighting it. You look at how gaming companies operate when it comes to these online cash shops. They have actual psychologists who work on these cash shops to make them as addictive as possible, to find the exact right hooks to try and get someone into the cash shop, and then using all the right bells and whistles to make sure that someone wants that dopamine hit once they spend that money. So seeing more regulation around this, and this is where we get to what a free market should be. There's nothing wrong with you trying to make as much money as possible out of your game, But that needs to come with some safety guards against some of the more terrible practices that some of these people have. If this applies to OnlyFans, all the models would go broke. Massey, can you imagine that? Can you imagine if you could refund your OnlyFans subscription? You're a little horny right now. Subscribe to OnlyFans. Check it out and then just do a refund. Although I think you can refund OnlyFans. The only reason I know this is because there was this story given as to why someone didn't want to support OnlyFans anymore. But it was either Visa or MasterCard. One of these credit card companies didn't want to support OnlyFans anymore because it was becoming too costly. Like the refund costs was getting out of control. And so then I can't remember exactly. No, I remember now. It was OnlyFans. I don't know if you guys remember, but a while ago, like probably a year or two ago, OnlyFans did this whole thing where they were trying to get nudity off OnlyFans. Like they were trying to ban nudity and sex and stuff on OnlyFans. And the reason they wanted to do that is because the credit card companies were putting pressure on them because the credit card companies didn't want to deal with the refunds anymore because there were too many refunds on OnlyFans. So that's how I know that. I covered that story a while ago. Z Vengeance, if Necrate's video is about this, we've already covered it. So I don't need to watch another video about this. But yeah, we need more of this. We need more governments around the world to take aim at these companies and the stuff that these companies do and the way these companies operate. Because fundamentally, at the core of it all, cash shops shouldn't be in video games. Cash shops should specifically not be in video games that already have a price tag attached to it. I would like to see some governments around the world pass regulation that makes that illegal. Makes any sort of add-on costs illegal. So once you've bought a thing, the price of that thing has to include all of the features of the thing. You can't sell a thing and then have all sorts of other little price tags attached to it. Like a cash shop and then also a subscription and all the rest of it. It should be one thing and one thing only. So if you're World of Warcraft and you want to charge a subscription, you can't charge for the game as well. Or if you want to charge for the game, you can't charge for subscriptions on the side. Because I would have loved if the free market could take care of this stuff. But we're clearly in a place at the moment, at least with games, where that's going to take too long. You need some kind of regulation that sort of levels the playing field a little bit. Consumers' rights should be massively improved all over the board. I agree with that. But you don't want FOMO in your Black Samurai game? No, I prefer no FOMO, thank you. Because the cash shop has FOMO there too. Dude, the cash shop in Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the worst cash shops I've ever seen. The fact that they sell map unlocks in the cash shop is disgusting. Like, that's peak disgusting. Smoking loves pay to win games? Not anymore, beef and beans. Not anymore. So, if you actually look, there's a massive move in Japan and in these other countries, the Asian countries, where they're actually starting to turn back towards more Western-style games. Because they're starting to realize that normal single-player games tend to be more successful than their gacha games. Because the culture in Japan is changing. Remember, the way it was is, in the West, we believed that only your performance in the game should impact your strength. Like, we don't care if you're working all day, every day. No one gives a shit. If you want to be good in the game, play the game. In Asia, they had a different approach. Culturally, they were more like, well, since you work all day and you can't play all day, you should be able to spend money. Turns out, Asia is finally starting to adapt the Western philosophy, which is, bro, if you want to work all day and make some money, that's great, but you don't get to buy your power in game. In game, you play like everyone else because that's what's fair. Absolutely absurd. Boxfoot, I absolutely agree with you. I think cash shops in games is single player games specifically is just peak debauchery. Honestly, that's not too bad. Gacha and pay-to-win games are becoming less profitable as people wake up to the greedy exploitation. Yeah, but that's sadly the thing, right? They always have to go beyond what is normal so that players finally reject that bullshit, and only then do they wake up and go, "Oh, okay, we won't do that again. Sorry, oops." I've been watching Shadow stream where streamers went through all tutorial combat with Yasuke, clicking one mouse button all throughout. Funny. Yeah, but Yasuke literally cannot die. Why do you think the world should not allow Blizzard services? Dude, did Ben Shapiro... What happened to this man? Was he not once a conservative? Or do you think he was always just part of the establishment? Boxford, I think the thing that sort of made it difficult with Ben Shapiro was for a time he could really hide sort of behind reasonable takes where you just sort of looked at his takes around war and, you know, thought, oh, yeah, all right, whatever. But I think it's becoming more and more noticeable now, especially since, I don't know how true this is, but someone's saying that the Daily Wire is bankrupt. I was watching this video yesterday from The Quartering. I didn't watch the whole of it, but I saw the first bit of the video saying that Daily Wire is bankrupt. How do you go from being one of the biggest names in conservative media to bankrupt? Now, do you even ask this question? Why does it actually matter who shot JFK? The only thing I can think of here, why he would say that, the only reason I would think of him saying this, is because it's one of the establishment organizations. So it's either the CIA or one of those three-letter agencies that were involved in this. And there's even some rumors that I've heard that Israel may have been involved in JFK's assassination. Because fundamentally, would you not want to know? Why would you not want to know who shot JFK? Treating, that's exactly how it feels. It feels like this man is covering for friends of his in the establishment. Too blatantly trying to act like her. because it would implicate current people in power, but it has to. It has to implicate current people. We need to know who did this. And the fact that Ben Shapiro, it's always... So when I stopped liking Ben was in 2015. This was before I was even a Trump fan. But I can understand why Republicans wanted Trump. Because I, too, had severe dislike for the Republican Party at the time. I thought the Republican Party was mega evil. I didn't think the Democrats weren't evil, just to be fair, but I did think the Republicans were mega evil, so I understood why the Republicans wanted Trump. And when Ben Shapiro was so obviously anti-Trump, to the point where it almost became laughable, I was like, something's weird here. Why would this guy, that clearly wants a Republican Party and a conservative movement that is strong, that is honest, because he says that it needs to be honest and it needs to be all of these things, why would he be against someone that is trying to bring that into the Democratic Party? That is trying to make them once again a party for the people rather than a party for the few elites and all the warmongers. And since then, he's basically done nothing but prove me right in that he is just for every war. I don't think there's a single war that Ben Shapiro has made that he isn't absolutely in love with. To have done it, it was a bygone generation that did it. Michael, so there is a bit of a problem there, because if it comes out that it was the CIA that, say, for example, killed JFK, that immediately creates a super big problem. Because now you know the CIA was directly involved in political games, even on home soil. So suddenly, a lot of countries around the world start asking a lot of questions about their own politics. Right? Because it seems like the CIA is genuinely an organization with no sort of internal morality. As an organization, they wouldn't even flinch at killing their own president. So what did they do in our nation? So it can create a lot of problems for the US. You know, just from a normal relationship standpoint, the US can be in chaos as a result of that assassination. I don't know. This is just such a... Ben Shapiro going from people actually liking him and, you know, him being somewhat of a conservative superstar to now writing articles like, why does it actually matter who shot JFK? Such a... Man. This guy has fallen far. Few of the current staff in the CIA would not know, so the truth should be exposed, but no one there today could be involved. Well, no one could be involved, you're right, but remember, organizations have cultures. And the people who did the killing of JFK would have been the ones to establish the culture of the CIA. Which means that everyone who works in this, everyone who works in the CIA is a result of these sort of darker forces of the CIA. So it would still cast a long shadow. You know, the CIA already had a bunch of egg on its face during Cuba and the Cuba crisis. Not the missile crisis, but just the stuff that happened in Cuba after they, you know, tried to assassinate people and take people out. So it is... Jordy, how you doing, sir? Sounds like Ben knows who shot JFK. I think fundamentally, I understand why the CIA has to exist, right? Intelligence is important and you need intelligence. What I don't think people respect is the high probability that that same agency becomes the problem. And it seems to me that an organization that is allowed to act for the most part in secret, in fact, it's incentivized to do everything in secret, how can that organization not eventually become corrupt? So I've seen these before, Thundercool. The problem for me is we have not seen any evidence yet of the actual JFK files. Now suddenly there's this one year that suggests envelope was just August 1994, bearing the handwritten, hand-printed address, Senator Joseph Biden, D. Delaware, U.S. Capitol Building, U.S. Senate, Washington, D.C. According handwritten, hand-printed letter dated 8/26/94, beginning, Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor, and bearing the signature John F. Kennedy Jr. So, I mean, this could have been anything, right? I don't know. How old would Biden have been when JFK was in office? And would Biden have been anywhere near powerful enough to even be able to pull those strings? Jody, we don't even have the documents yet. The only documents, we don't even have the full JFK files as far as I know. That they've not been released yet. Yeah, Biden would probably have been like a junior politician at that point. So I highly doubt that Biden had anything to do with this. This might have been related to something completely different, right? That corruption is inevitable, especially as applied to power. Grimble, that's the issue, right? Because corruption is inevitable, you would have had, this is why the American experiment is such an incredible experiment, because when you look at everything that the founding fathers did, people like to complain about how inefficient the American government is, because the American government is one of the most inefficient governments in the world, just FYI. People like to complain about that, but what most people don't realize is that's a feature. It's not a flaw, it's a feature. The founding fathers of America made the American government as inefficient as it is on purpose, because they understood that human corruption cannot be stopped and that nothing humans build will ever be free of corruption. And so the idea was, if it is going to be corrupt, it has to be as incapable as possible of making the lives of ordinary people unbearable. And also allow for as many options as possible to get away from the corruption. Right? So the American Constitution is phenomenal for that one reason only. The American government system is phenomenal because they understood they weren't trying to build a government for ultimate control. These were men who didn't want control. For those of you that didn't even know, the first few presidents of the United States of America didn't even want to be president. George Washington, when they told him that he should become the president of the United States of America, he didn't want to do it. Right? He didn't want to be president. He ultimately did it for love of country, but not because he really wanted the power. And the first presidents of the United States, what did they do as soon as they were no longer president? They went back home, lived like normal people. owning their businesses and doing business, right? Because the idea was we're just creating, or at least trying to create a system where the leaders aren't incentivized to be the leaders. Of course, slowly but surely, corruption changes things and kills things, as it always does. United States Secret Service Treasury Department. For the information of all officers concerned, 2/126 advised on November 26, 1963, that he had heard that one allegedly had been attempting to negotiate a sale of machine guns to one honor, or whatever the hell that means, and that I can't pronounce. Echevarria allegedly made a comment the day before the assassination of President John F. Kennedy that we now have plenty of money. Our new backers are Jews. As soon as we or they take care of Kennedy. Oh, might this be why they don't want this to come out? In 1954, a procedure was approved whereby we could attribute certain information received from James Angleton, CIA, under the symbol Bureau Informant 100. This information, for the most part, emanated from a liaison arrangement with CIA maintained. The CIA maintained with the Israeli Intelligence Service and from other sources under the Council of Angleton. Most of the information developed by Angleton was not disseminated within CIA, but he felt that the data should be passed on to the Bureau. Alan Dulles gave him authorization to handle dissemination in this matter. We continue to receive information of value on a regular basis. And then Russia via Israel. Interesting. Like, I would not be surprised if that's why it's taking so long to come out. You see, Trump likes Israel. His son-in-law is Israeli. Most of the Republican Party are pro-Israel. If it comes out that Israel and the CIA killed JFK because JFK was going to stop weapon sales to Israel, that'll be the end of the relationship between Israel and America. And you might say, but Akko, it happened so long ago, modern day Israel isn't to blame for this. Most people won't care. Most people won't care. People will demand that America break ties with Israel, and quick. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why it's taking so long for this list to come out. Why they don't want this list to come out? Because they know shit will go down. Massey, hold up. You're doing that thing we spoke about earlier. I didn't say Trump likes Israel because his son-in-law is Israeli. I said Trump likes Israel. Heck, one of his sons-in-law is Israeli. That's a different thing. That's a very different argument, right? Because he's one son-in-law that's Lebanese, if I'm not mistaken, is a Christian Lebanese. So Trump might like the Christian Lebanese, but he doesn't like the Muslim Lebanese. Whatever the case might be, the argument was that Trump likes Israel. He's made no qualms about that. He makes no secret about that. He said that before. So the argument that his son-in-law is Israeli was just a throwaway argument to explain how close Israel is to the Trump administration. It's in his own house. When I saw that a few days ago, it had me shocked. I'm convinced at this point that Israel has been hijacked by Canaanites pretending to be Jews, maintaining the illusion for sake of power and wealth. The more I dig into these things, the more I wonder. So, Jordy, I know my dad and them. So you have the Rabbinic Jews, right? And then you have the Ashkenazi Jew. And there's all sorts of theories about the Ashkenazi Jew that not being actually Jewish. And then the Rabbinic Jews being Jews. I don't follow any of that, so I genuinely don't know anything about that. What I tend to say, and what I will always say, is that it's not Jews in general. It's some evil people doing some evil things, regardless of who they are, right? So it's very rare that I will call an entire group of people evil. So, for example, when I say that the Democrats are evil, I mean the party, right? And what the party stands for. But as you've heard, I did say, I don't think everyone in the Democratic Party is necessarily evil, but I do think the only way you can support the Democratic Party is if you're kind of being a bit blind, right? So you put your hands over your face and you just pretend like you don't see shit. Because what the party itself stands for is evil. But would I go so far as to say that all liberals in America are evil? Hell no. That is a strong claim to make, right? And the same is true for Jews. I think the vast majority of Jews just want to live. I think if you remove the leadership from Israel and the leadership from Palestine, the people of Palestine and the people of Israel would not go to war. They would not fight wars. See what happens. I start work, out, go to swap over to music, later echo, later chat. Don't get too banned, echo. I will try not to, Caleb. I will try not to. Take care, man. Have fun at work. I don't know. It is what it is. Ultimately, we're heading in a very interesting direction, boys. Very interesting direction. There's a lot of stuff that's going to come out in the next few years that I think is going to be interesting. Israel's invasion of Syria, electric boogaloo. Yeah, I wonder though, the whole what I don't know, and I'm happy to get advice here from you guys, chat. Was Assad a bad guy, as in literally a bad guy that maybe the West wanted to take out for good or bad reasons, depending on? Or was Assad not that bad of a guy and the West wanted to take him out for bad reasons? What the hell is the argument? I have no idea.
Every 40 seconds.
Well, I'm not gonna watch this now, but I will add it to. I'll add it to watch later. I don't believe he was that bad. I think we are in the end times, and I don't say that to be bombastic or inflammatory, but I truly believe the return of Christ will happen in our lifetimes in this era. A lot of signs are present. So, Jordy, here's what I have to say about that. On the surface, I also think that it seems inevitable that Christ will return. But we do need to remember that in almost every period of time, the people thought that they might be living in the end times, because you experience things oftentimes worse than what they actually are. Or worse, you experience them in real time, so they're very bad for you. But then having history and being able to look back, the thing that I'm looking to that gives me hope that we're not yet in the end times, and I say hope because the suffering of the end times will be very bad, right? But the thing that gives me hope is that there are counter movements happening. And when I read the end times, it doesn't seem like there's counter moves. It seems like the Christians suffer and the rest of the world just march towards destruction. But you see the counter moves, right? You can see how young people are turning towards God. You can see how young people are turning towards conservatism. You can see how the world is starting to reject the evil messages that's sort of out there and sort of being purported by people. So clearly there's still good in the world. And there's people who recognize that we're not yet living in the end times. And what I mean by that is there's people who recognize it's not too late to make a change. This doesn't have to be our future. There are other ways for us to live. And so my hope is that those are the people that went out. I'm in agreement with you. There's a lot of signs and a lot of things seem to go that way, but there's also some signs that things might be getting better. Quietly into the night, Razor Connor, no, it doesn't seem like it. But I mean, if even for those of you that don't believe the end times, Jesus says, if I postpone my coming with a single day, there will be nothing for me to come back to. In other words, think of how bad that world will be. In other words, if Jesus is supposed to come on the Monday and he decides to come on the Tuesday, by Monday evening, we will have completely destroyed all life on this planet. All life. Like, how bad is that world? Massey, yeah, I do think one of the biggest problems, and this is why I hope if Trump goes to war now with the Houthis and with Yemen, well, not Yemen, with Iran, right? Although Yemen is also part of it with the Houthis, but or they're implicated in the war with the Houthis. But one of the things I really hope Trump doesn't fall into would be, don't try to nation build. That's not your job. America shouldn't go into the Middle East thinking that it's going to build nations or spread democracy. Punish the nations that you don't like doing the things that they're doing. Give them a good old thrashing and then move on. Right? Don't destroy the systems of their governments. Don't allow for the people to have their elections and then move on. Right? Don't go in there trying to set up permanent military bases, hoping that you're going to be able to fight this, this war for the long haul. Americans' hearts aren't in it. If you're going to try and fight for the long haul, you need a people that's willing to fight for 150 plus years. No one is willing to do that. So go in, harm what needs to be harmed. In this case, I would say take out the fundamental infrastructure, right? So with Iran, it's pretty easy. America knows where most of the nuclear facilities are buried. Bomb the living shit out of those facilities. Take all of it out, right? And then let the government rebuild. Make life so hard that you force a revolution in that country where the people overthrow their own government. But don't do the whole thing of supplying the rebels with guns and then the rebels become the new problem because you were trying to necessitate the overthrow of a government. If the people want the government overthrown, they will do so. Your job is to punish the nation because the nation is punishing your allies or punishing you. Do that and be done with it. That is possible, Jody. Z-Vengeance, I think it's more than that. The problem is, there's this assumption in the West that all people everywhere want to live under democracy. What people in the West needs to realize is this is a very dangerous assumption. The fact that countries in the Middle East still doesn't have democracy proves to you that people in the Middle East doesn't, on a societal level, favor democracy. Their cultures just don't favor it. Their cultures favor a strong leader sitting on the throne, telling everyone else what they can and cannot do. Now, that doesn't mean that individual people in the Middle East don't like that. Of course, there will always be individuals in every country that doesn't like the system of their country. And those individuals will up and leave. They'll go to other nations. But the idea, and I think the biggest mistake the West has ever made, is going into the Middle East thinking that the people in the Middle East want democracy. The problem with that is, and it's literally what Massey just said there, the Middle East has fundamental issues, and these issues even exist in South Africa, in Africa, actually. So one of the reasons democracy also doesn't really work in Africa is tribalism. You cannot stop. So people in South Africa, we have a tribe called the Zulu here, right? The Zulu tribe. The Zulu tribe will not vote for anyone that isn't Zulu. So the second the ANC got a leader that wasn't Zulu, the Zulu tribe didn't vote for them. Because they only care about the Zulu. They do not give a shit about the rest of the country. They don't care about any other group. They care only about themselves. Now, you might say, but that's wrong. That's how they believe. You can't change that. And Africa is full of this, right? Africa is full of this. Every tribe only believes in protecting and defending themselves. They couldn't give two craps about the country or the nation or the people. Who cares? It's only about us, right? And our people. And you don't really have that in the West. You don't have in Germany different tribes of Germans disagreeing with each other. They're all Germans. And sure, the people from Hamburg might not like the people from Berlin, but they still believe that the people from Berlin are German, right? In France, the same thing is true. The French think the French is French. And they're all one people. Africa doesn't have this. It's all small little tribes. Tribalism is alive and well. The Middle East is the same. It's alive and well. The Middle East just has religion on top of that makes it even more divided. So democracy physically is a experiment that will not work in Africa, will not work in the Middle East. And I think it's time that the West realizes that. We are respecting human rights and spreading ideas intrinsic to Western culture, like the rule of law and representation, constitutional governments. Jody, even that I would say, I think late cultures run themselves the way that they want to be run, right? TMB, welcome back. Because the idea is that you're gonna spread constitutional democracy or constitutional representation and human rights. The problem is that human rights is also not universal, right? Some countries have some views of what human rights or what rights are human rights. Other countries have completely different views. You know, again, you go to the Middle East, they don't believe that all humans have rights. That's just not a thing that is generally believed in those cultures. A lot of those cultures don't for a second think that all humans just have rights because they're humans. That's a very Western belief. And it stems from the fact that at the core, at the foundational level, we believe that God created man. Therefore, all men are equal because all men are created by God. But since those beliefs are not shared all across the world, it'll be very difficult to have things like representative democracies or governments or constitutional governments even. Because fundamentally, what do you do with a society that just rejects some of your human rights, that don't believe that those rights should be human rights? Cesius, how are you doing, sir? And I do think you're fundamentally...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Yeah, I mean, I think cracking down on fentanyl, making sure our borders are stronger. Look, nobody thinks that illegal immigration is appropriate.
Is there anything that you think Trump has done right?
Look, nobody thinks that illegal immigration is appropriate.
Well, that's a change. Wasn't Bernie one of the people that sort of attacked conservatives for thinking illegal immigration is illegal?
Bro is back on his bullshit. People are getting mad at Bernie for saying this. He went against the mentally ill Twitter people. Everybody's getting mad. I think illegal immigration is appropriate and actually doesn't exist because people aren't illegal and borders aren't real. Nazi Bernard on his clown arc. Imagine selling out your entire base just to co-sign Trump's racist policy. Bernie, you bald, spineless fraud, shut the fuck up. Kill all Bernies. The moderate wing of fascism. Bernie Sanders is the racist freak and I wish he died. This is a guy, literally, Bernie Sanders straight up was protesting for civil rights when it was a thing. This guy was there, and this is the guy they're calling a racist freak. I just wanted to give this as an example of this is the reason why left-wing people can't win. The reason why is because they're all fucking retards that do endless purity tests on each other, and they're dominated by children that shouldn't even be old enough to have an internet account. Cracking down on fentanyl and...
I would just say, while I agree with everything Asman is saying here, Bernie Sanders is a hypocrite. Because when Bernie thought that the political... This is why I told you Bernie Sanders is a snake. When Bernie thought that the wins are all about, immigration and people love immigrants, Bernie was all for illegal immigrants and how racist the Republicans are because they don't like immigrants. Now that things changed, and now that most of Americans actually agree that no, illegal immigrants aren't welcome, suddenly now old Bernie is like, oh, well, actually, no one thinks illegal immigration is good. Huh. That's some principles over there. And that's the exact kind of principles I want in a leader, not knowing what they'll vote next, because they'll basically just go with whatever the mob is suggesting. Which means if the mob at any given point in time suggests that we should kill all X people, the president will just go along with it, because why wouldn't I? What's this? Charlie Kirk, would you say no men in women's sports? Newsom, I think it's an issue of fairness, so that's easy to call out, the unfairness of it all.
So like you right now should come out and be like, you know what? The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports,
right.
that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate.
But like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that. There's also a humility.
Isn't California like the leader of this bullshit?
And grace. That these poor people are more likely to commit suicide, have anxiety and depression, And the way that people talk down to vulnerable communities is an issue that I have a hard time with as well. So both things I can hold in my hand. How can we address this issue with the kind of decency that I think, is inherent in you, but not always expressed?
It's like you right now.
So here's my problem. This is why I told you I have such a big problem with Democratic leaders. They're all flip-floppy. Because Gavin Newsom was just 2 years ago all about all the trans stuff, all about telling people how evil they are if they don't accept men wanting to be women. And now suddenly, now that they're realizing, oh shit, Americans don't actually like this stuff, now suddenly they're flip-flopping. Now they're coming back to and to be fair, some people might say, but Akko, hold on. Does this mean that I have to keep believing something even though I have come to not believe it anymore? So anytime I change my mind, is that now me flip-flopping? No. So the way changing your mind is supposed to work is you believe one thing as a principled person. You believe one thing because you have evidence for that thing. But then new evidence starts to surface. And you see the new evidence and you go, this new evidence challenges the evidence that I've previously believed. And it seems like this new evidence is overwhelming. I'm going to believe the new thing because clearly the evidence has changed. The evidence on this has not changed. We have known pretty much since forever that men competing in women's sports will be unfair to women. We've been saying this. We have known since pretty much since the beginning that transitioning isn't the magic bullet that the left claims it to be. Right? The left claims that we should just allow men to transition and they'll commit fewer suicides. Because the suicide rate is about 50% for trans people or people who believe to be trans, right? The issue is the evidence doesn't get better once they transition. Because once they transition, the suicide rate is still 50%. So transition is clearly not the magic fix for dysphoria. This has led to conservatives saying, we need more evidence. We need to research this. We need to understand what is actually going on. Because clearly, just giving them a bunch of pills and a bunch of surgeries isn't doing the trick. It's not fixing the underlying problem that leads to these suicides and leads to these life choices. And then we were told by all of the left-wing politicians, you evil, racist bastards, how dare you? You're not for, love is love and trans woman is woman and all the rest of it. And now that the consensus is that most Americans do not agree with trans rights, most Americans don't think that men should be allowed in women's sports, most Americans do not believe that children should be transitioned as early as the age of 9. Now, suddenly, all these Democratic leaders are coming out saying, yeah, but, that's just an issue of fairness. I think it's easy to call out unfairness. Really? Then why have you not yet? If it is so easy, why have you not called it out yet? Why is there no bills in California that block this from happening? Like, what's happening? If it's so easy to call out the unfairness of it all. Misty Mountain Path, how you doing? My biggest problem with Democrats is the lack of accountability and the dismissal of common sense and good policy in favor of grandstanding and giving the appearance of being a virtuous person. Virtue signaling, true. To be fair, women's sports exist specifically to include women. In a way, it's ironic that women wouldn't want to include trans in their sports, but I get it. Illustrate, so, firstly, women's sports exist primarily because women cannot compete against men, right? If you were to try and force that, women would never win anything. And in some sports, women wouldn't even be able to take part. You take soccer, women couldn't take part. Rugby, women couldn't take part. Football, a woman would get murdered on the field. Boxing, holy shit. Can you imagine Mike Tyson fighting Ronda Rousey? He'll destroy her, right? So there's just safety issues when it comes to women in main sports. So yes, in a way, female sports does exist to allow a space where women can play, right? And where women doesn't have to compete against a man that is so much stronger than and faster than what she can ever be. The whole trans debate, in my opinion, in female sports is a non-debate. It shouldn't even be a debate. You're dealing first and foremost with a very small portion of society. The overwhelming majority of people are not trans, right? Our best guess puts them at less than 1% of the human population, far less than 1% of the human population. And I'm sorry, but them's the rules. You were born in the wrong body. Sure, that's unfair from your perspective, but that's life. Life isn't fair. As I said earlier, I would love to be the Olympic record holder for the long jump. The issue is that I am built in such a way that gravity has a profound effect on my physique. And so when I jump, it doesn't go very far. Now, I could say, well, this is just not fair. I should be allowed to long jump on the moon because I have a clear disadvantage. That doesn't change the fact that that's life. And I have to deal with the fact that that is life, right? So when a trans woman says, well, I need to be able to do sports as well, sure, go to the main. If you really feel like you want to do sports, go run with the main. You have a burst of testosterone that women do not have, not to the same level. And it doesn't matter how unfair you think that is, life's unfair. What are we supposed to do? We can't allow women to suddenly have to compete with you, even though you have an unfair advantage. Maybe, how you doing? You could physically change your body through exercise, though. Yeah, Butterbeans, but I would still not be a phenomenal long jumper, necessarily, right? Or even if I lost the weight, I'd still not be able to ever run as fast as Usain Bolt. And then it doesn't help that I scream it's unfair. I'm not as tall as Usain Bolt, so I can't run as fast. That's life. Just means I can't compete with Usain Bolt, right? And there's no way I can scream about this. Yeah, Jody. The issue is, every single time we start talking about trans rights, why does it always feel like women are the ones that have to sacrifice their rights in order to create rights for this tiny, tiny minority of the human population? I don't understand that. I don't understand why it's fair that women are the ones that have to sacrifice their spaces and their rights when you're talking about a group of people that are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. And I'm not making a physical judgment on the value of trans people or their value as a human being. I'm just saying it doesn't seem fair to me that the majority has to physically give up their spaces. Like you see these people going around harassing workers in sort of nail salons and waxing salons, you know, where they demand to be seen by the female staff, even though, you know, I was watching this one video where a trans woman is speaking to this person working at it's a lady that owns the store, I think. And the lady is explaining to the trans woman, hey, if you have a vagina, you go there. If you have a penis, you go there. Right? And this trans person is getting angry because they believe they should go to the female space. And the lady from the shop is trying to explain to this dude, hey, you have a penis. The woman who is doing the bikini waxes don't want to wax a penis. They don't want to do it. And this trans person keeps getting increasingly more angry because screw what you want or don't want to do. I demand that you treat me the way that I think I should be treated. Why should I have respect for someone like that? TMB, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out and for coming out. I hope you had a good nap. What's your take about intersex? Again, so intersex is an even smaller percentage of the population, right? Salty Dog, how you doing, sir? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. It's an even smaller sample size than trans people even is. But I would say the following. With intersex people, most intersex people, the decision tends to be made quite early on, right? So they normally allow the kid to sort of grow up until the point where they can see which one of the sides is the dominant side. Because there's always a dominant side. There's always a side to an intersex person where the body starts releasing way more estrogen than testosterone. And so now they know that while, yes, something went wrong on both parts is visible, the estrogen side clearly is the more active side. And so then you'll go for an operation to remove whatever is there so that, you know, that you don't walk around the rest of your life with both, right? Some people don't go through the operations and they're perfectly fine to keep it. But normally speaking, your body still chooses a path, right? So either it goes towards the masculine side and it starts producing a shit ton of testosterone. So I don't even think the argument about intersex people is an argument worthy of having. Because most intersex people, by the age of 18 or 19, you'll probably not even be able to know, right? Whether this person was born male or intersex. Because, yeah, it's like very early on where they already know which one of the two, like which side your body is going to go to. Because it's a problem with the sort of reproductive, shall we say, appendages rather than with the actual biology. Your biology still chooses a side. Maybe, yeah. That's a good example of... Well, that's sort of an obscure example of intersex because it's very rare that the balls will be hidden, right? But yes, in Dr. House, you could see the actress there that's playing the intersex character. Even though they are technically intersex and they do have small testicles, they're not actually, you know, they're not male because the body still knows what it is. You know, it is male or it is female, but it doesn't, you know, there's something goes wrong and we're human, things go wrong, where both are developed to some extent. So when you talk about the boxer from the Paris Olympics, my issue with this is, first and foremost, there's some interesting things about that whole story. So there's the whole time this claim that it is a she, right? But then we see pictures and stuff afterwards. The she doesn't dress like a she. The she doesn't handle themselves like a she. And in fact, the she tends to be more than happy to be referred to as a man. I watched a video where they actually refer to themselves as a man. So clearly something is very awkward there. And I think it just shows how screwed up the entire process is. Because it all seems to be massively performative. Like just across the board, there seems to be a massive amount of performative bullshit that makes it very difficult for us to discern. I would say though, if we're gonna have to, because I think you're doing a disservice to intersex people if you're trying to judge them the same as trans people, because it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. Because as I've already explained, your body is going to choose a side and it's going to go towards that side. Intersex people aren't going to, get massive testosterone spikes as a result of stuff, except in super rare cases where that might happen, but that would usually mean much bigger problems further down the line. So they won't even necessarily be able to partake in sports. It's not the same argument. And I don't think making it simple is going to make us get to a better result. To meet someone affected by that extremely rare condition. True. Can libs use that as an example? Titanborn, use what as an example? Yeah, but Thundercool, this is part of that. It is a fallacy, right? It's a fallacious argument. You see, because it's sort of like whenever you talk about the abortion debate. In abortion, people will say, well, what about incest? It's okay, you're talking about less than 1% of all abortions. We can have that debate, but that's not the problem. Or people will say, well, what about grape? Are you actually going to force a woman to give birth to her rapist's child? It's like, okay, so you're talking about less than 5% of all abortions. We can have that conversation as well. Now let's talk about the 95% of the abortions that has nothing to do with that. Like, nothing. It's got nothing to do with raping. It's got nothing to do with incest. Let's talk about the actual 200 and about 75 to 85,000 abortions being performed yearly in America. That has nothing to do with incest, nothing to do with SH or raping. That's literally just women refusing to take responsibility for their own actions. And killing human beings in the process because they're too narcissistic to take responsibility for what they themselves have done. Let's talk about that first. We can get to the graping stuff. We can probably find a solution for that in the long run. And I'm more than open to that conversation. No problem. But let's talk about the 285,000 abortions being done by narcissistic, self-absorbed, evil women killing their babies because they just can't be asked to deal with the consequences of their own actions. And don't give me this, my body, my choice. You had your choice. Your choice was to have sex or to not have sex. You chose to have sex. You're not asking for a choice. You're asking for freedom from the consequences of your choice. There's a major difference between the two things. That would be like me jumping off a bridge and then being angry that I broke my leg and demanding that I don't have to deal with the breaking of my leg. Bro, you had a choice not to jump off the bridge. What follows after that, that's on you. That's the consequences of your actions coming to bite you in the ass. But the problem is we have this sort of underlying group of women in the world who believe that not only should they have absolute freedom to choose whatever they want, but then it's also very, very wrong and evil of people to demand that they face the consequences of their choice, and that actually the consequences and the choice to kill their baby should be their choice. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to have freedom from the consequences of your choices. You made a choice that you didn't have to make. No one forced you to have sex. No one forced you to have unprotected sex. You could have either not had sex, you could have been on the pill, you could have used a condom. You decided in all three of those instances, no, I want to have sex. Now you also want to say, I don't want to deal with the consequences. Get the consequences away from me. And if you say that I should face the consequences of my own actions, then my body, my choice. And how dare you tell me what to do? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what not to do and what you can't do. And you can't kill human beings because you made stupid choices. That's what I'm telling you. But it means, yeah, I do eat meat. Why? Trickstar, what's there to talk about is I have the charge to protect the innocent. A baby doesn't have the ability to fight for itself. When it's in the womb, it is completely and utterly reliant on its mother for its protection. The fact that its mother wants to kill him or her means that I now have to step in and say, hold on, you can't just kill this human. This is a human. You can't just take its life. What the hell do you think you're on? Right? Because the baby requires me to protect it. Because fundamentally, the mother don't want to. So I believe that if you just stand aside and say, well, you know what, it's up to God to judge, you're going to be judged for it as well. Because you're allowing evil to happen right in front of you. And you're doing nothing to stop it. You're not even attempting to stop it. You're washing your hands of it. You're saying, well, I have nothing to do with this. It's got nothing to do with me. This is between you and God. That's not how you're called to act in this world. You're not called to simply look away when you see sin. Jesus never looked away when he saw sin. He confronted it head on. And you should be willing to do the same. Few that use abortion counts as some sort of badge of honor. JT, that's literally how I know that this is a super narcissistic, psychopathic move. The amount of women that use the number of abortions that they've had as a badge of honor. As a sort of, oh yeah, look at me. I got this. It's like, wow, you evil, evil human being. You should be locked up for the rest of your life. Consecutive life sentences for what you have done. Oh, Butterbeans is pretty easy. One is a human and the other one is not. As humans, we are placed right at the top of creation, right at the top of the food chain, and everything else is given to us as our food, as our pets, as under us, meant to serve us. Easy. I can kill the animals as I want because they were given to me to kill. Humans, not the same. Humans are the only ones that were made in the image of God. God made humans. Every human being that is born comes from God. So to think that you have the right to kill a human being that is born from God? On what planet do you think you have that right? In what way do you think you have the right to even begin to say that? Yeah, I mean, no one goes around killing animals in the most fun way possible. In fact, we go so far as hunters as to say we're not allowed to hunt during summer. There's a reason why why hunters don't hunt in the summer. Why it's mostly a winter sport. Now, this will depend on region to region because all animals have different mating seasons. But specifically in South Africa, summer is mating season. Hunters don't hunt during summer because the last thing you want to do is kill a deer that is carrying a baby, or kill a baby deer, or kill a mother that is currently taking care of her baby deer, because that would be very bad because that little deer is going to die. So we only hunt during winter when it isn't mating season, and most of the deer that was born is now completely self-sufficient and can take care of themselves. And even then, I grew up as a hunter. You take a look at what you're shooting, what's around it, and if you see a little deer following the one that you want to shoot, you shoot something else. Because that's a mother. You're not going to kill the baby, at the mother at the moment, because you might kill the baby in a very gruesome way. So, no, it's not. I find the pro-life argument inherently sexist. If biological males got pregnant and were forced to be single fathers, society would unquestionably welcome optional abortion. Illustrate, I don't think you're correct on that. Okay, so firstly, you're making an argument from guesswork, right? You're guessing. Oh, yeah. So if men were the ones getting pregnant, you would see how quickly abortion would be allowed. Except, by your argument, right, that means that men like to make rules that favor them. Why then is it that men were the ones that enforced strict rules around marriage? Why is it that men, specifically in the West, outlawed polygamy? Why is it that men in the West outlawed the idea that a man can have more than one wife? These are all things that men would want. Men like screwing around. Why is it that men introduced charges for cheating? If you cheat on your wife, you lose half your shit. This is all from men. If men were indeed passing laws to only favor themselves and, try to undo any sort of female happiness, why is it that we see the exact opposite? Men in society have always passed laws, at least in Western society, in line with Christian doctrine. Regardless of whether or not it favored how men want it to be, if the Bible said this is how it's supposed to be, it was men who said, well, then this is how it's supposed to be. And I can guarantee you, the same would probably have been true if men were the ones who were able to get pregnant. The argument has nothing to do with sexism. It's not a sexist argument. The argument has to do with what is or is not life. And as a Christian who believes that life comes from God and is inspired by God and God alone, is my mic cutting out? Is my mic cutting out for anyone else? As a Christian that believes that life comes from God, I have no other option but to say, if you find it okay to end life, even though the life comes from God, then you are evil. You're a murderer. It's nothing other than being a murderer. I'm sorry, but I'm yet to hear a single argument from any pro-abortion people as to why a baby isn't life. Not a single person has ever been able to determine or explain to me how the fetus isn't life. And murder is the ending of life. And I don't believe that you can make the argument, oh, but brainwaves or heartbeats. We don't have the technology to see prior to a certain amount of weeks. I believe currently we can detect for the first time at about 14 weeks, we can detect the heart rate and some brain function. That's not because there might not be anything prior to 14 weeks. It's just that the technology we have access to isn't able to see prior to 14 weeks because whatever is there is so small and tiny that we just don't see it yet. So your entire argument of, well, it's not life, is wrong. It is life. The life started the moment insemination happened, right? At the moment of conception, life was born. And if you don't interfere with that life, it will turn into an actual human being by the end of it. So the entire thing, well, if there's no brain function, there is brain function. And if there isn't, there will be. So your argument, we don't argue that murder isn't murder if someone is brain dead. Right? Or if someone is incapacitated. It's still murder. Brain dead is a different thing because you're already dead. Right? But if someone is lying in a coma, right, and a doctor just injects them with a bunch of morphine until they die, that's still death, right? You still killed that person. So just the idea that that person can't move, or if there's no detectable whatever, that's not an argument for me. Because you're still ending a life that otherwise would have survived, that otherwise would have been a human being. I don't think you can have the argument of when, because the problem is we don't have the technology yet to really know for a fact that there is nothing before the 14 or the 12 weeks when this actually happens. Just fall in line like everyone expects women to, which they did for most of history while men made all the laws. Illustrate again, do you have actual evidence for spouting this, or is this just what you think happened? Because women certainly didn't just fall in line for all of human history. That's just not true. We have historical evidence going back mega far that shows that women never just fell in line. There were always groups that women used in order to gain influence into politics, into societal living. It's so funny to me how so many women liked, and again, illustrate, why are you using the SA argument? Let's start there. Why are you using the argument that accounts for less than 5% of all abortions? Why is that your argument? Can you explain that to me? Engineer, if that does happen, definitely. All the stupid arguments from this side of the fence, though. I believe the life growing inside a woman is the responsibility of the woman, and that woman should be able to make the choice on that life continuing or not before birth. Pro-choicers should just own up to the decision and just say, I mean, in ending this life for this reason, admit to being a killer. The only time being a killer should be okay. So Dark Mood, I'm perfectly okay with that if the woman then faces charges and goes to jail for murder, right? Maybe we can have a bit of a relaxed sentence, 5 years. Instead of the mandatory 10, 5 years for every abortion. I think everyone's happy then. You decided to kill your child. You did so fully knowing that it is illegal. You killed him anyways. You go to jail for 5 years. After that, you can come out and everyone knows, oh shit, abortion person. Maybe I should refuse to do anything with this woman, because I will say this. Any woman that is okay with abortion and that doesn't see any reason why it's wrong needs to genuinely go look at their morality and ask themselves, where did it go? Because either you don't understand fully what you're up to, or you understand and you just don't give a shit. You just don't care. Because your life and your fun is far more important than the life that you brought into this world through your own actions. I just told Illustrate brought up the 5% or so of abortions. Less than 5% actually of all abortions are SA grape related. The overwhelming majority of abortions are just from women screwing around on a Friday night, getting preggies and going, nah, I have my whole life ahead of me. Why didn't you think about that last night? When you could have bought a condom, when you could have been on the pill, when you could have done a million other things. The morning after pill even exists for those oopsie moments. And all of that, you went, nah, screw it. I don't care. I'll just kill the baby later. There is no shortage of options if you don't want to get pregnant. The fact that you still got pregnant and now you want to say, I don't want to deal with the consequences. That's a failure of society to discipline young women, to teach them that every action has consequences, because we have raised a group of women who want all the freedoms of the world, but none of the consequences. They don't want to pay the price for anything. Let me live my life. Let me live my life. Let me be cool and do my shit. But don't you dare put any responsibility on me, please. I will take all the good stuff. None of the bad stuff. You can keep all the shit. Just give me all the good stuff, please. And until we get back to a place where young women are taught, listen, your actions have consequences, life's not going to get much better. Jenna, why wouldn't you expect me to be so conservative in my views, though? Illustrate, you can't say it's the most unfair situation. Because that's not the situation that most people are talking about. If you were only arguing for abortion for people who suffer from SA, you would likely find that conservatives like myself would be more open to your arguments. But you're not arguing for women who suffer from SA. You're arguing for any woman who wants to kill any baby at any time, and some Democrats are actually arguing to be able to do it up until 8 months. Because why not? Shit. I forgot the first 8 months I don't want this child. Now I want to kill it. You even have Democrats who say, well, actually it should be illegal until after birth even. So the argument here, you're going to the most extreme argument, which happens to be the only place where you might find some conservatives go, okay, let's talk about that one. SA is bad, and maybe we don't want to force women to have to carry the baby of their SAer. Maybe we'll accept that reluctantly, right? But that's not the argument you're making here. You don't spend your time arguing that point. What you do is you spend your time arguing for everyone should be allowed to kill their babies if they choose so, and then you use the one tiny fraction of deaths, 15,000 deaths in America due to SA, right? You use that to justify the 285,000 deaths that has nothing to do with SA. So in order to stop women from breaking the law and destroying someone's life, we should allow them to kill their children because we wouldn't want women to destroy people's lives. Is that your argument? I don't understand this. If women truly are that evil and that bad that they would literally destroy someone's life just so that they have the right to kill their children, maybe woman is a bad idea at this point. If that is your argument, you might want to revise that. I'm quickly going to the bathroom. We'll talk about this when I'm back. I'm back. I mean, to be fair, though, the only time even conservatives say the life of the baby is forfeit is if the life of the mother is in question. And there's a reason why we do that. Oftentimes, if the life of the mother is in question, so the mother might not survive this, there's also usually a very reasonable chance that the child will not survive this. And because a child should not grow up without their mother, because it creates a number of serious psychological issues, we don't favor the mother's life or favor the child's life more than that of the mother. So in those circumstances, if the child has to be aborted for the mother to live, we will do so, right? But again, you're talking about rare instances of this stuff happening. Go on to have more kids, sad, but makes sense in the long run. Yeah, women have no responsibility or accountability in modern Western society. They are treated as overgrown children, and in some cases are treated better than actual children. Well, yeah, you can't just go around killing women, right? It's obviously being very facetious. Yeah, I mean, it's always astounded me, and this is a modern tactic of the left that I think the right has yet to catch up on. The left loves to make good sounding arguments. They don't care whether or not the argument is actually real. It just needs to sound good because they always think in terms of what can sell, right? How can I sell my argument? So, for example, pro-choice. Pro-choice sounds good until you spend 2 seconds to think about it and you're like, whoa, wait. No one is removing your choice. You had your choice. And what I still don't understand is how not a single woman or proponent of abortion has ever been able to explain to me, in a world where it is more difficult to get pregnant than ever before. And by the way, if you've ever spoken to a doctor, go to your doctor and ask your doctor, how easy is it to get pregnant? You'll actually find out that it's super hard. It's super hard. You have most couples spend at least a year and a half trying to get pregnant before it actually happens, right? Pregnancy is actually super, super difficult to achieve. Fundamentally, you have condoms, you have the morning after pill, you have the pill, you have all sorts of contraptions and non-surgical, non-invasive methods that you can use in order to not get pregnant. There's so many different ways of not getting pregnant. In a world where all of these exist, and in most Western nations, most of these things are given away almost for free, how can you then still demand the right to kill your baby if you happen to get pregnant in a world where every possible angle exists so that you don't have to? This tells me that you made the choice to live your life, devil may cry, YOLO, to borrow from the past. And then when the time came for you to pay your bill, now suddenly, my body, my choice. I don't want to do this. Thank you. Can someone else pick up the tab for me? Just said about a child should grow up without their mother is actually an argument for pro-choice. If a woman is told she can't have an abortion and must go through with that birth, that child is most likely going to go through life. No, because Darkmood, the child can still be given to another family. The issue here isn't so much that the child is growing up without their own mother. It's that the child is growing up with the knowledge that they killed their mother. And we know from all sorts of psychological experimentation that kills a child, right? That the child knows what they did, right? Because it will eventually come out and it will have a psychological impact on the child. So the idea is more you're trying to not submit that child to that life, to knowing that they are the reason their mother is dead, right? But then also, and this is just part of the conversation, by not killing the mother but killing the child to save the mother's life, the mother can go on to make more children, right? So you are preserving the future of life, so to speak, fundamentally at least. Life is, it sucks, you know. I know a girl personally that has had 4 miscarriages. That's been very bad. In the last one, they actually had to do it because something was wrong with her. I don't want to go into much detail, but you know, and it sucks. But that's life, you know. Life isn't always fair.
Hey.
Not to get an abortion. So drinks, here's the thing, right? Dark Moon, thank you so much for Dark Mood. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you, sir. Tuggle, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, sir. Here's the thing. There is a major difference between saying, okay, so let's run the experiment for all time's sake, right? So you can't enforce abortion. Therefore, it should be legal because there's no way to stop it. If someone wants it, then they want it. If we follow the logic and the principle of that argument, then we shouldn't have murder as illegal. We shouldn't have crime as illegal because you can't stop those things. People who want to murder people are going to murder people, right? So why are you even trying to make it illegal to do so? We make it illegal to make it as difficult as possible for people to do it. I mean, I'm sorry, but your argument that, but what about the mother? Because she's not going to have to go to some backwater place to get it, and that's going to be super dangerous for her. Yeah. If she wishes to end her child's life, she might put herself in the same amount of danger. I don't care. She's making a super, super evil decision, purely driven by narcissistic, psychopathic need to be the only one that matters. I don't care what happens to that woman. I don't care. She's the one that made that decision. She didn't have to. She could have carried that child to term and then she could have given the child up for adoption. That would have been a much better choice. There's plenty of families that want children that can't have them that would have loved to take care of that little child, right? I do not agree with any sort of moralization. If you're going to break the law, great, but we need to make it as difficult as possible for you to kill people. Yeah, but I don't want it to be controlled. I don't agree with abortion under any circumstance. The only reason I'm willing to have debates around SA and Grape is because I understand how traumatic that can be, right? And I understand that trauma, you know, in the case of a woman who is a Christian, she might understand that even from evil, good can happen. But I wouldn't necessarily force that on someone. So I'd be willing to have that debate. And maybe I would even begrudgingly be willing to say, fine, if SA is how this happened, then okay, right? Abortion is fine. If the police can prove that SA was happening and that this is exactly what transpired, then SA can happen. Otherwise, no. No. You don't get to do that, right? So that would be for me, at least, sort of the only line that I would draw, where I would say maybe we can have that debate. But I don't care whether abortion is regulated, whether we make sure that it's done as humanely as possible or whatever. It's not on. It's just not a choice that I think we should be allowed to make as people. There is everything in this world available for you to make sure that you don't get pregnant. If you still get pregnant, that's your fault. Or if you're a Christian like myself, it's because God wanted you to become pregnant. Because God wanted this life to be born from you. The fact that you then go, screw it, I won't, I'm going to kill it, to me, that's a problem. Refugee, drive safe, man. Agree, unless it was rape or the baby is super sick and deformed in the womb. Yeah, I think we already have, sort of, if a baby is going to be very, very badly deformed, right, then we sort of allow it just to save that child from... Although you could probably I know of Christians who make the extreme argument that even in cases such as that, they won't. I know of quite a few couples that have severely disabled children. In their minds, at least, they claim that those children are the light of their lives. And the children are happy, but yes, they'll never have a normal life. But from their perspective, it's what God gave them, and it's what they'll work with, But again, it's not something, I'm not a fan of forcing my beliefs onto other people. The only time I say I don't care about forcing my life on you, my beliefs on you, is when it comes to your sort of gleeful killing of other human beings. That's when I say, no. This is where I have to step in, because that baby can't step in for himself or herself. So I have to step in and say, you can't kill a baby. Calm down. Drinks, but I've said this before. I don't know if you joined late, but the fundamental truth is, and this is where I said, I will be willing to have the debate about sick mothers or grape or anything, but the current statistics of abortions in America, there's about 300,000 abortions that happen every single year in America. By the way, the vast majority of them in black neighborhoods. So one might make the argument that all these white people pro-abortion are really trying to get rid of a particular race in America, because it is actual genocide in the black neighborhoods in America, where also, coincidentally, most of these clinics are set up, and most of these clinics really try to convince women that it is the best way for them to be. But I wouldn't go so far as to make those arguments, even though the actual founder of Planned Parenthood was a firm believer in eugenics. But again, I will not make that argument. I'm just sort of, to cover all my bases with all of the information that we have at our fingertips. But then more, even deeper than that, the current statistics, out of 300,000, about 5% is as a result of SA or, mother being in danger, so the child has to be aborted. Only 5% are actual legitimate cases that could be made for abortion. So when people argue for or against abortion, the number that people are debating about is 285,000 that are happening for no other reason than a woman wanting to kill her child. That's it. No real reason, no real thing, just I don't want this child, therefore I will kill it. And that's the part that most people are debating. The issue is the left likes to be super disingenuous, and they'll come up with things like, oh, what about grape? Okay, let's table the 5% of cases now. Let's first talk about the actual 285,000 cases. Because you can't say, well, what about the 5%, therefore everyone should be allowed? That would literally be the same as saying, well, okay, you guys are saying murder is illegal, but what if I'm murdering someone kind of in self-defense? So I kind of know that they might want to kill me, and while they weren't yet in the sort of action of killing me, I went and I killed them. So we shouldn't make murder illegal, because sometimes people are killing people for self-defense. That would be like saying, wait, what? We can deal with those cases on a case-by-case basis, but we're definitely not going to deal with all murder cases because of some outlier cases here or there. The outlier cases can be dealt with case to case, but the rules cannot be set up because of some outlier cases that happen to exist. Then you shouldn't have gotten a pet in the first place. Gunblade, true. Yeah, preemptive self-defense. What about people? What people do not like or want to see is abortion as a means of birth control. Jody, sadly, but that is exactly where we are now, right? Abortion for many women in the West is just a form of birth control. There, I would actually say there's a couple of things that I think has led to the fundamental downfall of society in so many different ways. But we've created such a bad environment, bro, especially if you look at all the lopsided bullshit. When it comes to abortion, we've created an environment where young women genuinely just doesn't have to be responsible for anything, right? Drinks, it is possible that I've misrepresented your point. But you need to understand this, especially with conversations like this. I get a small snippet of all the chats, right? And so I might miss like 2 of your chats and then only see a third. And because I don't always have time to sort of scroll up and look for everyone's chats, so it is entirely possible that I've completely misrepresented your point. And if you do think that I have, absolutely restate yourself or just say, bro, that's not what I meant. Here's what I meant actually. And so please don't take it personally when I sort of misrepresent someone's point. I'm not trying to do it on purpose, but I'm genuinely stuck to only have like a small sliver of chat, right? No, you're not making about you, bro. You're here. I'm chatting to you. It's about you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. If I didn't want it to be about you, I would just ignore chat and talk about my own balls or some shit. I don't know. We'll do something, right? Who was I talking? Oh, when it comes to abortion, we've sort of gone gung-ho, balls to the wall. Let's do whatever we want, right? Let the girls live their best lives. But then, for some reason, and that's a bad thing in and of itself, but I think something that's actually done more harm to society than anything else. Actually, let me ask you guys this. Which law do you believe is the worst law with the worst outcome for society ever? I appreciate the content. Drinks, thank you very much. I really appreciate you being here, sir. If you were to choose a law, just choose any law that you think was the worst one for society. It is a thinker. Calvin, no, I absolutely agree with separation of church and state. I don't think, I think society should be based on Christian rules. Every society is, and every successful one is, right? So Christian doctrine and rules should underlie or underpin the morality of society, but I don't think the church should run society. It's not church's job. Women's right to vote, okay. Well, I really, really hate squatter protection laws, but I don't know if it's the worst. So someone already said it, and I purposefully ignored you because I first wanted to hear what everyone else had to say. But Jordy had it right. The number one most destructive law to society ever was no-fault divorce. You see, back in the day, see, Vengeance, you just wrote, an emote. What am I supposed to take from that? So back in the day, if you wanted to get divorced, and this happened in South Africa still very early on, you would go to the judge and you would say, we want to get a divorce. And the judge would say, okay, why? Right? So then you would present your case. Your wife would present her case as to why you want this divorce. And then the judge would ultimately decide whether or not your marriage can be dissolved. And there were oftentimes guidelines about this, right? So infidelity was an instant. But I ignored Newton's law because how could you, what would society look like? We'd have a different name for it, but we'd still have the law, right? There were usually, infidelity was a big one. Sort of abuse was another one. So if a woman could prove abuse, if she could prove infidelity, or a man, the marriage would be annulled. For everything else, so if the couple just had major differences, the judge would usually say, no, go. Right? And then you would go to treatment. You would go to therapy, couples therapy, and all the rest of it. And usually, once the couples therapy had failed, so you've tried everything, the marriage just cannot work, only then would a judge sign off and say, all right, fine, your marriage is clearly not going to work, right? But it wasn't easy to get divorced, and you'd oftentimes look at 5 to 10 years of processes before you could actually get your divorce, because there was value on marriage. Right? The idea was that you can't just get divorced as you want. There needs to be a reason for it. If there's no reason, now this led to a couple of things. The first was that people were a lot more careful before they got married, because obviously, getting married, it's not easy to get divorced, so you're going to be very careful with that. But it also led to people taking marriage a lot more seriously while they're married, because it's not easy to get out of. This meant that children were growing up with two parents in the household. This meant that men were a lot more committed to their wives. Women were a lot more committed to their husbands, because you understood that once you make that decision, it is for life. It's not really a decision that you can just back out of, right? And I think the repeal of that law created issues that we're still dealing with today. So what would very often happen, and the only reason I know this is because I've had a conversation with a lawyer that was a lawyer when no-fault divorce was illegal in South Africa. So what would happen is, usually, if a woman claimed that she was abused at home, the judge would send her to a therapist that specializes in abuse, right? So it's a therapist that specializes in abuse. This would be court ordered. So the husband has no ability to say, no, I will not pay for this, or no, it will not happen. It's court order. And then the judge would usually also allow for a separation. So the wife can move in with a family member or whatever while she goes through this treatment. Then after 6 months or a year, the therapist would come to the judge and then give account, right? So in court, the therapist would say, after a year of therapy, I can conclude with reasonable certainty that abuse did happen in the house, and it happened in these ways. This is the kind of stuff that he would do to her. This is the kind of stuff that would happen. If the man then wanted to contest, they could get a second opinion of another therapist that would look over all the notes, figure out what they see, maybe talk to the patient. So it wasn't like they just sort of took the word of the woman or took the word of the man, right? There were ways around this issue that you could figure out what is the actual truth of what is actually happening here. But again, oftentimes, and I would say the reason this is also probably very important, you do get people who think fair treatment is abuse. You see it every day around you. People thinking that being treated fairly is actually being abused. So there is also those examples that I just think we've made marriage cheap, and we're kind of paying the price for that, in my opinion. Jody, I think the biggest problem I have with modern day marriage specifically is the amount of people that think marriage is just the next step. I don't even know what song is playing now, bro. It's just a playlist that's on my PC. I don't know, man. I don't know what the actual fixes are, to be fair. I think the actual fixes is much harder than people think. Must all adapt to the modern audiences? I don't think that will happen. I don't think that'll happen. Why would any man in the modern day get married when women get rewarded with cash and prizes to break the contract whenever they feel like it? Because there are still very good women. I still have Shadows installed, yeah. But I haven't really uninstalled it, although I did the other night install Black Flag, and I've been playing that instead. Like you can see here. Been playing a bit of Black Flag because that's when it was still good. I tried to play 1, but it won't run on my PC. It keeps bombing out, so I think it's a bit old. So Black Flag works. Listen to it at work. Drinks. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. But Heisenberg, the thing is, I think we oftentimes get dragged into looking at those who make the most noise, thinking that those who make the most noise are the ones representative of the whole of society, rather than realizing that I think the overwhelming majority of women are still good women. I think finding a good wife is so important for any man, right? Finding a woman that you can love, that you can be with, that you can spend time with. These are super important things for a man. And you can't be focused on the fact that she's incentivized. Because if you chose the right woman, if you didn't just marry because she had a good booty, but you actually got married because she will be a good wife, a good mother, and a good partner, she's not going to walk away with your money, right? Because she's going to have the same values as you have. Okay, just saying, you keep unlocking locations all the way to about 80% of completion. Which game is that? Black Flag. Highest Darkness. So the thing is, yes, marital laws and divorce laws are skewed towards women, right? That is true. And I'm not denying that that is true. And the problem is that will never not be true, right? That will never not be true. Because, Blu-ray, what's the controversy? The thing is, right now, if any politician were to run on the idea that they're going to make divorce more fair, they will never get elected because most women will vote against that shit, right? They'll find a way to get people to vote against it. And so you are sort of stuck in this thing where you're in a hole that physically can't be fixed. Because if you try to fix it, you won't get elected to fix it. And if you can't fix it, the problem will just continue to become worse. So I think the answer isn't the law, the answer is morality. We need to teach people how to be moral again. So what do you mean play the odds in marriage? Are you saying that people shouldn't get married? I haven't seen watermelons on their heads, Blu-ray. So I have no idea about any of that. Marriage rates are decreasing, divorce rates are increasing, and birth rates are decreasing. It seems to me men will not get married if the deck is so stacked against them. I don't think that's why men aren't getting married. I don't think no one gets married thinking about divorce, right? That's sort of like the same answer as why are people not having children? Well, it's because they're financially suffering. I don't think the two are correlated. Or I don't think the two or the one causes the other. I think there's correlation, but I don't think there's causation. I think instead, we're living through a particularly weird time at the moment. And I think, and this might be controversial to say, or at least might come across as weird, the reason we live in such a great time right now, where everything is so confusing and nothing makes sense, is because it has gone too well for too long. It used to be that women would be reminded of the value of men in society fairly regularly. At least once a generation, maybe once every 2 generations. Women would be fundamentally reminded of how important men are to society. But thanks to just a sort of emergence of a number of factors, we've experienced some of the most peaceful times really in the Earth's history. There's never been a time where we've had almost 100 years of peace in terms of wars that engulf or enamor entire civilizations. So a lot of women, especially in the West, and this is why, by the way, why you see this so much more in the West at the moment, is because a lot of women in the West are born into a society where the male function is not fundamentally required. Clean, how you doing? So this is something that usually upsets some of the men in my community, but since I've already upset almost everyone today, I may as well. Men have one value, and that is that they are expendable. Men are expendable. This has always been our one value to society. We can be killed. And we have been. Throughout all of history, it was young men that was killed for the safety of the tribe, right? This provided women with much needed insight into the value of men. Without men, your society falls and the barbarians take over. So you need men. So you need to treasure what men bring to the table. With peace, a lot of women has taken that sort of desperate need for security and they've placed it in the government because the government has told them, we can take care of you. It's not a problem. And this is where we are right now, is with young men really not having much of a function in society at the moment, and young women feeling like men don't need to be there for them to be happy or for them to be taken care of, because the government can take care of all of this stuff. And I think that will not change until life gets hard again. Because once life gets hard again, women will intimately be familiarized with why young men are so important for society. Not necessarily a literal war, but I do think, so I fear, and this is genuinely one of the reasons I speak out about this. I fear I fear a society that continues to sort of check how far can it push young men. I fear that society because fundamentally there will be a time where young men will not be pushed around anymore. And I don't think that will be a particularly nice time. And I fear like a lot of women are playing around with their power, not realizing that the power was always given. The power can be taken. See, this is the thing that I think most modern day women don't understand. Your power was not deserved. Your power was not earned. Your power was given you. And it can be taken away from you. And most of you are acting like it's your inherent right to have this much power, this much freedom, this much control. But when young men finally decide, we're done, we want the power back now, there's literally nothing you'll do to stop them. Nothing. Nothing you do will stop them. You cannot match them for aggression. You cannot match them in war. You cannot match them in hand-to-hand combat or in weapons fire. They will simply destroy you if you try to go up against them with aggression. So at some point, there will be a time where men will stand up and say, we've had enough. And where women will once again have to beg using their female charm to hope to get a seat at the table. And that's why I warn against this. Because you're allowing to push the pendulum so far to your side that I fear the clapback. Because I think the clapback is problematic. Because it will not be the good guys that fight back and take power. It'll be the guys that want to push every right that you have out of the door and say, no right for you. You sit there, be quiet, and shut the hell up. Right? Those are the guys that will ultimately try to fund or take charge of the situation. And that's obviously not where we want to be. We want to be at a place where both sexes have the ability to work together, not sort of against each other. So when you're talking about the right from a God-given perspective, I obviously agree. I don't see women as less valuable than men, right? But when we're talking about actual rights, as in what society has, the problem is that women's rights are only their rights because men have allowed it. On a fundamental level, you only have the rights because men said sure. Right? Like, no matter how many times, so, Illustric, you're right. Women fought for their rights through peaceful protest, and there's a reason for it. If women tried violent protests, that shit would have been shut down immediately. So yeah, women absolutely, and not to be coy, women use their greatest assets, their greatest advantages. Men tend to listen to women. We know this. The psychological evidence is there. Men tend to listen to women. When a woman cries, a man immediately softens up. This is why crying is one of a woman's greatest defense mechanisms, because it allows to bypass the aggression, because the male brain immediately responds to that, lowers the amount of testosterone, and increases the empathetic response to that woman when he sees the woman crying, right? It's literally stuff that happens in the brain. And women use this to great effect. The fact that men want to make women happy, the fact that most men live to make women happy, and when women said we want these rights, most men wanted to find a way to give women the things that they would make them happy. But there is a limit to that. When men finally start to see that society is being destroyed, right, as a result of some of this stuff, and remember, people sadly always blame the easy stuff, right? So whatever looks on the surface to be the easiest thing to blame will be the thing that is blamed. The point is more, if men were to decide to come take your rights, what will you as a woman do? How will you stop them? The internet is integrated in life. Drinks, that's not wrong. Jody, I do agree with that. Well, there is a reason why men died from poison more often. Well, yeah, that is true. Clean, remind me to never take any drink from you, just FYI, but that is very true. I want to be clear. None of the arguments I'm making here is arguments of value, right? I'm not valuing women less than men. I value women very highly because I think you need both sexes in equal measure to make society work. The point I'm trying to make is the arrogance that women are displaying currently is really dangerous. Because you're playing a game against a group that wins by default. Purely because they're stronger, more aggressive, built for war. Right? Young men were built for war. It's what they do. It's why testosterone exists. It is to save the civilization. So when you're pushing against this and trying to cancel them out, you're going to run into an issue where they're going to push back. And when they push back, I don't think you can stop it. I don't see a world in which women can stand against men in an actual conflict. Is God, if he decides to, and not all women live for true freedom anyway? I don't think that putting all women under an arrogant title does a disservice to the truth. So, Daya, when I say all women, I don't think I refer to women as all women. I was just talking about women generally, and I'm specifically talking about the women who do this. I mean, I said just 5 minutes ago, I don't think most women have this sort of hatred for men. I don't think most women want to destroy men or want to remove the rights of men. I think most women kind of like men the same way that most men kind of like women, right? And I think, I mean, even in this chat, it's quite obvious that we are able and capable to disagree with each other on stuff and still, like, Illustrate and me, we firmly disagreed on abortion, right? But she's still here, still chatting away, still being part of the conversation. So there's ways for us to disagree and yet still have conversations. And then there's those that you genuinely cannot even have a conversation with because they will not entertain a conversation. They will not listen. They want to control. Men physically stronger than women, so it's just the way it is. True. I love this chat. I don't know how many of us actually agree, but we're all civil and respectful. Jody, it's the one thing that I demand, right? It's the one thing that I demand in my chats. I don't mind people disagreeing with me, I don't mind people disagreeing with each other. I do demand one thing, though. If you think you have the right to say stuff, then other people have the right to say stuff too. And if you can't be civil in that disagreement, even if it gets heated, that's fine, right? I don't mind. I get heated from time to time. But as long as you can remain civil and admit when you're wrong, right? Admit when you're defeated, go, yeah, shit, okay. That's cool. Then I'm happy with this. As men are treated as second-class citizens and won't keep getting pushed up, less men will get married. Maybe. I know I never wanted to get married until I became a Christian. When I was born again, my position on marriage changed a lot, right? My position on women and the value of women changed a lot when I was born again. But prior to being born again, I couldn't see any reason why marriage made sense. Drinks, and I stand by that. I don't want to be right. I want to have the truth. And when I say right, because right might be the truth, but I don't want to win the argument. I want to know that I'm at the truth. And hey, there's been debates where Rurikon has absolutely cornered me. I don't know what to say. And I go, yeah, sure, probably right. And then there's been times where I've gotten Rurikon to go, yeah, you're probably right about that. So that's why I love talking to Rurikon so much, because he's open-minded enough to actually have debates. There are people who aren't, though. My job's too dangerous for any lasting relationship at the moment. Bro, you get me all hot when you start popping off with some base stuff about Christianity. Jory, I'm happy to hear that. People often confuse disagreement with hate, and that's not the case at all. Most of the time, it's like they take you disagreeing with them as a personal attack. He finds a wife, finds a good thing. True. Very true, Dea. You went the opposite that I did. I went from Christianity to agnostic moralist. So, Salty Dog, I went from being raised a Christian and going to a Christian church, for most of my young life, to being an atheist. From an atheist, I started to realize there's no intellectual honesty in atheism. So I became an agnostic instead, because I think it's the most intellectually honest way to be. And then from there, I realized that there is a God. I just didn't believe that it was any religion. And then finally, I found Christianity. So it was a process of almost 20 years. We're talking about, I only found Christ at the age of 39. So I spent almost 20 years as an atheist. Or agnostic, depending on how. What is your stance on polygamy? I think the evidence, Illustrate, suggests quite strongly that polygamy has never worked. There's no society where polygamy has ever been successful. I think the societies that most people think of, and I'm trying to remember if I have the right English words here. Because people like to say, well, monogamy was never really a thing. But almost all societies of the past that didn't have monogamy would have men being allowed to have as many wives as possible as they would like. But women's what's there's a word for it. Women's what's the word, boys? Not their virtue, their modesty has always been very well protected, right? And very well defined. So there's some evidence that those societies worked on some level, but not well, because they tended to be very sort of short-lived, and oftentimes would go through massive issues, internal struggles with kids growing up without fathers. So monogamy clearly has the best success. polygamy, the issue with, open marriages and open relationships, it's never been done in the history of mankind. No society has ever based itself on polygamy as any sort of well-structured sort of idea or virtuous society, I shall say. And also, I don't think most people can handle it. In fact, I would go so far as to say I don't think any people can handle it. I don't think anyone can be polygamous truly. I think more often than not, the people that I have met that are pro-polygamy are people that have some kind of insecurity. And so I've met a few girls and some guys that are pro-polygamy, and what I've always found, and I might be wrong because these are anecdotal, right? But what I have found with the people that I've spoken to about this, the women tend to love the fact that so many men are interested in them. And they get a sort of special kick out of that. For the men, which is quite sad, but also it is the case, what I've almost found is they don't believe that they're worthy of demanding that she just love him. And so they think that by allowing her to, like many people, she'll stay with him. I don't know of a single polygamous relationship that has ever gone to the distance. They tend to be very fragile, and they tend to last no more than a year, maybe 2, before they fall apart spectacularly, usually. So I just think polygamy is an idea that is based on a pipe dream from people who think that they can have their cake and eat it too. Yeah, I think Destiny is a good example of this, because everything people warned Destiny about ended up happening.
TMB super chatted $97.77, folded hands emoji.
TMB, you absolute bloody mad lad, with the $140 Canadian. Bro, I appreciate the dono. Thank you, sir. Can we get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen? That is a monstrous dono. Like, TMB just paid for all of you to be here, by the way. He paid for the venue, he paid for the snacks, he paid for the internet. You should say thank you for this little gathering of ours, because TMB is the funder of it all. I appreciate you, sir. So much. Thank you very much. I think some people that are for polygamy are scared to get hurt, and that's a form of protection. Usually, Clean, what I find, though, is that people who go into polygamous relationship end up getting hurt more, right? You have hope and are honest, TMB, and I appreciate the dono, bro. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for that. Especially this month. It's been a difficult month as I try to make some changes and shit. So I really appreciate your support. Grumpy and Old, how you doing, sir? Only just saw you. Say thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you guys should actually say thank you to TMB. He is currently the president and the Secretary of Treasury for this stream. Turan, I think, like I said, I don't know, because here's my thinking on relationships. If I find a woman that I deem to be my wife, right? So I deem her as good enough to be my wife. And I don't mean to make it out as, oh, I'm so good, I deserve the best. That's not what I'm saying. But if I meet a girl and she's everything that I want a girl to be, I don't want to share you with anyone. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. I might be jealous. You're mine. That's it. You're mine. You don't belong to anyone else. No one else gets to see you. That's the end of the discussion. If you don't want that, leave. But I'm not sharing you. And if I meet a girl where I don't give a shit whether or not I share her or not, then I don't really care about her. Because I clearly don't care who sees her, who does what, who she does what with. Why would I care, right? If I'm going to fall in love with you, I'm going to want you for myself. That's just, I think, how it should be. And if she is willing to share me, it means that she doesn't value me, right? In other words, she doesn't value what she has in me. That's why she doesn't care if anyone else has me. Would you be against your wife having male friends? Against is a strong word. I guess if you're asking me if, like, I can't answer the physical question because I don't have a wife and I don't know if she has male friends. I am yet to meet her. But I think I would question the why. Clean. I would question the why because I think by having friends of the opposite sex, you are creating potential problems. Right? You're playing a potential game that could work out very badly. You know, it could go very, very wrong. Would I mind if she's friendly with guys? No, of course not. There's literally so many married women in our church that I'm friends with and friendly with. Right? But it's also determined on what do you mean when you say you're friends. Do you go for coffee? Because I'd say that's weird, right? Do you go to dinner together? I'd say that's weird. But do we go to church? And then you happen to chat to them afterwards during coffee, you know, you guys just stand there and chat. I mean, that's fine, right? Or are you friends with their wives, but also with their husbands? That's a different story. But I think if I'm going to be married to a woman and she has this male friend that she wants to go to dinner with, I think I would probably have questions about that. I mean, let me turn the question on you. If you're married to a guy and he has a girl that he goes to dinner with, that he goes and has coffee with, would that not be a problem for you? Would you not sort of go, that's a bit weird? Like, why would you go to dinner with another girl? Why would you go, you know, coffee with another girl? Yeah, IDubbbz fell far, man. But Michael, so what you're referring to there is not polygamy. That's polyamory, I believe, or some shit like that. Or is it polygamy, the one with men having multiple wives, and polyamory? One of the two poly bullshit, right? The problem is English is not my first language, so I oftentimes get confused with some of these weird terms. But one of them is men having multiple partners, right? But the partners can't have other partners. And then the other one is all partners are allowed to have all partners, right? So the one with the all partners having all partners, that's the really bad one for society. The one where men are allowed to have multiple partners, but the partners aren't allowed to have multiple partners, that's less bad for society, but still not good. We have evidence of those societies, and we see that those societies never really turn out perfectly. So clean, here is again where I would say, so let's say gamers, for example, you're playing video games on a weekday with your male friends. My question would be, are you in group chat with just one of these guys? Or are you in group chat with the whole group, right? What is the dynamic? Because again, all of this would depend on what the dynamic actually is. If these are just a bunch of dudes you're playing games with, and you know, that's all it is, I wouldn't care at all. But if I heard that these guys are having super inappropriate conversations with you, and you're having the same conversations with them, that would be a big problem for me, right? So it's all going to come down to the individual instances. I can't really make a sweeping statement and say, no, my wife must have no male friends. Because it's always going to be like, well, it depends on the friendship. You know, if it's just a bog standard sort of how do you do kind of friendship, that's one thing, right? But if my wife is hanging out with a dude in group chat alone, or hanging out with a dude in DMs alone, that's problematic. If she's hanging out in a group and they're just sort of making jokes and, you know, maybe the guys are sometimes saying some sexually inappropriate stuff, I don't know if I'll be super happy with it, but I will probably not mind it too much. But then if the guys are explaining how they want to eat her out, for example, there I would have a problem again, right? So it's all going to depend on the situation and then the types of friends that she has. All of this would probably still just boil down to, would you need a male friend when you have a husband? Like, why would you need a male friend? I would ask the same for a man. Why would you need a female friend if you have a wife? You're technically, that should be sufficient. No? Massey, I know Afrikaans and English. I don't know any of the other African languages. Japanese man, 35, has 4 wives and 2 girlfriends, hasn't worked in 10 years because he lives off them. What the hell? So clean, yes, but for good reason. So maybe most women don't even realize this, but there are women you meet that are open to being flirted with, and then there's women you meet that are completely closed off to being flirted with. And it's a whole vibe that they send out. You meet a girl that is in a relationship, but she is so open to flirtation. She's flirting and she's sort of inviting flirtations, and it's a whole game for them. And then you get these girls that they're in a relationship and it is like there is no shot. You just know no flirting will happen here. If you even tried, she would put you in your place immediately. I would hope that the woman I marry would be that woman, where there's no discussions here. If you even begin to be a little bit inappropriate, it'll shut down instantly. There'll be no further conversation about it. So that's why if my wife is going to hang out on a Discord call with a bunch of dudes and these dudes are flirting with her, it means they're flirting with her because she's open to be flirted with. Right? They're not flirting out of nowhere. She's inviting it. And then you can't say, well, I told them no. If you really told them no, they wouldn't be doing it. And if it really bothered you, you wouldn't be around to hear it. Right? So if you're going to allow that to happen, then I already have massive questions about our marriage. Clean, I mean, when you're single, right? So when you're single and ready to mingle, a guy might not get the immediate, no, please stop. And you might entertain it because it's still funny. You still like hanging out with him in general. But let's be real. If you're now, I don't know if you're married or in a relationship, but I'm just going to, let's just assume you get married, right? And now you have a guy that flirts with you and you genuinely don't like it. And you ask him, listen, can you stop this? I'm married. I don't want to do this. If it happens a second time, are you still going to stick around? Or are you going to be like, this is it. Thank you very much. I've had fun, but I'm not doing this. I would say most good women would immediately walk away from that. They'd just be like, I'm not dealing with this. I don't want my husband to ever think for a second that there's anything improper happening around me. And you clearly don't respect my boundaries, so I'm gone. Is one person having hidden feelings? Only one woman I had a great friendship with was a fat lesbian. Jody, I would say that is, of course, the other problem. And most women don't understand this. Because I feel like women can be just friends. Like, women can just be friends. Guys really can't. It's very rare that a guy is going to be friends with a hot girl and just want to be friends. So when a guy says to a girl, I don't think you should be having male friends, he's doing that because he thinks you're hot and he thinks other guys thinks you're hot. And he knows how guys are around hot women. Right? So it is far less about not trusting you. It's about not trusting the dudes. Gunblade, I used to think it was hard. Again, until I met women from the church. It's not hard to know when a woman is flirting or when she's just being friendly. Trust me. When you meet a woman who is genuinely just being friendly, no flirting, you know. There's no like even remotely an opportunity for flirting. Not even remote. There is no allowance for it. There's no tolerance for it. There is just bog standard and friendly. That's it, right? Usually if you have this sort of doubt, you're not entirely sure, it's because you're meeting a woman who herself isn't entirely sure. But you're punishing the woman, then kind of clean, but it's the same way that she's punishing me, right? Remember, there's no world in which a man and a woman, a husband and a wife, doesn't put restrictions on each other. They do. They put phenomenal restrictions on each other. For example, and this is just a silly example, no woman is going to marry a man who goes out with his friends every single night and get drunk at the bar. She's going to put restrictions on that. Right? She's going to be like, no, you can do it on a Friday night, but not every night. No woman is going to marry a guy who stays at work until 11 in the evening. She demands that he spends time with her, that he comes home at a reasonable hour so they can spend some time together. Married people put restrictions on each other. Now, the fact that you're viewing those restrictions as punishment is likely a bit of a problem, because he's not punishing you. He's protecting you in his way, the same way that you protect him in yours. Right? When you tell him, I don't want you hanging out with her, it's not about punishing him. It's about you have spotted something in that girl that you don't trust. And therefore, you're trying to protect what you love from the thing that you don't trust. Right? That's really where it comes from. It comes from what's the spirit of what is happening. And I think this is where this is why it's so difficult to talk about. Because you're only going to know this once you're in that marriage. When you know that your husband loves you with everything in him and he will die to protect you, I think you'll react differently to a request like that. I think if I'm asking you now to sort of just react in general to some dude that might be made up somewhere, it's very difficult for you to really understand that. But imagine you're in a relationship with a guy that you know this guy loves you with every fiber of his being. I think then it changes, because now when he tells you don't do this, you know that he's doing it for you. It's not for himself. It's not out of some weird what's the English word? Insecurity. I think that's where jealousy gets ugly, is when it's born from insecurity. You're supposed to be jealous for the other person's goodness and happiness and life. You're not supposed to be jealous for yourself. With people, I mean that some men don't want their women to talk to any other men, saying the other way around. Yeah, okay, so if you're talking about talking, I think that's where you start to get into questions of insecurity. So in other words, the jealousy isn't born from love. The jealousy is born from insecurity. So I don't want you talking to other men because I don't want you to leave me for other men. See, so it's about me. It's not really about you. And I think that's where the difference lies. Most men, not most men, but men who truly love their wives aren't saying, I don't want you hanging out with that guy because he is insecure. They're saying it because they love you and they're seeing something. They can't even necessarily say what it is, but they're seeing something that might be problematic, right? Something that shouldn't be there. Something is a bit weird. Something is a bit off. So I think it's going to depend relationship by relationship, conversation by conversation. I can't really, from my own perspective, I'm fairly laid back about stuff. So there's a major difference, right? So lust from a religious perspective is sin always, even if it just happens in the heart, right? So religiously speaking, men do suffer from lust far more than women, although women do suffer from it. It just manifests a little bit differently. But men is very visual. And so, yes, lust is a big problem for us. To give you an example, men will see a woman walking with a skirt and immediately have the most lustful sort of thoughts, right? In an instant like this. Women tend to be very different. A guy walking around with a shirt won't necessarily trigger all those incredible sort of lustful thoughts, but then she picks up her book, her favorite book with the smut and shit in it, and she will have lustful thoughts for about 2 hours while reading the book, right? So women's lust sort of works a little bit differently, but it's still there. It's all there. But there's a difference in terms of when the left says violators, men are natural violators, there's a very big difference between a man harboring thoughts for another woman and a man acting on those thoughts, right? So I don't think just because the left might want to misuse it, I don't think that it's wrong to say that men cannot really be friends with women without some kind of feeling developing. Because in my own experience and in the observations that I've made, it has almost always been the guy that has feelings for the girl. In rare occasions, I've seen the opposite. I have seen the opposite. It does happen. But most cases is the guy having feelings for the girl. In most cases, the guy doesn't act on the feelings because he's either too afraid or too scared. But there is a toxicity that comes with that eventually portrays itself. So I don't think that's necessarily playing into the left's narrative in any way, shape, or form. I'm sure the leftists will use it to their advantage because they use everything to their advantage. But I don't think it makes it any less true just because they want to twist the fact of it. I struggle with lust. Anita, how you doing? I think we all struggle with lust. Anita, I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but we all struggle with lust. Lust is a big issue, right? But as I said, for women, it's different to men. The lust at least portrays itself differently. It sort of comes from a different place. But it boils down to exactly the same thing. Yeah, then you struggling with lust is just you being a man. Congratulations, bro. Welcome to the party. It's hell. Like, I'll be the first to admit it. Right? One of my biggest sins, at least one of the biggest sins that I've identified, I'm sure there's plenty of other bigger ones that I've just not yet noticed, but one of my biggest ones is lust. I suffer with lust. And it's something that I pray about literally daily. multiple times a day even, to try and fix it, to try and get away from it. And while it's gotten better, it's still a long way away from being fully sanctified. But I know it'll happen. I have to focus on myself. I have to focus on doing what I can do, and then trusting that God will do the rest, and working in my own life. The lust that I have is a result of my time spent in the world. I spent almost 20 years away from God. There's a lot of bad stuff that happens as a result of that. Anita, that can be rough. If I may ask, are you religious, Anita, or not at all? Most of the time. Orthodox Christian. So, Anita, then I would say the answer is to repent when you fall off the wagon. But I would also say there's a big argument to be made to not give in to guilt. Because guilt will drive the bad behavior. Whenever you fall and you watch porn, you feel guilty about it, that guilt is going to ride you, and you're going to watch it the next night, the next night, the next night, the next night. And before you know it, a month has passed and you're still watching porn, and you hate yourself, you don't know what to do. You wake up every day and you go, no, not today. Tonight, you're once again back to it. The guilt pulls you deeper into your sin. The thing is, you don't want to deny your sin, right? What I mean by that is you do want to deny your sin. You want to deny yourself sin. But you don't want to soften your sin. So you don't want to start going, well, it's not actually sin. It is sin. And you have to profess that. You have to apologize and repent for it. But then stop hating yourself for it. Except, that's what I do. And what I have found that really helps is I try not to hide my sin from God. So when I do know that I'm about to sin, when I do know that I'm about to do something wrong, I will say, God, I don't have the strength. I don't have the strength. Please help me and forgive me. A lot of the time it helps, but I don't try to hide it, because when you try to hide it, that's when problems start to arise. Just repent and keep praying, keep reading your Bible, keep going to church. It'll happen. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I promise you it will. You will eventually be free from it. And I'll pray for you as well. I think honestly, the shift to a pure materialistic worldview has done immeasurable damage to our society. People don't take seriously the reality of the spiritual nature of being itself. Oh, Jody, not wrong, bro. Not wrong at all. Do you think female modesty has declined substantially? I think male modesty has also declined. But yeah, I mean, these days, females or women view modesty as almost oppression. If you demand female modesty, you're being oppressive. So I would say yes, probably. But I think male modesty has also declined. There's these beliefs that men go around being absolute whores and they're celebrated. And women are the ones that should be virgin. But what most people don't seem to recognize, and this is true if you read the history, men were never celebrated for sleeping around. In order to get a good wife, you had to make a good impression with that wife's father. And the father would usually demand a virtuous husband for his virtuous wife. Fathers wouldn't just give their wives away to the dude that's sleeping with the whole town. So to be a man, sure, there were men who were sleeping around as much as they could with as many broads as they could. But a lot of men didn't, because they understood that the father is the one that has to sign off on this. And the father is obviously a man, so he knows what's going on. in the town, right? He's part of he goes to the bar, he sees the stuff that's happening. So men were also demanded to be pure on some level. You know, so it's not, and if you really think about it, in a society where women should be modest, what type of woman is a man gonna sleep with? No, Massey. If the argument from the feminists are sort of correct, that men were always allowed to sleep with as many women as they want, but women were supposed to be absolute virgins, the question would then have to be, where did all these women that all these men were sleeping with come from if all the women that are good for marriage are supposed to be virgins? The two are mutually exclusive. They're not compatible with one another as a thought. Because if the men could sleep with as many women as they want, but all of the women had to be virtuous because they wanted to get married, then there would be a lack of women available to be slept with. So most of the men that were sleeping around were most likely sleeping around with prostitutes. And this would not have been a very broad practice. It would not have been something that every man would have engaged in. Some men would have engaged in it. Most men wouldn't. Right? So male and female virtue, sort of virtue was always important throughout society. Both had to be virtuous. Maybe women to a much larger degree, but that's because they could get pregnant, right? So for women, the price of sleeping around was much higher than for a man. A man could just make a bunch of babies, but he couldn't get pregnant himself, so he could sort of hide it if he wanted to. So as Christians, how do you deal with the reality that there are way more male virgins than female virgins and how to navigate marriage? So I don't really care about a woman's virginity. I don't care whether she's a virgin or not. I care about whether or not she knows Jesus. I don't care what she did prior. And most Christians would do the same. What she did prior to becoming a Christian is of very little value to me. Because I know how I was before I met Christ. So I'm not going to judge anyone else for how they were before they met Christ. What they were before is dead. What they are now is who I'm interested in. So, yeah, if I married a woman that did OnlyFans and then found Christ, I only judge what happened after. Because I would prefer to also just be judged on what happened after meeting Christ, not what happened before. Because if it is before, I'm screwed. You know? Just a matter of proof. Our church here asks both parties if they are virgins. If either one says no, then the marriage is not accepted. Massey, so yeah, we don't do that. Obviously, in the Protestant church, we don't have that. So how did you find God, if I may ask? About 4 years ago, I realized that all of the evidence for the universe points to a creator of some kind. I didn't believe then that it was Christ or that it was God the Father, but I did believe that there was some kind of creator. As I started digging deeper into faith, I found Christianity to be the only one that's real. The only one that holds up to muster, the only one that leads to a better life, a better person, better societies. I found Christianity to be the most complete of all religions. And so, looking at the evidence again for Christianity, I decided to believe it. And since then, while I don't have proof for you, I have proof for myself that God is real. Hey, you might not accept this proof, but I know he's real, right? So since then, it has been proven to me. Not a virgin Christian, once a non-virgin Christian, though, you'll be surprised that it's right. You'll be super mega surprised. This was, I won't name names, but I know a guy who his wife, can't go into detail. Let's just say she was a virgin. He couldn't even say the number. Not because he didn't know. They're happily married. Have been for 20 years. I know, I don't know these people personally, but I know that this is in my church. There are people in my church that are married to former prostitutes. I don't know who they are, but I know they're there, right? Christians do not care about your life before. True Christians, people who truly met Christ, they do not care about what happened before. What happened, you gave your heart to Christ, therefore you are worthy. End of discussion. There's no judgment of what happened beforehand, because what happened beforehand is not important. You were misled by the world, as was everyone else. Do you not think this could lead to a ton of problems? We will have an influx of OnlyFans models claiming they're Christian because they will not be able to get married any other way. By their fruit, you will know them. You can't fake being Christian. You cannot fake it. So sure, you might get a bunch of girls that want to fake and say, oh, I'm a Christian now that I'm too old for OnlyFans. If you're not saved, I will not see your life showing the fruits of being saved. I'll not see Christ working in your life. By their fruits you will know them. As simple as that. Oh, Jody, yeah, of course. You could, if you're talking to someone that isn't saved, you could just say, I'm a Christian, and they'll believe you, right? I'm talking about, I am saved. If someone told me I'm a Christian, I would see from their life whether or not they're telling the truth. By that, I don't mean they don't have any sin. We have sin. People in church are oftentimes the biggest sinners because we understand just how desperately we need God. But it would mean that I would see repentance. I would see a genuine, heartfelt attempt to live within the Word of God, right? To understand God and to be part of His kingdom, and not just the sort of, oh, I'm Christian, and then just continue to do the shit that you're doing, right? So, for example, if I met someone who said I'm a Christian, and yet every weekend goes out and gets drunk and has sex, just random sex outside of marriage, I don't believe that you're a Christian. I don't believe that you've come to faith. You might think that you've come to faith, but I've seen no evidence that your life has changed in any way, shape, or form. You seem to embrace sin everywhere. Jody, yeah. I mean, I'm not Roman Catholic, right? So I don't believe works is how you're saved. But as a Baptist, the way we view that passage, faith without works is dead, is if you truly had faith, your works would display that, right? I don't think your work saves you, but if you're just embracing sin left, right, and center, you know, every sin, there's not a sin that you don't immediately engage in. I'm going to say most likely not a Christian, right? Most likely not yet saved. You seem to love your sin, and you seem to do everything in your power to play with those sins. Now, I won't hate you for it, but I will probably come up to you and say, listen, I think you need to repent. I don't think you've met Christ yet. Your life doesn't speak to that. And hopefully they listen. You know, hopefully it's an important thing for them, and hopefully that helps. Echo, slowly becoming a faith analysis channel. Hey, Buck, how you doing, bro? I think I'm a channel for literally analyzing everything though. We've spoken about politics, we're speaking about religion. Today is a particularly religious sort of conversation, but normally it's whatever, you know. I'm not Catholic either. I agree with you. You're not saved by your works or by your declaration of faith. They have to go hand in hand. Agreed. I'm addicted to Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. I'm a sinner. Dirty sinner. You need to repent, sir. I mean, personally, I've chosen to be celibate till marriage, had sexual relationships in my early 20s. While I enjoyed the relationships, I didn't like how it affected me spiritually. And this was only a couple of goals. Massey, I'm not a virgin either, right? I'm not a virgin either. So I can attest to that. People who do good deeds with the expectation those good deeds are what will seal the deal for them are missing the point completely and thus do not know Christ. Agreed. 100%. So, Highs, okay, so there's one big contradiction in what you just wrote there. You're asking if I make an OnlyFans model, right? And I thought she was attractive. What fruits would I look for to see if she's a Christian? These two things cannot be true at the same time. If she is currently an OnlyFans model, I would go so far as to highly doubt that she's Christian. Because one of the first lessons you must learn from Christianity, not to tempt your brother into sin. It's one of the first things Jesus says, right? Jesus, I believe it's during a Sermon on the Mount, part of the larger Sermon on the Mount, but it could be from another sermon, where Jesus says, anyone who tempts these little children, it would be better for him if he was, it would be better for him to tie a noose around his neck, a rock around his neck, and throw himself into the ocean, than it would be to tempt one of these little children to sin. And Jesus isn't just talking about little children there. He's talking about people in the faith, brothers and sisters. We are not supposed to lead each other into sin. You know, so let me give you a great example. If I marry a woman, or if I meet a girl, she's wearing shorts, right? The kind that kind of shows a bit of the buttocks, and she's wearing the sexiest outfits with her stomach open. She looks sexy. She gets my motors running. Is she saved? I doubt that. I highly doubt that. Because she clearly has no empathy or she takes no responsibility for the impact that she's having on her fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. She doesn't care that she's allowing other people or luring other people into sin. She's only doing what she wants to do because she's sexy. Right? So in the same way, if you're an OnlyFans model and you're taking your clothes off on camera and you're professing Christ, my question is, are you really? You are the reason other people are sinning. You are the reason other people are sinning. For you, it would be better to tie a millstone around your neck, right? And throw yourself into the deepest parts of the ocean than it would be to face the judgment of God, because God is going to judge you for your sin, but also for the fact that you allowed them to sin. So, by their fruits you will know them would suggest that you would think about other people. It's sort of the same thing, men wearing the gray sweatpants that everyone knows about, right? If you're a good-looking guy, those sweatpants are not for you, sir. You don't get to wear the gray sweatpants. You are allowing your brothers and sisters in Christ to be led into temptation that you're not allowed to do. If you're a man and you're good looking, probably can't walk around without your shirt on because you're allowing people you're allowing opportunities for people to stray. And you should be super, super careful of that. Michael, I've spoken to my pastor about some of our conversations, yeah. But more often than not, so sometimes I'll talk about stuff that I'm not entirely sure is theologically correct, right? So I'm not sure if theologically the things are supported. Because I don't like to just go, well, because the Bible says so. Right? I believe everything that is in the Bible, but I believe the Bible is practical, and therefore I need to be able to explain things realistically using real world data if I'm going to believe it, right? So, or not if I'm going to believe it, but if I'm going to explain it. I don't like using the Bible when I'm talking to non-Christians as the trump card, because if someone doesn't believe the Bible is true, the Bible isn't an argument, right? The Bible is part of the argument, but it cannot be the whole argument. So I like to go outside the Word of God to also find real world examples of stuff. But also, obviously, all faith is interpretation. So whenever I discuss something with you guys and I walk away from that discussion and I'm like, oh, I'm not entirely sure if that was biblical, I'll talk to my pastor. So either on Wednesday when I have Bible study, or on like Friday, I was having barbecue with my pastor. So we had a bunch of conversations. Or on Sundays after church during coffee, I'll go to my pastor. Either my pastor or some of the elders, or another one is a friend of mine, Aldert. He studied to be a pastor in Kentucky at the Southern Baptist Church. He's doing his PhD in New Testament studies. So I'll talk to him, right? So people who I know are theologically strong, and I'll share with them and I'll be like, hey, so I had this conversation on stream. Someone asked me this. I answered this way. What do you think of my answer? And then they'll tell me whether or not it's biblical, or sometimes if I'm making small mistakes, or they'll warn me about some of the pitfalls of that argument. So yeah, I do discuss some of what we talk about, but obviously not everything, because not everything is relevant to be talked about. And I have one of our youth pastors in the stream most of the day. You guys might not have seen him yet, but he pops in usually early morning and he hangs out for most of the day in chat. He doesn't type much. He works while he's listening to us. So one of the youth pastors is here. I'm a Baptist, Jody. How would you approach this generation that was raised on a disdain for religion, Christianity specifically, to bring them to faith? Savin, I think what's very important is that we recognize that we can't bring anyone to faith, right? Faith comes from God and God alone. We are the tools that bring the message, but I always look to Jesus's parable about the sower, where Jesus speaks about the farmer that is sowing the field, and some of the seed fall on hard ground, some of the field among the thistles and the thorns, and some of the seed fall on fruitful ground, right? Good ground. We are, and I know in the parable, Jesus is sort of talking about himself as the sower, but I believe that we are the sowers. We sow the seeds of God's word. It lands in the heart, and God allows that to spring. And sometimes you can find people who come to faith 10 years after a conversation of faith, right? So they had a conversation with someone, and 10 years later, it clicks. They don't even remember that conversation, but it was always there. It was just under the surface. It was just sort of mulling about. And the thing is, God is not... God isn't a bully. He's not going to come in and destroy everything. He's moving you at the pace that you're comfortable with, adapting you and getting you ready to finally, like, I believe that there's some of you in this chat that is meant to be here. Actually, I believe that however many of you there is in chat, you're meant to be here. You're meant to hear this message. Maybe the message right now means nothing to you. But maybe in 15 years, when you've already forgotten that Akalon was ever a streamer, you have that moment where the light goes on and you go, oh, dude, I think Christ is real. And you don't even remember that it was something I said today that God allowed you to sort of work on, and slowly allowed it to develop. So I think what is super important that we as Christians need to bring to the world is we need to stop being ashamed of our faith. There's nothing to be ashamed about. I think Christians need to arm themselves with the knowledge of being able to say proudly to anyone who disagrees or who doesn't think so, you are only able to do the things that you do today because of Christ and Christianity. We built this society. We built this civilization. If you don't like it, you're welcome to go to any other society that doesn't follow Christianity and see how you like it there. And which society would that be? Now, the astute would go, oh, well, I'll just go to Japan or South Korea. You mean two societies that have basically accepted Christian doctrine wholesale? Christianity might not be the main religions, but thanks to American influence in those societies, they have changed all of their laws to basically fit Christian doctrine. They have the same human rights as Christians demanded in our societies. They've adapted all of these things because they want to do business with the West, and the West didn't want to do business with countries that have slavery, right? So they're basically Christian light societies. And by the way, if you don't know, there is a massive Christian surge happening in both South Korea and Japan. Christianity is growing by crazy amounts there. But never mind that. They may actually become Christian nations in the near future. But then you can go to China. And while China is great to live in for a little while, it's definitely not the kind of country you want to live in forever. Maybe you want to try the Middle East. That might be fun for a bit. Although, your sense of adventure might differ from mine. You could try your hand at Africa. Again, sort of senses of difference and senses of adventure differ. But fundamentally, if you want the best possible life, the best possible chance at life, it is societies that were built on Christian morality. End of. And the only reason you don't realize that, and this is what I would say to people who don't think there's value to Christianity, the only reason you don't know this is because you're a fish swimming in Christian waters. And I'm borrowing from Tom Holland here. Not Spider-Man, Tom Holland the historian. You're a fish swimming in Christian waters. You don't know, but everything that keeps you alive is Christianity. So it's everything. And yeah, stop being ashamed. We have nothing to be ashamed about. Our Savior died on a cross so that we may live. He wasn't ashamed of us. Why the hell would we be ashamed of him? So I really don't care if people want to unfollow me when I talk about Christ, or if people want to get angry with me when I profess my faith. I couldn't care less. My eyes are what happens after this. If you being angry with me now means I get to go to heaven, that's a trade I'm willing to make. I'm sorry, but you're not that important to me. I'm nothing without the suit, Spider-Man, pretty much. Only reason it's tolerable is because this used to be a Christian country with a reasonably large Christian minority. As a person that lives in the Middle East, all I can say is, get the F out of here. Elijah, how you doing, sir? 100%. All of the rights we enjoy in American and Western culture are a result of widespread Christian morality and values. True. Gunblade, it is my pleasure to have you here. I do not push my faith on my daughter. I've allowed her to make her own choices. She's only 5, almost 6, but she believes. Understands the need to just be decent to each other. We've never been to church. For me, my worship is very personal. She sees the effect it has on me and follows as she wants. So, Colt, if I may say this as one believer to another, that all belief is personal, but never private. Our faith is personal, but it is not private. I used to think that I don't need the church. I have my Bible. I can just read my Bible. Trust me when I say you need the church. Jesus says we need the church. Paul says we need the church. You need to be among fellow saints. You need to be among people that can hold you responsible for your life choices. And I know people don't like the church because it gets quite judgmentally. But if you understand that if you're in a good church, there will be no judgment, but there will be accountability. If the church sees you sort of veering off, I'll never forget this. I was in the church for about, I think, a month and a half. And one of my brothers in Christ calls me outside. And we stand there talking for a bit. And he's like, hey, I want to talk to you about something. And I don't want you to take offense. And I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? Is it your live streams? I've watched a couple of your live streams. And I think they're really good. But do you think the swearing is okay? I'm like, I swear a lot. I can't help it. He's like, well, my only problem is you're swearing and then you're talking about God in the same sentence. What authority do you think you have? And he said this to me. Now, I could have walked away from there and I could have been a judgmental asshole. But he was right. And so I started praying. I was like, God, help me with my vocabulary. Help me with how I speak so that I will not swear and so that I will speak more like a child of Christ would speak. And it went away. I swear very little. And at least now when I do swear, I'm very aware of the fact that I just swore. But there are sadly times, and I hope Christ will forgive me for this, but there are times where the F word is just the needed word. Like something is so miraculously retarded that you can't help but say retarded, right? Like you kind of have, the F word needs to be there just to really show how not okay you are with this situation. But I try to really reserve that to like 3 or 4 times a stream. I don't have a number, but I try not to use it too often. But it's important that you be called to faith and that you be with the saints. Because what happens is, and this is truly something that's so important to me, we should always remember that we are deceivers. Our minds is the ultimate little deceiver. So when you, and again, if you choose not to go to church, that is perfectly fine. But it is so quick and easy for us to start twisting our faith to where we start to make God fit into our lives rather than we fit into his. And this is where the house of the saints is so important, because it will be your fellow saints that will go, no. The Bible doesn't say this. What you're saying here is completely wrong. So I would warn against sort of not going to church. I think going to church is mega important. You see, and I used to also do that where I said, I will not raise my children as Christian. Instead, I will let them make their decision, because fundamentally it is their choice, and it is their choice. But I will raise my children as Christian because I'm told to. They are mine, given to me by God, for me to be their disciple and to teach them about the kingdom of God. Paul says this to the young men in the church. He says, rejoice, you that are not yet married, for you get to spend all of your time in the kingdom of God, right? And how happy that should make you. Because once you get married, your family becomes the kingdom of God, right? They become your ministry. Your wife, your children, they're the ones that you disciple. They're the ones that you lead to Christ. Now, that doesn't mean that, you force them It just means you teach them. You teach them what the values is, who Christ is. You teach them about the faith, about God, about the Bible. And you do allow them to make their own decision. I'm not talking about you do get parents that force their children into faith. That's not true faith. They should have the choice, but they should also be armed with all of the knowledge of who Christ is. And I think you did do that because your daughter is 6 and she seems to know God. So praise Jesus for that. I think a religious lifestyle can easily have beneficial elements, sure, though at the end of the day, you're asking people to believe in magic. If it's magic, I need actual proof. Otherwise, I have more reason to doubt than believe. What magic am I asking you to believe in? Oh, that is actually, you're correct, Colt. The Church of England is pretty weird. But aren't there any Baptist churches near you? There should be some Baptist churches. Grumpy, I'm happy that you're enjoying it here, sir. I appreciate that. There's a difference between practicing faith and strict adherence to doctrine. Very true. God, heaven, hell, afterlife, souls, magic. Okay. Respect that. That's perfectly fine. So is it fair for me to say that you believe in naturalism? So you believe that it's science and the Big Bang and evolution that did all of it? If you believe that, then I would say you believe in more magic than I do. Because I once read this book of a scientist. It was a scientist that wrote the book that said, I don't have the faith to be an atheist. And he explains everything that is required to be an atheist. So let's start with the creation of everything. You believe that nothing created everything. In other words, nothing created everything that you live and breathe and see. All of it. You believe that all of it happened purely randomly with no outside force enacting any sort of direction upon anything, and yet it all happened. It all happened from a single point that you don't know where, you don't know how that single point came into existence, only that it did come into existence and then created everything else, right? The other problem with your belief is that you believe that this one thing only happened once and then never again, because up until this day, we have never seen the creation of anything out of nothing. So in other words, the nothing that created everything only happened to create everything once and then never again, which would make it a miracle in the religious sense of the word, because miracles are things that don't happen often. If nothing were indeed the creation of everything, we would have seen nothing create everything all the time, or at least nothing creating something, yet we never see nothing create something. Nothing only ever creates nothing, because nothing is kind of nothing. So you're already magically believing that nothing created everything and everything came from nothing, and nothing cannot create something now, but nothing did create everything in the past. So that's very magical belief right there. You also then believe that life came from a cell made up of molecules made up of micromolecules that were coming from where? Oh, back from the nothing that created everything, but is nothing and doesn't create anything. You believe that these molecules that do not seek life, do not have any interest in being together, and the only way that we can get molecules to bind together is through chemical processes. But you believe that these chemical processes were present in creating the molecules that ultimately created the cells that then seek other cells, but cells that are not coded will not seek other cells. So the cells needed a coding of some kind to seek other cells. How do we know this? We have the actual experimentation for it. When we put cells uncoded into the primordial soup, they do not seek other cells. So the cells need to create a code of their own that seeks other cells. These cells then create other cells. And as the cells come together, the cells become a complex structure. This can only really work when the cells are simple. The simple cells come together to create complex systems. The problem is that every cell that we've ever observed isn't simple, it is complex. So Darwin himself said, if cells turn out to complex, my theory is wrong because cells cannot be complex, because then you would have to answer the question, who created the cells? Since we now know that cells are far more complex than anything we've ever seen, more complex than most any computer that we have, we know that Darwinism isn't real. So now a new form of Darwinism is born, Neo-Darwinism. This is a form of Darwinism that says, actually, yes, evolution did create everything, but it wasn't random. Everything had a path. So evolution happened sort of in a line. And it's more a case of the genes knew where they wanted to go before they were even there, and so they directed themselves to become those genes. But this isn't God. This is just a random process that happened to know these things. When you actually die, and by the way, everything I'm telling you now is how I came to Christ. Everything I'm telling you now is how I came to Christ. I didn't see a light somewhere. I didn't hear some bells ringing. I didn't have a pastor tell me Christ is real. I started looking into the actual evidence of science. I made the mistake of not just believing what Richard Dawkins said and what the scientists said, but actually looking. And what I found was that it's all nonsense. There is no proof for the origin of the universe. They don't know. At best, they have the theory of the Big Bang. The Big Bang is step 4 or 5. It's not step 1. Because you still need to figure out how the Big Bang actually got there. Like, what created the matter that would turn into the boom? You can't just say the boom is the start. There was something before the boom that needed to go boom. The Big Bang currently has no real arguments for this. It has the multiverse theory. The multiverse theory just pushes it one step back, because now we're saying, well, where did the multiverse come from? Oh, that was just always there. That's not an argument. That's you just sort of saying, I don't know, with fancy words. So then you have the theory of the multiverse spitting out other universes, and it's like, okay, how does it know how to create these other universes? What made it? Why is it doing this? Fundamentally, science has no more answers than religion. 0. There's the same amount of answers in religion as there is in science. What I can say is Christianity has a track record of building one of the greatest civilizations the world has ever seen. Science does not. Illustrate, so are you aware nature exists, but you need to answer where nature comes from? Because simply saying nature exists isn't an argument for its existence. Are you aware of inference theory? It's a scientific principle. Scientists use it every single day in every single field. Inference works as follows. Imagine you're walking into a room and you see a red wall. And the red wall kind of looks shiny, like super shiny, almost like watery. Now, you don't see anything else. There's no paint bucket, there's no brush, there's no painter. What you can do, and scientists do this all the time, is you can infer. So you look at the wall and you say, based on what I'm seeing, I expect that someone painted this wall. Now, this is where the inference theory part comes in. I then say, okay, if I assume someone painted this wall, what do I want to see? So what would I expect to see if someone painted this wall? Because we have a bunch of theories. We're inferring a bunch of theories here. We're saying someone painted the wall, or it just randomly appeared here, or, you know, this happened, or there was little chipmunks that did it. We're sort of coming up with a bunch of theories. And then we say, okay, of all the theories, let's test what we expect to see if each of these scenarios play itself out. So we're inferring based on our theory. So we're saying, okay, if a painter painted this wall, what would we see? We might see some brush strokes, right? So where the brush actually stroked up and down, or some roller marks, we might see that. We'll probably also see a strict adherence to lines, because we know people can adhere to lines. We'll also see that the paint stops somewhere, because it won't be painted everywhere. And based on how wet it is, we can say that it was painted about 10 minutes ago, right? So we'll probably see a smell as well from the painter doing it. And then if all of these things are true, so we're seeing all of these things, it becomes a scientific, valuable theory to say a painter painted this wall. If we look at nature and we see everything happens for a reason and nothing is ever wasted. Science doesn't do anything by chance. Every single element of this creation exists for something else. Every animal exists to be food for another animal. No animal exists on this planet that is purely out of place and unnecessary for the system, including humans. If we see the relationship between humans, we see a universe that is created where it has this species that is born that is obsessed with science, reason, the idea of where it actually comes from, trying to make sense of the world around it, trying to understand what it is that made the world around it. The inference from there, if we infer that nothing created this, we have to come to grips with the fact that nothing created a super precise universe where everything is exactly where it needs to be in the system. Everything. Not a single thing is out of place. Not a single planet, not a single molecule, not a single choice. Everything is exactly where it needs to be. And also this universe happened by pure accident to create a species of animal that is obsessed with science and reason, with logic, with rationality. But it's a universe that had none of those things. Nothing, didn't have reason, didn't have logic, didn't have rationality, couldn't care less. It just made stuff because that's apparently what it does. And yet somehow it created this creature that is obsessed with this stuff. Or this creature was created by a creator that is also obsessed with this stuff. A creator that can think, that can plan, that can direct, that has an idea, that puts everything together in a specific way, and then creates a being in his image that is capable of perceiving what he just created, is capable of looking at it and accepting what has been created and try to understand what has been created. And this creator delights in the process of his creation, trying to understand his creation, right? Which one makes more sense? Which one seems more plausible? The fact that a universe that is nothing, that has no reason, no logic, no direction, creates a universe that is rational, reasonable, and has direction, or a creator that is rational, reasonable, and has direction, creating a universe that is rational, reasonable, and has direction. Based on inference. And once you realize that, once I realized that, I was like, God is real. By God, to understand him and get to know him more is really beautiful when you look at it like that. True. I agree with that. The earliest scientists saw science as theology. I don't know if you guys even knew this. The earliest scientists, they didn't see science as some random thing. They viewed it as theology. Theology, by the way, is the understanding of God, right? It's the study of God's personality. So we have biblical theology, that is the understanding of God's creation and man's place in that creation and how God thinks about humans. The early scientists view science as theology. It was to understand God through his creation. Like, how does God think? How does he put things together? How does anything work? Why does it work? It all comes from theological reasons. That's why they pursued it. That's why they were very, very obsessed with it. Of a species like human beings, the result of complete randomness or astronomically small, it feels more like there is a plan, perhaps not in the sense of an omnipotent, benevolent being, but still a creation point. There is a world where Big Bang and God can exist as part of the same system. I believe in the Big Bang. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christ-professing, Bible-believing Christian, and I believe in the Big Bang. Because if I look at how God does everything, he always works through our systems, through the natural laws that he himself created. Remember, he created these natural laws so that he could create us. And so he chooses to play by these natural laws because he's fair. He's not going to set up the laws. And how do I know God is fair? Because God created this world that we are currently suffering in. And God is so fair, so honest, that he sent his son so that he may become part of our suffering, so that he could experience the same suffering that we do. So that God cannot stand on the outside and look at us, but can actually be part of the suffering, playing through the same rules that we do. Could God have just waved his hand and said, well, now everyone can be saved? He could have. But that would not have been fair to the suffering that people go through. So you had to become part of it. You had to play by our rules.
Damn. Thank you.
And I believe that this is true. Radner, by the way, 31 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. I believe God plays by those same rules even in the creation. He used the natural laws. The only difference between what I believe is the Big Bang and what most naturalists believe, the Big Bang was directed. God set it off with exactly the right rules to create everything. He wrote the little rules into every single thing. How fast must light move? Wrote it down. Well, how strong is gravity? Wrote it down. How strong is magnetic fields? Wrote it down. God wrote down every single rule and then lit the match. It's actually more profound than that. Before the match was even lit, God wrote every single rule, every single event, every single thing. God planned it perfectly. And then he lit the match. And since then, it's all been playing out according to the plan. So I have no problem with science. I have no problem with marrying science and my religion because I don't believe that Genesis is God's scientific account of how he created the earth. I believe Genesis is God's account of the hierarchy for whom he created earth. A great example of this is Professor John Lennox. He used this example. When you ask an architect that made a mall how they built the mall. The architect will tell you, well, we started with the foundations, and once the foundations was done, we had to do the first floor, then we did some, blocks to strengthen everything, and then we did the second floor, and so on and so forth. When you ask the creator of the mall, so the developer, how did you make this mall? They'll say, well, we started with the food court because we wanted the food court to sort of be the center point. And then from the food court, you go into the banking wing, and then you would go into the clothing wing, and you would go, but everything starts in the food court. Now, obviously, the food court is on the second floor, so clearly it didn't start on the second floor. But depending on whose perception or whose perspective you're looking through, the developer is trying to tell you what was the most important parts in the creation of the mall. He's not trying to physically tell you how the mall was created. That's of little importance. What's important is that God explains how he created every single thing, and then right on the last day, before he goes to rest, he creates man. And he creates man last because everything else exists to serve man. Man is not built to serve anything else, but everything serves him. To illustrate, if you can't believe in magic, how do you know your boyfriend or your husband loves you? Like, how can you prove that your mother loves you, or that your boyfriend or your husband loves you, or your girlfriend loves you? I don't know your relationship status. But can you prove that? Do you believe that even? What gives you... What makes you certain that that is true? Of Apple, there's always some chance for everything. But the God that I believe in, and the God that I know to be the real God, was involved in Earth, was intimately involved in Earth. The thing is, the question, so illustrate, the reason I ask you, or the reason I press you, is because you use a little word called magic. Now, to me, at least from my experiences, this is a pretty condescending way of speaking about God. And it comes from naturalists, it comes from atheists who like to make it up as they go along. Richard Dawkins does the same thing. He says, well, I don't believe in the tooth fairy, so that's just another thing that I don't believe in. As if the evidence for Christianity and the evidence for the tooth fairy are on par with one another. Like saying that you don't believe in garden gnomes, right? So it's the same as not believing in Christ is not the same. Because the evidence for Christ is far more overwhelming than any evidence for garden gnomes. So when you say magic, it makes it out as if, oh, it's about the same as some guy, disappearing a card or something. Right? Or it's the same as Harry Potter. There is literally no real evidence for Harry Potter. Right? Like magic like that, there's literally no evidence that we can point to that proves that that is real. But you compare that to Christianity and the evidence for Christianity, and there is a crap ton of evidence for Christianity. What you instead should say is, I choose not to believe the evidence for Christianity. But to say that I want proof, I will challenge you that there is not a single thing in this world that you believe because you have proof. And if you think that you do, name it. Name the thing that you believe because you have proof that it is real. Mr. Bongi, I have no problem with that. It's fine. Way too much work to get proof. Halsam, I'm not asking you to get the proof. You don't have to provide the proof. Just name the thing that you believe because it's proof. You have proof for it. Just their own great grandmother. Zappy Dog, how you doing? I'm not asking you to provide the proof. Just name a thing that you believe because you believe that you have proof for it. So it's been proven, therefore you believe it. Like, I will use something as silly as gravity. Oh, damn. Thank you. Colt, thank you so much for the sub, dude. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the chat. Really appreciate you, sir. Thank you. I will go so far as to say gravity you can't claim that you believe in gravity because you have proof. What you believe in is what we generally define as gravity. Right now, our best sort of explanation is that mass creates a force that pulls people towards itself, and that is gravity. Can we prove that? Not really. We can observe it, right? So we see planets having this force that pulls things towards it, and so based on the evidence, we say, wow, the bigger the object, so the more mass the object has, the more stronger it pulls things towards it. That must prove that gravity is real. But that's not proof. That's just looking at evidence and believing the evidence. But you can't prove it because it could be something completely different. You don't really know exactly what it is. You've observed that this is how massive mass bodies operate, and so you came up with a name for it. You've sort of described what the force is, and now you believe that that force is real. But it's only through evidence. It's not proof, right? Like, you can't really prove it. You can sort of prove it through examples. So you can point to a lot of examples. You say, well, Mars and the sun and the Earth and the moon and Saturn, see, proof. I'm like, well, yeah, that's evidence of this force doing its thing. But that's not really proof of the thing doing its thing. That's just evidence of it. And you choosing to believe the evidence, that's faith. The magic that you were referring to, right? That's the magic. I believe in the magic of gravity because I see evidence of it. Coincidentally, by the way, that's why science calls it theories. For those of you that didn't quite know, that is why science calls it theories. Because it isn't proven. It's a theory based on the observation of evidence that allows them to come to a theory believing that the evidence might be true. That's why science calls it theories. Because there's nothing in science that we can say with absolute certainty we have proof of it. We have evidence, and the choice is, do you believe the evidence? And if you believe the evidence, then obviously you believe the thing. But to ask for proof is impossible. You can't ask for proof for most things, if not all things in life, because you can simply not know these things. Zabidok, no, because proof is the absolute unknowable fact. So in other words, if I tell you I have proof that gravity is gravity, right? What I'm saying to you is there is no world in which we may ever find out that anything other is actually going on here, right? No world whatsoever. We still don't even know how gravity works, right? We don't know how gravity really works. We only have the evidences that we have derived from, but we don't know why it works the way that it does. We know very little, actually. We could go to an even more obscure one, magnets, magnetic fields. Do you believe in magnetic fields? Obviously, everyone does. Everyone has seen magnets before. We don't know how they work. We have no idea what they even are. We just know that they're magnetic. You know, they do magnet things. Why they do these magnet things, that's up for debate. That's magic, right? But we know it's not magic because we have evidence for it. We can test how they work together and see, oh, in the same way that faith operates, right? So I can find the evidence for faith. I can find the evidence for God. Where most people fall flat is they think the belief in God is somehow some magical thing, whereas the belief in science is grounded in fact. I think, no. It's both beliefs. And it's both based on actual evidence. There's evidence for God. There's evidence for this creation being directed. There's evidence for an intelligent being creating all of this. All you have to ask yourself is, do I believe that? Or do I choose the more natural arguments? But both of them are going to end up at a point where you have to take the final leap of faith. Even if you go naturalistic, you're going to get right up until step 2 or 3. Right? So you're going to get right to the point where you go Sal, and then that stops. There's no evidence after the Sal or prior to the Sal. You can sort of get to the Sal. There's problems with the Sal. We don't really think that evolution works the way that Darwinism or neo-Darwinism actually presents itself, because there's problems in the science of it. But let's just say that it is real. You're going to get up to the Sal and then you stop. There's no more evidence for evolution, because we don't know how the Sal was created, because evolution cannot create the Sal, because molecules don't seek life. So even if you had millions of molecules in a whirlpool of the best primordial soup ever, they would genuinely not give a shit about each other, because they don't seek life, unless something or someone takes a molecule and puts it against another molecule. The molecule won't go into the other molecule. It doesn't care. It doesn't want to be there. It has no interest in doing anything. It only does what you tell it to do and what you do with it. Right? So you'd get right up to cells and then you'd stop. With Christianity, you'd get right up to sort of creation. Right? I can see everything is real and it looks like everything was directed, because everything seems to have a sort of structure to it and works in a structure. So I can get up to that point. But now to get to God, I need to take a leap of faith. And I have to put my faith that everything I've observed is real. And therefore, I'm going to believe in a God. In the same way that as an atheist, I get up to the Sal and I go, well, I can't go further than this. So I don't know what created the Sal, but I choose to believe that it's not God. Whatever it is, it's not God. It must be some natural thing. We just don't know yet, right? It might have been lightning strikes or literally anything else, right? I'm happy to believe anything other than God. But that's just faith. You believe that it isn't God, therefore it cannot be God. But you don't have evidence for it. You don't have proof that God doesn't exist. You don't have proof that God didn't make anything. You just don't believe that God did it, and therefore God must not have done it. Right? So the argument that I want proof is always sort of unfair to me, because you don't ask for proof in anything else that you believe, but yet when it comes to God, now suddenly you do want proof. Everything else you're more than happy to just swallow down, no questions asked. But when it comes to one of the most important questions you could possibly ask, now suddenly the rules have changed. And I don't have a problem. I have plenty of friends who are atheists. Let me just be clear. I have plenty of friends who are atheists. I have no problem with that, right? I'm not here to judge people or to tell people you're going to hell, because I don't think that's how you get saved. If you ask me honestly, yes, you do go to hell, right? I'm not going to lie to you about that. You will go to hell. But since you don't believe in it, you shouldn't be too worried about it, right? But that's not my wish for you, and that's not something that I'm going to lead with. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, right? You're going to hell, you're doing this, you're doing that. I'm happy to have these conversations. I just want us to be honest about the conversations that we're having, right? And then not apply sort of weird standards to one that we don't apply to the other. So that's why I'm always happy to have these conversations with everyone who is at least willing to admit, okay, fine. Yes, I don't believe in science because of evidence or because of proof. I just choose to believe it, you know, because it makes more sense to me that way. The whole God thing doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but the science thing, I can get my head around it. Mr. Bongi, you really think so? You can be a moral human being without being a religious person. You truly believe that? Off topic, Ghost of Tsushima, stream Wayne. I don't know, Thundercool, we'll see. Radner, how you doing? What games are you playing right now? Frostpunk 2 at the moment. You can't taste the Big Bang, can you? No, we genuinely don't know if the Big Bang actually happened. We're just looking at the aftermath and looking how light sort of spreads to the galaxy and thinking that it sort of looks like it could have been a Big Bang, but we can't taste it. We don't know if that is actually what happened. We could probably try and test it, but it will be one of the last scientific tests we do. Right? Because we'd literally be starting another Big Bang. No, that's perfectly fine, Mr. Bongi. So may I ask you, just as a sort of question here, if humans, right, weren't created by God, what is your underlying reason why murder is wrong? So if human beings are purely the result of random processes by nothing coming into existence from everything, why is murder wrong? What makes it wrong? Because there's fundamentally, at a scientific level, no difference between you and a blade of grass or a tree. So in the same way that I can kill a tree, I should be able to kill a human, right? So what's your moralistic reasoning, philosophically, as to why murder is wrong? Yeah, but if I chop down a tree, I'm also killing life. So we can't chop trees as far as you're concerned. So morally, we shouldn't chop down trees. And we should also not mow the lawn. We should not kill animals or harvest crops because you are killing life there. But is that life sentient? Well, we do have evidence that trees actually do communicate and feel. So they might not be sentient in the way that you and I are thinking, but okay, so the idea is sentient life. So does that include animals or does it not include animals? Which animals are excluded from this? And then more importantly, philosophically speaking, why do I care about sentient life over non-sentient life? Like, just moralistically asking the question here, why does that matter to me? exactly, like philosophically now? No, Mr. Bongi, I'm asking you a question. You said you don't need God. You can be a morally good person without God. So I'm asking you, why can't I kill people? Philosophically speaking, why am I not allowed to kill people? What's the moral reasoning for why you say I'm not allowed to kill people? Don't do to others what you don't want to do to them. Okay, but wait, Frederick, you're borrowing religious now. You're borrowing from Christianity. You can't do that. Remember, we just said Christianity isn't real. You can't borrow from my book to justify your morality, because I'm going to ask you a follow-up question and it's going to fall apart on you. Why can't I do to others? So if I don't care what happens to me, can I kill people then? If I'm like a psychopath who couldn't give two shits, can I kill people then? Because since I'm just not allowed to do to people what I don't want done to me, so if I don't care, I can kill people. Is that what you're saying? No, we came up with the rule for a very different reason as to what you're trying to do. Don't start playing games with me on what we invented the rule. No. I'm asking you now. You've killed God. We go back. You're Nietzsche. You're Nietzsche. You've just killed God. And now I come to you and I say, right, now that God is dead, why can't people kill each other? Go. What's the reasoning behind it? Why can't I kill someone? We figured out not to kill long before Nietzsche. Do you know what Nietzsche did? And also, you'd be surprised. If we go back far enough, out of all tribes, it seems to have only been the Jews that figured out that killing people indiscriminately is very wrong. Historically speaking, all of the tribes that we know about during the entirety of the Middle East and pretty much all over the world, killing was not really that big of a problem. Even now in Africa, they kill people every year for all sorts of fucking shit. Life doesn't have the same value here in Africa as it does in Europe. In Asia, right up until the end of the Second World War, human life didn't have much value. You know, Mao's China, for example, no value whatsoever. Stalin, no value whatsoever. So, you know, the argument that, we've figured out that human life is valuable, that's not evidence of anything. There's no evidence throughout the history of mankind that you're talking the truth. I want you to explain to me philosophically, if I'm going to say that people can't murder each other, why? Why can't I kill people? There's evidence throughout all of mankind that people were killing each other left, right, and center for all kinds of reasons. Why can't we do it now? Simply the fear of punishment. But what if I live in a society where it's not wrong to kill each other? Can we kill each other then? Because that, coincidentally, was how the Vikings believed. The only thing I needed to do in order to kill you was to say, I'm going to kill you. As long as I informed you ahead of time that I'm going to kill you, I was allowed to kill you. Was that right? Wrong? Like, what's the moral passing on this? You see, one of the biggest mistakes naturalists like to make, they like to think that morality is universal. Everyone just sort of has the same morality. Humans just sort of automatically know that you can't kill people. The evidence does not back that up. Historically, humans have been very violent. Very, very violent. And they killed people left, right, and center for no question other than I want to. The first time we see that change is in Jewish society. First ever time that culturally there is a restriction placed on killing. The Jews are only allowed to kill at the behest of God. For everything else, they should leave the people who live around them alone. Say so in the Bible. Do not mix, but also do not mistreat them. The Egyptians, very bad society to live in, kind of killed people quite often for literally none other than just sacrificing them to the gods if that's how they felt. And they would oftentimes sacrifice themselves, right? The Amalekites sacrificed their own babies on altars to their god Moloch. You know, that was sort of a fun experience for them. The Canaanites would sacrifice virgins by the hundreds to their gods, as well as babies, as well as pretty much everyone they could find if they thought the gods were sort of angry at them. Then we get to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is very mega not good to live in. If you're a baby in the Roman Empire, it's purely by the grace of your mother that you get to survive, because most babies just get thrown out and left on the side of the road to die. They don't really give a shit about that. It's not until the Christians come around and they start actually collecting these babies off the street and saving their lives, because the Romans couldn't give two shit. The Romans during the plague, when everyone is getting sick, it's the Christians that stay behind and treat the Romans, cure the Romans. These very Romans that just a few weeks ago were persecuting and killing them, the Christians are now sacrificing their own lives to save them, because in Christianity, human life has value. In no other religion is that the case. Then you get to the Vikings, as I said, were slaughtering each other by the thousands. Julius Caesar goes to France, the Gauls. He slaughters 1 million Gauls. He takes 1 million as slaves. There's not a single philosopher or person in the entirety of Rome that questions this act. Not a single person questions Caesar. In fact, every single bit of writing we have of the time are from philosophers and intellectuals celebrating what a good and strong leader Caesar is. Now let's compare that to Christianity, shall we? Since you seem to think there's some sort of universal bullshit going on. During the Crusades, the Christians rightfully respond to Islamic aggression and attack Islam after enduring years of Islamic attack. Do you even know that there were debates among Christian scholars and philosophers about whether or not this was biblically correct, whether or not God would have wanted this? During slavery, Christian philosophers were the ones who debated, saying, we don't think that Christians can keep slaves. It was Christian philosophy that ultimately ended the slave trade. Because if all men are created equal under God, it is not for man to decide who is less man than anyone else. Christian philosophy did this. No other philosophical society managed to get to that little nugget of truth that no man can own another man. Only Christian philosophy did this. So when you come up with these claims of, oh, we did this, it happens to be funny that the only ones who happen to keep doing it is Christianity. No other philosophy gets there. No other faith gets there. Only Christianity gets there. Only Christianity gets there. How is that possible? If we did all of these things, it just so happens that the Jews get most of it right. The Christians finish the trifecta and get all of it right. But somehow it was just sort of all us who did this. And women is no different. The first time you start hearing about women rights is from Christian philosophers nearly 1,800 years ago. Church fathers in the Christian church arguing about whether or not a woman should have the rights, because nothing in the New Testament suggests that a woman should be less than a man. This starts in Christianity. People like to think about the Enlightenment as the thing that gave you the rights. The Enlightenment was because of Christianity. Everything you have today is because of Christianity. You think that you have all these special little beliefs because you're a little goldfish swimming in Christian waters. You don't realize that the only reason you're able to do the things that you do is because of Christianity. And you can't realize that it's Christianity that allows you to do the things that you do because you exist in these waters. You have no other frame of reference. So you think to yourself, wow, these good values that we just so happen to have come from my parents. Not realizing that your parents have it because of Christianity. These good societies that we've built just sort of happen to be here because we happen to just do stuff. Not realizing that it all comes because of Christianity. You are standing on the shoulders of Christianity, acting like you can't see it because you're not looking down. And if you don't want to take my word for it, go read Tom Holland. Historian, atheist, by the way, agnostic. Sorry, it's not an atheist. It's an agnostic. So read his book, Dominion. In Dominion, he shows you historically every single thing that you believe today to just be the result of some happenstance rule, how it all traces back to Christianity, how the entirety of the West is the West because of Christianity. Frederick, my problem with you saying we created Christianity, how is it that every man-made religion that we know of serves the purpose of man, right? So we have evidence of actual man-made religions, right? So religions that were completely made by man. And what we usually find is that they'll either have rules for me but not for thee, right? So the person who created the rules have different rules for themselves than what they have for their followers. Or in many cases, what we find with man-made religions is that the worst elements of mankind will be made virtuous. So if men can't stop having sex, they'll just say, well, it's good to have sex. You know, it's great to have sex. Should have more sex, actually. Because that's a man-made thing. It's sort of what man-made is all about. Except for Christianity. But not a single one of the followers of Christianity had rules that they could do, but no one else can do. And the rules of Christianity appears to fly directly in the face of everything humans want to do. Every human urge that humans have, Christianity says, no, can't do that. How does that work? If all other man-made religions is the exact opposite of that, and we have thousands of them, by the way, and all of them sort of excuse mankind. It might have a rule about not doing something, and then it'll have a different rule saying, but actually, you can kind of do it. It's fine. Except for Christianity. It says, no. Man will have one wife, and he will love that wife. Not many. I get that you're horny, but no. You will not have more than this. You might want to get drunk, but you can't. It's not permitted. So everything that man would have written in, if you were a man and created your own religion, you would have wanted to write in your own little bits and pieces. Another question, who benefited from this religion? Why, if you're saying that this religion was created, who benefited from it? Because usually people who create religions create it because they benefit from it. They either get super rich or super famous. The creators of Christianity were persecuted for all of their lives and ultimately killed for their beliefs. And they were very poor. Very poor. They weren't rich. They weren't making bags and bags of cash. So who benefited from this religion if the religion was man-made? Okay, you can reject it as much as you want, Illustrate, but I'm still waiting for a reason why I shouldn't kill people. Like, you rejecting it, that's perfectly fine, but then give me a reason why I can't kill people. Give me a moral reason why I'm not allowed to kill people. Frederick, dude, you say shit like loads of people have benefited. Your answers mean nothing. Because you can't point to a single person that benefited from the early days of Christianity. The creation thereof, who benefited? Why did Paul write the things that he wrote? What did he benefit from that? Why did Peter write the things that he wrote? What did he benefit from that? Why did Timothy write the things that he wrote? What did he benefit from that? Except lashes, imprisonment, and then finally death at the hands of the Romans or the Jews. They weren't rich. They weren't making bags of cash. So what was their reason for inventing this religion other than suffering? So don't just tell me loads of people benefited from it. You're talking about people who came hundreds of years later that happened to misuse the religion in order to get themselves rich. And if you look what happened to them, they didn't last long. I'm talking about the church fathers, the people who started the whole thing. Show me their benefit. What did they get out of it? Oh my fuck. The earliest examples we have of the books that was written by the church fathers are 70 years after Christ. So Okay, you know what, Frederick? Either go educate yourself first on this topic, right? So actually go look at the evidence that we have for Christianity, or don't partake in the conversation. Because right now what you're doing is you're just throwing out a bunch of nonsense that you clearly show you don't know anything about. Like, you're so obvious in your ignorance at the moment that it's frustrating to talk to you. And I apologize for losing my temper. I shouldn't lose my temper. But it is frustrating as hell to talk to someone that clearly doesn't know what they're talking about. Just spew this nonsense. Like saying, I don't believe they wrote it. It was written later. We have the manuscripts of them writing it. Like, what do you want? We have the original manuscripts. So what? It was invented while they were alive and said that they said it? You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're trying to partake in a conversation that you are very ill-equipped to have. The most prosecuted and oppressed group of people in the world. You can disagree with that if you like, but the stats don't lie. True. Frederick, you said you believe that they were written later. I told you we have the evidence that they were written during the time of the people being alive. You think they were written later. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Frederick, I hope you don't take this personally, but for the future, I am going to ignore you in all religious conversations. Because all you've proven to me is that not only are you ignorant of everything that we're discussing, but you don't seem in any way, shape, or form interested in being educated. You seem happy in your ignorance, demanding proof when I've told you where you can get the proof. Are you expecting that I do a full biblical history stream for you of how many hours? 30, 40 hours? Uncovering all of the biblical history for you, the thousands upon thousands of manuscripts that we have from the Bible and from the early writings of the church and the church fathers and the disciples of Jesus. The thousands bits and pieces of evidence that we have of manuscripts that we can trace back to as close to 70 years after the death of Christ, meaning Peter, Paul, these people would still have been alive. You want me to do a video where I cover all of this, right? So I have to do this for you in the stream now. when there's actual historians that can do this far better than I can, and you could literally just look at what they have to say. My problem with you, Frederick, isn't that you have questions. My problem is that you seem to have questions without actually caring about what the answers are. You seem to ask questions far more just to get the sort of the own, rather than actually wanting to figure out what is real, what is true. Because if you actually cared about what is real, what is true, you would go look for the actual people who wrote this. And you'd go look at the evidence for what was written. And then make up your own mind as a result of that. Timothy, I think this verse usually ends every quarrel. Zappy Dog, there are some people, I think, with whom quarrels cannot be ended. You're going to have to baby your voice tonight, Echo? Yeah, probably. Oh, TMB with the 699. Really appreciate you, sir. If people don't want to... no, they won't. No, that is true. You generally have to... I mean, I should just follow what Jesus said. If you go to a town and you preach there and they reject you, shake the dust off your feet and move on. That's it. I should learn that. My ego still gets very much involved because I think on some level I sort of have this idea of I want to change them. And it's not my job, right? It's not my job to change anyone. Gotta start wearing sandals. Yeah, I should probably do. Happy Dog. Let me just see here. You say 2 Timothy 2:24. Oh, here we go. Okay, so you say 224. Thank you. Oh, Grumpy and Old, thanks for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, sir. So it says here, remind them of these things and charge them before God not to quarrel about words, which does no good, but only ruins the hearers. Do your best to present yourself to God as one approved, a worker who has no need to be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. But avoid irreverent babble, for it will lead people into more and more ungodliness. And their talk will spread like gangrene. Among them are Amenius and Philetus, who have swerved from the truth, saying that the resurrection has already happened. They are upsetting the faith of some. But God's firm foundation stands, bearing this seal. The Lord knows those who are his, and let everyone who names the name of the Lord depart from iniquity. Now, in a great house, there is not only vessels of gold and silver, but also of wood and clay, some for honorable use, some for dishonorable. Therefore, listen closely, if anyone cleanses himself from what is dishonorable, he will be a vessel for honorable use, set apart as holy, useful to the master of the house, ready for every good work. So flee youthful passions and pursue righteousness, faith, love, and peace, along with those who call on the Lord from a pure heart. Have nothing to do with foolish, ignorant controversies. You know that they breed quarrels, and the Lord's servants must not be quarrelsome, but kind to everyone, able to teach, patiently enduring evil. I struggle with this one. Correcting his opponents with gentleness. God may perhaps grant them repentance, leading to a knowledge of the truth, and they may come to their senses and escape from the snare of the devil after being captured by him to do his will. Thank you for sharing that passage, Zap. I needed to hear that. Like I said, I'm oftentimes way too egotistical, and I tend to still do a lot of what I do with self-righteousness, where I want to be important, right? Rather than allowing for God to be important and for me to not matter. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. When you say religious fundamentalism, Thundercool, what do you mean? Explain what you mean with religious fundamentalism. What's for dinner? I haven't decided yet, Saven. I haven't bought anything, so I have no idea what I'm going to be eating. Bro, is that right? We've been streaming for over 8 hours? What? Holy crap, man. What? I thought I've only been here for like 5. Like, shit. I thought we've only been going for like 5 hours. I did not see that we've been here for 8. Holy crap. Time went past so fast, though. When we were at the 3-hour mark, I was like, you'll stop soon now. Time flies when you're having fun. Or, you know, when you're disagreeing with everyone about everything. That also helps speed things along quite a bit. You've been yapping like crazy? Yeah, I have been yapping like a crazy person, man. Holy crap. Ugh. I don't know why I don't feel it, though. Like, normally at this point, my back would already be a bit sore. And I would already feel sort of the wear and tear of it all. Sort of interesting that I'm feeling fine. You know, I'm enjoying myself. You're doing good work. Why, thank you very much, Saven. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We need to get more news, man. Like, when will Ubisoft announce that they're dying? I need topics to cover on the channel. It's been such a quiet month, dude. It's been such a quiet month. We only had like good stuff for the last bit with Ubisoft. But now I need Ubisoft to sort of go bankrupt so I can make videos about that again. I think same as among you, I've never had a problem with dry eyes, which I think I'm lucky with. Illustrate guy would say, I view God and my faith in God as the most important thing. So yeah, if you and I disagree on God and God's existence, we definitely disagree on what I deem to be most important in life. Doesn't mean that I won't be friends with you. It doesn't mean that I won't be friendly with you. But if we were talking about marriage, that would definitely not happen, right? I'm not proposing marriage. I'm just saying, right? If I met a girl and she was everything that I desired, but she wasn't Christian, that would be the end of the conversation. So are we in agreement we all need to go now and go to the shops? Now, Illustrate, I'm not suggesting that you're a man or a woman. I was saying that's the only place where my religion would lead to a rejection of the other person would be at the point of marriage, right? So if it came to I'm meeting a girl, she's beautiful, she's perfect, but she's not Christian, that would be an instant, well, thank you for playing. Good luck to you, right? But outside of that, if it's just friendship, if it's just hanging out, as long as people can be respectful, I'm not really worried about, you know, being friends with non-Christians. Then yeah, creating deeper relationships could be problematic. Yeah, I think so too. But okay, so I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go grab food. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we won't be doing as long of a stream because remember I have Bible study on Wednesdays. So I'll try and be on as soon as I'm done with videos. You know, that game genre? What genre was that? I don't even remember that. But I will be back tomorrow for another stream. And hopefully there's... Guys, I need you to hope for some videos and topics. I want to make more videos, but it's been light, man. It's been light. There is a couple of videos, but some of it I don't care about, man. Some of it I genuinely don't want to talk about because it's not games I care about. But yeah, if you have recommendations for videos that you would like me to cover, topics you would like me to cover, please tag me on Discord or just tag me on X. If you have X, you're more than welcome to find a topic and literally just go @GamingGrifter. I'll check it out. Because yeah, I would love some help with topics that you guys care about. Or just do it in the YouTube community. I believe we have a community on YouTube. So you can have those. Yeah, I've seen the Fighting Cowboy drama, but I missed all of that because I was busy talking about Ubisoft being liars. So I didn't even have time to talk about Fighting Cowboy. But we'll probably have to get into that if the drama continues. Yeah, I don't... Like, you guys know me. I don't really cover just people being idiots. Like, it has to rise to the level of being actually important. Otherwise, it's who cares? Oh, damn. No, but this is old news. Wait, why is everyone tweeting this now? Oh, because South Africa is finally apologizing to America. Well, before I leave, let's just watch this. This is always good. My government is a clown show, bro.
Trump must leave us alone. He must leave us alone, Kaori.
You said that you were going to cut aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. We are committed to having a good relationship with the United States, and we do relate to them in a number of ways. And what has ensued now with the Secretary of State
Oh, my government, man. It is an absolute clown show. Now that the Americans won't give them money, now they're so sorry. We're so sorry, sir. Please give us a bit of cash. Give us a bit of moolah, please. Oh, I love it. This is funny as shit, bro. Just another day in South Africa. Man, I really hope I can get my ass to America at some point. I don't want to live in this clown show of a country. Was from before USA cutting? Yeah. And then South Africa got cut, and now suddenly they want good relationships. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Oh, my country got so used to being able to bite the hand that feeds them, and America would never do anything. They didn't think Trump would actually do it. And what they didn't realize was Trump didn't give a shit. Trump was serious about cutting the aid. And now they're really like, oh, shit. Wait, this bastard was serious? You need to. They are letting in people from South Africa. You should definitely. I want to apply for refugee status and see how it goes. You know, I don't like applying for refugee status necessarily, but at the same time, if that's how I get my ass to America, maybe I should just do it. You know, become a freedom-loving American and shoot shotgun shells at tornadoes as they boil in. You know, that seems like a fun thing that I could do. So why not? You know. No, I don't want to come to Australia, bro. Like, nothing against the Australians, but your government is a bit unhinged at times. I like America. I'll go to America. I'll get myself some freedom. You know, I've lived in a country that had an overbearing government. I'd like some freedom now, please. Yeah, I'll do that. Don't follow your dream. I mean, that's the hope. I love Western Europe, I guarantee. Bro, things in South Africa could go south real quick for all white people with the things I've heard. The heads of states say in South Africa it's scary. I'll say this. If the things that the heads of states are saying, what you will witness in this nation is a war unlike anything you've ever seen before. I know my people. Trust me when I tell you, they will not go down without a fight. And that I will guarantee you. There will be hell to pay before they... And I don't know what... My country doesn't have freedom of speech exactly, so I have to be very careful with what I say. If you want my people to stop, you'd have to kill every last one of them. Else they wouldn't stop. So yeah, it would be one hell of a fight if what the heads of states are saying turns out to be true or something that they wish to enact. So, you know, I'm not too worried about that. Sure, it will lead to a lot of suffering, but at the same time, I know a few people that actually want it. So, sort of crazy bastards here. The hell is this? Dude, I didn't realize that this chick is now also confused about her gender or whatever. Isn't she like actually a girl or some shit? Or does she think she's a boy now? How I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's the girl from Last of Us. I don't know what her name is. Something Isabella Merced and Bella Ramsey. I don't know which one is which. But I know the one is in Last of Us. Oh, non-binary. So she's made up. She's not real. I mean, is that her girlfriend or is that just a random girl? Because the girlfriend's kind of hot though. Oh, it's just a random girl. She's kind of hot though. She doesn't look too bad. She got cast as Dina or whatever. I don't know who that is either. But okay. Wow, I should probably watch The Last of Us. But it comes out in bits and pieces, which I hate. Oh, shit. Before I go, there's a new series. If you guys haven't watched it yet, you should watch it. There's some cringe moments in it. I'm just warning you now. There is some woke BS moments in it. But overall, I would say the woke stuff is sort of maybe like 5% of the whole show. Some of it is actually pretty good. It's called The Pit. If you haven't watched it yet, I would say curious with a fresh hell. Finra, how you doing, bro? If you haven't watched it yet, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's really fun. If you can get past, like, every once in a while they'll have a quip about how, oh, well, this might be white privilege. You know, some nonsense like that. But it's very rare. The actors are pretty good in the show. The Pit takes place in a hospital emergency room. And they're literally, every episode is another hour of their shift. Like, that's literally how it is. So every episode is an hour on the shift. And sort of how they deal with the stuff. And I've watched a doctor speak about it, saying this is exactly how it is in a medical room, like in a medical emergency room. So they really seem to have sort of tried to follow the rules of what an emergency room is actually like. After House, I don't watch doctor shows. I've tried, but nothing really fills the gap of House. You know, House was the only thing that filled the gap of House. But I happen to like the lead actor in The Pit. That's the only reason I ended up watching the show. Because the lead actor, I don't know his name, but he was also the lead in... oh, shit, man. It's an alien movie. Series. What's it called again? Oh, come on. Falling Skies. That's the one. No, this isn't like Bones. But the lead actor in that is the same actor in Falling Skies. Also the lead actor there. And Falling Skies is amazing. Not you, Laurie, no. You know, CPR doesn't work that well. I know, yeah. 1 hour shift. What about the patients who often have to sleep overnight in triage and wait 40 plus hours for a hospital bed? That's so insane for them. Debbie Dog, no, but they do also show that. Is Dr. Carter from ER? I never watched ER. My brother was super into ER. I was more into House. So I never watched ER. I just watched House. So for me, the only time I've ever seen that actor in anything was Falling Skies. I preferred Falling Skies. Falling Skies was good, but it lost the plot in season 3. I still like it. I still love the show. It gives me a good feeling to watch it. In fact, I think I might start rewatching it tonight. Because I don't have anything else to watch. And I want to wait for The Pit to have all of its seasons out so that I can actually watch it. All of its episodes out so I can actually watch the whole thing. So I might just rewatch Falling Skies now. Because it's good. I started watching The Man in High Castle and I got bored. I got confused because I didn't pay close attention. I was playing League of Legends at the time. And then I think in episode 2, I was like, man, I don't know what the hell's going on here. And then I just stopped watching. And I've never been back, quite frankly. Pope. No, I don't like Pope. I like the main character. The main character is so cool. I always get the feeling that if you see one episode of a hospital show, you've seen them all. I get bored quickly. Yeah, I do agree with you. Hospital shows is sort of like a dime a dozen, you know? And most of them are shit. Although House was good because House is good for the same reason that Reacher is good. The series. It's Sherlock Holmes just in different settings. House is Sherlock Holmes in the hospital. Reacher is Sherlock Holmes, but, you know, sort of like a retired army vet or a military police guy solving crimes the same way as Sherlock does. But it's the same sort of thing, right? Super smart, super sort of rational, intellectual about stuff. That's what makes it good, you know? Because House is less about the medical stuff and more about watching this genius at work, doing his thing. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get some food. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go chill. And I will be back tomorrow. Please share any videos, any topics that you might have. Share it over on Discord or over on X or on Reddit, if you so choose. I do have a Reddit. It's called Acolon. You should be able to find it there. Literally just on Acolon. I appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending time with me. TMB with the absolute boss mode donos for today. Absolutely appreciate you, good sir. You're an absolute gent. And to everyone else that donated and subbed and, you know, part of the community, I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out with me. As always, be good to each other, be kind to each other. And I shall see all of you in the next one. Peace.